Okay. So welcome. Great morning. Welcome to all. आज जिस सेशन के हम जुड़े हैं, जिस प्रोग्राम के जुड़े हैं, so we will start. और जब भी हम कोई अच्छा काम या न्यू स्टार्ट करते हैं, तो भगवान को याद करने का अपना कल्चर है. तो शुरुआत करते हैं भगवान के नाम से ही. एक बार हम सुनते हैं और फिर उसके बाद ज्वाइन करेंगे. So please listen carefully.
गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि तदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्यगणक्षेत्रे गुरुदेव सदाराध्याय गुरुपुत्रपरित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीतकल्पाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढकुल्पाय गन्धपन्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि तदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि तदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय
Okay, so once again, welcome you all. So before starting the event, we have already taken blessings from Lord Ganesha and ready to move ahead. Just give me a minute. Okay. So be ready, be excited, and once again, welcome on this platform, ABCD International Family and Bhabad International Publication. This is Akash Bhabad, author, founder, CEO of ABCD International Family and Bhabad International Publication, and international authors coach. Welcome you all. And today we have our moderator with us. She's Priksha Shah. Priksha ma'am, please start your video. And okay, so all guests, welcome. So before starting the event, I would like to ask a few people if you want to share anything, just in 30 seconds or 1 minute, about your excitement. So you can share. You can share.
Of course, sir, this is such a huge opportunity to be a part of this mega event and such a wonderful, it's a godsend opportunity, I believe, because connecting so many people, you become a global citizen, you get to learn so much, you get to interact with so many people, get their kind of views, their ideas, their insights about so many different topics.
Thank you so much. Ma'am. Yeah, we will rock together. Yeah, anyone wants to share? So we have Kamini Singh ma'am from Canada. So yes, Trupti ma'am.
Hi everyone, and just to let you know, I'm really in the middle of the night here. It's 12:26, so yeah, I would say good morning to everyone. So I'm really excited, and the thing is, like, when this came across to me, I was like, wow, somebody is taking that initiative to have a speakathon. I'd never heard about this like earlier. I haven't come across where you want to have speakers come in and, like, have a kind of as just like a speaking marathon, right? So I'm really excited, and I'm also glad to be part of it. And let's like, I'm looking forward to hearing everyone present their views. And yeah, I'm just pretty excited. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. So the logic behind this world record is that, so we have today's date is 11/11/2020. So 11 plus 11 is 22. So we thought this date, I think फिर से आएगा नहीं, ये same date वापस आएगा नहीं. This is magical date. And so that's why we have planned to create logics regarding number 11. And we have total 11 logics. So people from 11 countries, 11 international and national cities, national districts. So lots of logics are there. We are launching 11 books also. So one author wrote 11 books, and we will launch it midnight 11 p.m. IST. So we will launch that books. So lots of related to number 11, and one of my spiritual mentors says, you can ask your wish on 11/11, so it will be fulfilled. So I मैं मन में ही बोला कि ये तो मैंने पहले ही मांगा था शायद, इसलिए lots of people connected with us and they all are ready to grow. So सबका wish पूरा होगा. So everyone's wish will get fulfilled. So I think 150 plus people are connected for this event, and the 150 people will get such a great happiness today. So thank you first to thanks to God for choosing me as a medium And thank you all for giving us opportunity to serve you better. So let's move ahead. So I would like to
I will like to
introduce
just
our organizations. Yes, sir.
just speak
In
one word.
30 seconds, we will start.
In
Yes,
fact,
yes,
you
yes,
have
please, sir,
taken,
please, sir.
in fact, you have taken a great initiative integrating all like-minded people from globe on a special day, a special time with a special theme and a special purpose. Though I am
Yes.
a contributor to the event, I wish to learn a lot from global speakers. And I expect you to take such initiatives on specific themes and make it a regular event so that interactions keep on growing, glowing, and our tricolor that becomes a global symbol for learning and sharing. Thank you.
Yes,
So
yes,
Akash,
definitely, sir. And one of
yes, sorry to
yes, yes.
interrupt. So Akash, before we begin, why not you, like, if you can give a little bit of, just talk about your ABCD International Family and Bhagavad International Publication. That will be like, all of
Yes,
us
yes,
who are
definitely.
joining will know more about you.
Yes, yes, yes. So Preksha ma'am will introduce about ABCD International and Bhabad publication.
Oh, okay.
So I would like to invite Preksha ma'am. Please come and introduce. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, good morning, everyone. How is the day going? Can you
Wonderful.
hear
Yeah,
me?
going great.
Yes, of course.
That's really wonderful to know. So I'll quickly introduce Bhabad publication in 2 minutes and we'll start it right away. I hope the day is going well and everyone is excited for the day. We have always made and choose a selection of miracles and today we'll be breaking the world record. So let us be excited till we get introduced to this wonderful publication who has made us all together this morning and this on this magical day, bringing magical words and getting a beautiful introduction. Let me take you through what is this international family. ABCD International Family. ABCD International Family is one of the best training consultancy who provides various training program like Train the Trainer, Life Coach Certification, Corporate Training, Business Coaching, and many more. As you all know, ABCD International Family already conducted 10 plus virtual international summits, 100 plus free webinars on various topics, and 10 batch of their signature program known as Train the Trainer. From January 2022, ABCD International Family start a great platform like ABCD International Talks, which really gets together people and get the talks of the brightness of the people well. Let me tell you a few more things which can really ignite the platform for us as well today. On this platform, various successful people share their journey, experiences, skills, strategies. Let me tell you, it's very important. Knowledge, ideas, life stories, and success principle to inspire the world. Today, ABCD International Family, associated with different trainers and educators from 25 plus countries and journey, still continues. So that is how ABCD International Family is. Did you like it? How was the introduction?
Mine,
Aparna,
awe
where is the
inspiring.
team? Hello, where is the team? Can I get a thumbs up from everyone in the team? Hello.
Yes, yes.
Awaiting Dr. Nidhi, OMG, Book of Records, Andres, Dr. Hasti
Yes,
Kumar, Preeti, and more.
yes, ma'am. Please continue. So we will complete in time.
Sure.
So you
Let me
need
go
to
ahead.
introduce our international publication. Yes. Please go ahead.
Let me take this ahead with Bhabad International Publication. Bhabad International Publication is one of the fastest growing publication company in India who allows focus on create success stories of various authors. They help people to write, publish, and brand their own books. USP of Bhabad international publication is that they published all the books in world record events or on grand events as well. Or they create some logic and author books too. Bhabad International Publication published 50 plus books in just 8 months and contributed 150 plus authors, success stories, and still the journey continues. Let me introduce our very known Mr. Akash Bhabad. Please cheer 3 claps for him. Is everyone there?
Yes.
Wonderful. Cheers in the round.
Raksha, you can ask everyone to switch on the camera at least now.
3 cheers. We are starting the event. It's 11:05. Till we have 6 minutes for 11:11. Let's come on the video together. Dr. Nidhi, we await you. Dr. Preeti, Gauridas, Kamini Singh, everyone, you can unmute yourself too. Kamini ma'am, we need a camera picture, please.
Yeah.
Ji, kahan ho? Dinesh Chand, we see you that you're active on audio, not on video. Please do come in. Thanks, Andrews, for coming so well.
Priksha ma'am, please move ahead with another question.
That's wonderful to see these shining faces and oh my God, book of records too. This is really wonderful. Wonderful morning. Dr. Hasti, can we please see you as well? And Samini too. This is a wonderful morning. I'm sure this is going to be a wonderful day for all of us today. Let me go with the introduction of the speaker or of the creator for the event. Mr. Akash Bhabad is very young and dynamic leader professional. He leads an example. He has already broke 3 world records. Akash Bhabad has penned 4 books and all 4 are available on Amazon and Kindle too. The first book is 20 Essential Habits of Successful People. Let me tell you, 7 was lesser than that. Success is 5 essential qualities of success. And third book is Nothing Too Extraordinary. Fourth one, 7 days book to building a blueprint. As a trainer, he conducts 21 days workshop on habits and international authors, success coach certification and more. Akash Bhabad helps authors to write, publish and brand their books. He works on various strategies with authors. He guides authors to how to use book as a business booster tool. He helps organizations, schools, colleges, universities, corporates, and individuals to set world records through their trainings and book publications. Mr. Bhabad is a business coach and a trainer and mentor for all. He helps them to grow their training, business, and provide trainings on various platforms, coaches and mentors them well. And he is the CEO of ABCD International Family and Bhabad Publication too. He is certified NLP practitioner as well, a business coach by known professional and a publisher now. He has 150 plus success stories of authors' journeys which are still continuing far ahead and forever to go. Hope you like my introduction. Let's go ahead for the day. All the best, everyone. And we know you're going to achieve the same.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, so today we have first speaker with us. So let's welcome Dr. Dinesh Gupta sir. He is the founder of Anand Sri Organization, business coach. It's a mindset guru. Welcome sir, and please continue. Dr. Dinesh Gupta sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. First, I would like to thanks to all that participants who is going to create this history. So this is not a very ordinary, that webinar or ordinary function, because this is Akash International Speakathon. We are going to create a world record with 11 speakers from 11 countries, that 11 national, international, that states, 11 national, international cities, 11 national and international districts, 11 authors, 11 guests, the guest, 11 publisher, 11 book related business in ebook and paperback format. Event, okay, this event is going to start on 11.11 and going to stop on 11.11. Really, it's amazing. And best of luck to all participants. Best of luck, Akash, Bhabad International Book Publication, ABCD International. It's amazing, really. It's amazing. So thank you very much. And we are observing from for this 11 hours what you are going to do and everything. That my team is also in this list. And congratulations all of you, and thank you very much for inviting us. And best of luck. Over to
Okay,
you, Akash sir.
thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, sir. So we will move ahead with our first speaker. So we
Let us
have
welcome, yes, let us welcome Mr. Dinesh Chand for the speaker. All the best,
yeah.
Dinesh.
Warm good morning to everyone. I hope I am audible to everyone.
Yes, audible, sir, and
Great.
we have 6 minutes. So everyone will keep watch on time, right?
Right. I'll try to stick with the timeline. I understand it is very important for the day. All right. And I first of all I would like to provide my sincere thank you for Mr. Akash for inviting me here and to be a part of such a great event. All right. So Speakathon as we talk about. All right. So thank you so much. Now going forward, okay, let me introduce myself. I'm a physiotherapist by profession. Okay, and the topic I chose is to talk about the role of physiotherapy in moderating our daily activity and physical well-being. So okay, so I would like to start with a saying that Hippocrates mentioned earlier. Okay, and it says that all parts of body which have a function, if used in moderation and exercised in labors in which each is accustomed, become thereby healthy, well developed, and age more slowly. But if unused and left idle, they become liable to disease, defective in growth, and age quickly. And this statement was given 460 to 370 BC. Now, just imagine the type, so much we have evolved from that era, and the type of physical activity that we are having right now. Okay, after since we had already, coming out of a major pandemic, and COVID has taught us so much about the importance of physical activity, and we have led 2 years of, almost of an inactive phase. So I guess this is the time when we need to consider how active we personally everyone is, okay, and understand the importance of exercises in our life. Okay. Now, when we say type of activity or type of physical activity, there is a lot of consensus that people do because we have a lot of technology in our hand. We are very easily accessible to YouTube, and there are a lot of applications on Google or of any other platform. Okay, and we have so much of information provided already that sometimes it becomes difficult to understand what to do and what not to do, how to begin with, what exactly have we have to look for. A person might want to go for strength training, and might be his body is not ready for the strength training. Okay, a person is going for cardiovascular endurance, and he's thinking that he's going for cardiovascular endurance, but rather than going for cardiovascular, he might be involved in a strength training that which might have a detrimental effect on his well-being. Okay, now so role of physiotherapist we will talk about today. Now that important factor, the physiotherapist will have a comprehensive knowledge of how and well and what type of exercise a person should do. Okay, let's say there is something called as lifestyle related disease, And lifestyle related disease is categorized now as non-communicable disease. So I have some rough data in my hand. Let me take you through this. So if I talk about NCDs, non-communicable disease, in every 10 deaths around the globe, we have 6 deaths which are attributed to NCDs. Okay, non-communicable disease. And out of these, and 6%, okay, moreover, 21 to 25% of breast cancer and colon cancer, they are attributed of low level of physical activity. Okay, 27% of diabetes and approximately 30% of ischemic heart disease, okay, are caused by low level of physical activity. And the only factor that can benefit is about being more fit and more physically active. Now, physical activity that leads to more better cardiovascular endurance, more strength training, okay, improved fitness and better cognitive function. Okay, this we all know, but somewhere down the line, in our busy schedule, we forget how important it is to move. Even a simple movement, okay, if we are not sitting to a chair, okay, more than 30 minutes a day, okay, and we have a habit of moving out of chair every 30 minutes, taking around, moving more often, okay, trying to be active as much as active as possible. Even these small things can improve and enhance our physical activity to a great extent. All right. Now, physiotherapy, okay, people look forward, look at physiotherapists only as someone who, who can cater to rehabilitation, who can cater to lifestyle, improvement, or, rehabilitating the person from a kind of disability. Okay. But a physiotherapist having a comprehensive knowledge of every body aspect, okay, what type of body aspect, or the background of a person, okay, the type of diseases, the type of disability, the type of ability a person can have, okay, and on that basis we can prescribe, okay, and we can tell a person, or how to do what type of exercise and what will be the best way to get moving and to improve his fitness. Okay, specific knowledge of function is another important role that a physiotherapist plays, because we understand every human from a movement. Okay, and we have a very wide understanding and knowledge of the human movement, human body movement. Okay, so rather than looking at a physiotherapist just after in the phase of rehabilitation, when an injury occurs or when a disability occurs, a physiotherapist can also lead a very important role in physical well-being, and how to be a better movement specialist, human movement specialist, and that is what is required in today's era. If I just talk about my time is okay. Okay, just 1 minute more. Okay, so if recommended values of time, the activity, children below the age of 5, okay, till 5 to 9 years, let's say, they should be active at least 60 minutes a day, 3 times a week. Okay, adults, they can be at least 150 minutes of moderate exercises or at least 75 minutes of vigorous activity. And beyond that, geriatric population, depending on the cardiovascular endurance, we can prescribe physical activity. So in short, ending up, I guess, my time is already over. So concluding my talk, the important thing, as I said, physiotherapists can only, we should not only look at him as a person who is into rehabilitation, but also in terms of improving physical fitness, overall physical fitness. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. So yes, Preksha ma'am, please introduce the next speaker.
Give me a minute, please. Can you take this introduction? Let me invite Mr. Andres Rodriguez for the next session. Hello, Andres sir, are you there? Andres sir, can you please join in?
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much, Professor Bhabad, for the invitation to be here in this presentation. And thank you so much for all the speakers, okay, to present, no, this topic and share your insights and idea, no? Well, in this presentation, first of all, I was concerned of some changes, no, that education brings in this last time, especially in the post-pandemic time. Okay, so can I present my slides because I want to introduce something?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, so at the beginning of my presentation, I was saying that I will incorporate some topics that are important in this time, no? Changes that bring in this post-pandemic time, especially in my role as EFL educator or instructor, no? In this case, as an English language instructor or professional in teaching English, no? Okay, so my study and my overview opens with three questions that I want to begin my dissertation, and it's about how the education changed after pandemic time. And around the world, there were some significant changes, no, that the pandemic has offered the opportunity to maintain a hybrid methodology. Uh, in some countries, in universities, students use the technology in favor of their development, and that's a very good idea. But we need to measure those results, no? So the next question is about are there effective results in the new modality of education? And at the end, we can conclude these results with some different elements of patterns, situations or conflicts that appear, no, in some context. So the third question is about how can we offer different solutions to solve these problems uh, uh, before and after the pandemic, no, and even in the post-pandemic time, no. So these three questions are very important to measure our overview in our topic of changing the methodology in this time. So um, we want to include that the technology is a real support in teaching, and the evidence is that without it, there are not some connection or the real communication that we have nowadays in the online settings, in the synchronic or recording classes. However, it is not a sign of a meaningful success in learning a language or any other case of study in education. Based on the results that technology can offer us, we would say that it's an excellent tool or device that open many opportunities. So as a part of a study that I began 6 months ago, as a part of a study that I initiated in a university, I would say that in this case study, it was successfully used some um, technological devices in order to prove or conclude ideas to improve the speaking methodology for improving the English teaching language. For example, in real classes, we were using the use of the mobile phone and other applications that they impact in favor of this development. So students show that they demonstrated that the application of these applications and even some games that I apply in classes, they effectively produce a motivation, intrinsic motivation in the learning language. No, so this case study was also applied in a small number of students. No, in real classes, they were approximately 30 students, and the same experimental group was also applied in an online session because we were combining both hybrid methodology, online sessions, and face-to-face classes.
Sir, we have time up. I think we cross 1 minute extra.
Thank you so much, sir. I just
Yeah.
want to conclude by saying that it was a good opportunity to present this idea of case study.
Yeah.
This goes in favor of the EFL teaching. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Andre. Let me introduce Mr. Kadeem D'Souza. Let's welcome and see what she has for the day.
Thank you, Preksha. Did you know that emotional intelligence is more important than IQ for overall success in life? Did you know when you manage your emotions well, it leads to more success, more abundance, and better relationships and better health? Hi, I'm Karen. I'm an emotional resilience mentor and healer. I work with women and help them achieve work-life balance, manage their emotions well, and activate their true feminine essence so that they show up in their life, in the world, being the bestest version of themselves. So before I begin, I would like to thank each one of you for being here, taking time out of your busy schedule. Today, I am going to share a few reasons why it's important to manage your emotions well. And please stay with me till the end. I will be sharing 3 free resources with you and sharing the link in the chat box. So before that, is it okay if I share a little bit about myself? So as a kid, I felt that I didn't fit in, and I went through a lot of bullying and all that stuff. And even as a girl and a woman, I went through a lot of trauma drama. But I didn't give up on life, and I knew there was something more to life. But that changed when I became a mother, and I hold this bundle of joy in my hand, and I said things have to change. I have to heal these patterns, and that's when this journey of self-exploration began. I wanting to know what is life about and why things happen the way they happen. And I stumbled upon certain life secrets that left me dumbfounded. And I learned a lot of tools and created certain techniques that impact overall life. And that's why I'm on a mission to share it with women who want more from life, because I believe that each woman has the potential, immense potential, to achieve whatever they want in life. So coming back to the topic, a few reasons why we need to manage our emotions well. So reason number 1, so that emotions don't control you, your life, and your actions. When it comes to women, we are programmed to be shy, coy, and we are not supposed to express specifically anger, for example. You must have heard statements like, "Arey, tumhara kya hoga? What will happen of you after you get married?" And you need anger is bad. You don't express it, and what happens in the end is we close ourselves. We are not comfortable in our own skin. And when it comes to men, you must have heard the statements like, "Don't cry, only girls cry, men don't." And that's the reason why they end up suppressing their emotions, and they are not able to show their vulnerability, and they have to put on a mask of being this macho man, strong man all the time. But the thing is, emotions are not the problem. The way we express, we handle the emotions is the problem. The negative beliefs And unawareness around emotions is the problem. Reason number 2. So when we bottle up these emotions, we are like a volcano waiting to erupt, right? And who bears the brunt of all of this? The people around us. And who are the most vulnerable around us? Our kids. And what happens? What happens? We end up saying and doing things that can damage their self-esteem and their life and their future. And that's the reason why it's important to build an environment where they feel loved and cared and nurtured for. As adults, we also are living most of our lives based on the beliefs that we created in our childhood. And we are still emerging and healing from those beliefs and that trauma, right? So that's the reason why we need to take the responsibility as adults and be there for the kids, be their role model, so that they become emotionally resilient and achieve overall success in life, whether it's work, business, health, and relationships. Reason number 3. When we bottle these expressions, we end up trying to escape from these emotions because we are programmed to move away from pain. And so we overindulge maybe in food. We all know about emotional eating, right? Or TV binging, browsing the phone, overthinking, overspending on things that we don't need. And we end up, because we just don't want to feel the pain, that doesn't happen, right? It becomes worse. Reason number 4, emotions. When it comes to emotions, the thing is, it's very important to be calm and composed. We all face certain struggles and certain changes that are required in our life. And in these situations, we need to be calm and cool, so that we can make great decisions, and so that it paves the path to success, or else it could hinder our progress. And that's the reason why it is very important to validate our emotions, ask questions like, what are the emotions that I experience on a daily basis? What are the emotions that I feel most out of control? What are the emotions that I would like to experience instead? See, when we are carrying these unhealed emotions from the past, in the present and the future, it's recreating the past. And when we heal our emotions, you know what? We are making our inner GPS stronger. Our level of consciousness increases. And when we heal ourselves, we are not only healing ourselves, but we are healing our emotions, we are healing our future generations, and we are healing our ancestors too. How many of you would like that? Great. So it's very important. It's very important that we take care of ourselves and do what we love. Why? Because we deserve that. We matter, right? And instead of waiting for other people's love and approval, please go ahead and give that to yourself, because when you do that, you love yourself and you be your own validation. You are giving and contributing the same to the world, to the people around you. And you can do deep breathing. Deep breathing is really very simple. You can just keep your spine straight, breathe in through your nose and breathe out through your mouth. And you can do this throughout the day whenever you have time, and it helps you to stay grounded. And that's when you are cool and calm, and you are able to make better decisions and able to respond rather than react to situations. And a few affirmations. And thank you so much for listening to me. As promised, I'm sharing few resources in the chat box. Please click on it. Thank you so much. I wish you abundance, success, and love. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we have next speaker, Ms. Radhika, ma'am. So please on the camera, ma'am. Yeah, welcome.
Thank you, Akash, for this platform and this chance to put our thoughts forward and speaking here. Well, I am a personality sculptor and I help people evolve to be better versions of themselves. I'll just tell you a short story. about this girl. The girl happens to be me, who's sitting right in front of you. So when, and the story is about how we overcome our poor self-esteems. As a kid, I was a very carefree, extrovert, energetic girl, very happy child. I had buck teeth. So a lot of them used to tell me, oh, you have buck teeth or you need braces, which made me a little conscious. When I was in my teens, I entered my teens, I started getting conscious about my teeth. And I would feel that, what will people say? What will people think? Slowly, gradually, but still, my willpower, my nature of being a warrior to fight back and not let anything harm me was very strong. Slowly, as I grew older and things changed in life, when I was in college and then when I got married, I had kids of my own. I realized that things don't remain the same. Life is always not a bed of roses, and you can't just keep fighting all the time with just one thing. I had to take a sabbatical for a very long time because of my daughter's education and family life. This made me feel that somewhere inside me, that spark is going, it is missing. And sadness, insecurities, asking for reassurance from the world for things that I do started taking place, which again are signs of poor self-esteem. Decided to step out again and start working for myself, not for anybody else, working to pull up my own esteem, my own image in my eyes. So what is self-image, girls? I mean, not just girls, everybody, sorry. So what is self-image and self-esteem? Self-image is your body image that can be a mental or a physical picture of yourself that you have, and how you take yourself when you look at yourself in the mirror, from which comes your self-esteem. Self-esteem comes from your past experiences, your growing up days with your peers, your teachers, your parents telling you things. If somebody is fat and is teased about being fat, if somebody is slow and is being told every time that you're slow at work, at times our teachers or parents tell us, oh, you can't do this, you're not enough. We don't realize it then. As parents, we don't realize it when we say these things to our children, that we are somewhere setting in a poor self-esteem in them, a sense of insecurity in them. Maybe some of them even turn into bullies because certain things that they could not get during their childhood, or how it happened with them during their childhood, is how they would want to react to people when they grow up. They would just want to get even with people and not realize that it is a problem. So you'll be surprised that poor self-esteem is the biggest pandemic in the world. Out of 3, every 2 people are suffering from poor self-esteem. Some come out with it, some don't. Some speak about it and some don't. Most of us feel embarrassed to talk about it. We don't want to tell anybody that we have a problem. How do we get over with this? So there are certain techniques I started using on myself and in my sessions with students that really help these students also get over it. The first was trying to find one good thing about yourself. Tell yourself, look into the mirror and tell yourself that I love you. Love yourself. And tell yourself that I can do it. Change the word impossible to I am possible. There is nothing that I cannot do. I am possible. I can do it. only if I wish to. When I asked these group of girls that, tell me one good thing about yourself. So it even goes for me. When I think back, when somebody told me, tell me one good thing about yourself, I did not have an answer. I did not know what to say because I was just finding faults in myself. So there was this one person who told me, that, okay, you have beautiful eyes. And I would then say that, why? What's so good about them? Everybody has got good eyes. They're just normal. But then I remembered that one compliment which I got, and I wrote it down in a diary, that I've got good eyes. So start doing that instead of negative notions that you have for yourself. Transform them into positive notions. Tell yourself one positive thing. Remember that one compliment which somebody gave you ever. Write it down in a journal. Start taking down your positive points in your journals and read them every day.
Yeah.
So you could be a good artist, you could be a good singer, you could be a good athlete, you could probably just have a very chiseled jawline, you could have lovely hair, the color of your hair could be nice. So anything that is good about you, maybe the texture of your skin is very good, start writing it down. And over a period, you will realize that you will have a list of good things about yourself to tell yourself that, no, I am good. I have these qualities in me. Learn to accept compliments from others. We usually don't like compliments. We feel embarrassed and awkward when we get compliments. Accept them and say thank you. Just say thank you. Keep these, so won't be taking much time, as I believe my 6 minutes are done with, but start believing in yourself, reaffirming your positive things, finding good things about yourself and telling yourself that I can do it, I am good, and I am enough, which will definitely help you change your poor self-esteem and be high on your esteem again. Thank you.
Yes, awesome. Thank you so much, ma'am. So we have another speaker, Miss Gauri Das. Please start your video, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Akash.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. It's wonderful listening to your thoughts, and thank you, Akash, for creating this platform and having me once again here. It's wonderful to be here. I have a question for the audience. Do you think networking helps? If yes, say why in the chat box. Say why in the chat box if you think networking helps. Or if you think it does not, then say N in the chat box. Thank you, Kamini, for being the first one to respond. Radhika, thank you. So we have got few responses and they all say why. Yes, networking helps. Definitely. And the previous speaker spoke about things that people have low esteem, self-esteem. Some can come out, some cannot come out. And this applies to networking also. Such a great tool, but we are not able to use it. And I am no different. I started my journey from a small village and studied in vernacular medium. A lush green place. Morning would go to temple. There were n number of flowers, tons of flowers. In afternoon, we'll be under the shade of the tree, and evenings will be on mountain. So a very happy place, but the challenge is no good school, no personality development opportunity. And I was anyways a very shy and timid child. So I would be always hiding behind my mom. Days passed and I continued to be like that. Even when I went to engineering college or started working, I was same. Having that fear, not able to talk to anyone, not able to connect with people beyond a small circle. And that was actually stopping my progress. And slowly and steadily, as I started learning more and more, I did my master's in psychology. I realized that it was more about giving excuses to myself. I was telling myself I'm an introvert. I come from a small village. Who values my thoughts? Who wants to hear me? And that's why I would always be quiet. But that's not true. And after I started using this tool of networking, the world of opportunities has opened up. So I was one who got rejected because in many interviews, because I did not know English. But today I'm a TEDx speaker. I'm vice president for a European bank. I am also an author and top 10, 200 voices in leadership, top 10 women in HR globally, a huge base at LinkedIn. Blessed to have so many people with me on LinkedIn. The number is 51,000 plus. So things change when we start using this tool networking, but we have a lot of myths about it. We do it incorrectly. First thing is we think the results would come by immediately. Does not happen. I have an instance where I met someone 7 years ago, just be in touch. And finally, after 7 years, something was coming up and I needed help. This person came forward and the solution was reached. So it may take 7 years also to get something from a connect, and it can also happen that you never get a solution from the same connect that you are referring to, while you may have supported them multiple times. So first thing is we need to be patient and we should not expect that the results would come immediately. Second is networking with only high profile people would get me results. That's also not true, because it's about connecting with people, as many people possible in terms of numbers, but 150 is the number that we say that we can actually connect with. So I had to once reach out to a CFO of a very large organization. The only connect that I could see on LinkedIn was some assistant manager in the team, and the CFO would be at least 4 or 5 level above this person. I tried reaching out to him, spoke to him and requested that I need a meeting with CFO. And guess what? I did get. So it's not that you have to connect with somebody who's very high profile. It has to be a connection. Who knows whom we do not know, right? So a neighbor next door can be knowing somebody whom you are looking for. So that is second thing. Don't think that only high profile people are required. And third, a tip on how would you start? So I would say start small. For me, if I used to go to a networking event, I would just hide behind in a corner so that nobody can see me. And if someone happens to see me, then I would give my visiting card and just rush away from there. That was networking for me. And how did I start? Slowly, just connect with one person. So if there are 100, 200 people in the meeting, I would get to know only one person, but I'll start getting comfortable with that person. And how do I do it? The formula is FORM. F is family, talk about family. O is occupation, what do you do? R is recreation, and M is motivation. So somewhere you will get a link and you will be able to connect with this person better. And finally, I would say that you don't have to connect with people in a networking meetup. I used to connect with 10 people a week during COVID times. Now the number has come down because we are stepping out. So I now meet 3 people a week, every week, get to know them through phone, through Zoom call or something. No purpose to connect, just to know you because you are my connect. And that's how the network is expanding. So this is what I would say, that networking is an extremely powerful tool and you can use it to the fullest. But what you need to do is you need to be patient. You have to apply the formula that you don't have to expect results. Results would come by. And finally, I would say that if I can do it, you can do it too. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, so we have next speaker. So thank you, Gauri ma'am, for completing on time. So next speaker is Kamini Singh ma'am. So please welcome ma'am. And
yeah, thank you. And because we are so much limited on time, I'll cut short on that. So thank you, ABCD International Family and Bhabad International Publication. I'm glad to be here. Quickly about me, I am Mrs. Commonwealth Euro-Atlantic 2018-19 title holder. I live in Canada and professionally I'm into IT. So straight coming to the topic that I have chosen to speak about today is social development. So human beings by nature are social, and the entire progress of humanity is on account of the societal support and infrastructure that we are born and raised with. Since the time, long time, humans have coexisted with other human beings. be it in a form of family, say a tribe, a village, or a town, city, or countries and nations. As a part of our being in society, we gain a lot of benefit. In fact, it can be argued that the survival of human being will be very doubtful if the society is not there to support. As we were talking about networking, networking is again something that is societal development, right? So of course, we get the basic advantages such as safety and protection, food and clothing, shelter and transport, plus various basic comforts of human life. But most important of all is the sense of belongingness. At the same time, we learn a lot from people around us in the society. Can we imagine how a human will progress if there will be no society to teach them how to eat food, how to speak using different languages, how to learn various skills and lead one's life fully? So it established that mankind has a lot to obtain from the society that we live in. And it's difficult to imagine survival and growth of mankind without it being synonymous with the society. Now let's consider other way around. If we are getting so much from the society, what are we doing to give back to the community, say to the society? The answer has to be that we have to do our part to help everyone else in the society, not just in the immediate surroundings or to the people that we interact with, but there has to be a contribution on the bigger level. We have to be a part of the whole global society and give something to the future generation as well.
To understand our mental health.
There's some problem? Is there some problem?
Please continue. No, please continue.
Okay. So there are a few key aspects where countries and different societies have different levels of maturity and advancement, such as, say, health, education, economic progress, safety, and security. In case of health, we take it for granted that we benefit from the technological marvels that's coming up, and that we have achieved, that made it possible for us to probably have the best condition ever in the history of mankind. And it continues to get better and better. In terms of economic progress, there are opportunities which technology provides, and there are new areas which are constantly coming up with new skill requirement as the older skill sets are kind of in their way out. The safety and security of human being is assured by society, and degree to which this can be ensured is in real life is one of the benchmarks for the development and level of maturity of the society. Again, say the poverty is what a society has. And even to kind of reduce poverty, the developmental approach and investment in people is important. We need to go beyond looking at the government to find ways to develop our most valuable resources. That's our people. We need to share responsibilities as community, organization, business, universities, and municipalities organization in the task of improving the well-being of all and preventing and reducing poverty. So all of these are important, but my focus today would be education. As if you ask me, education is the pillar which has an impact on everything else. So let us consider how education is the most important of all of the things that we do in the society, in a societal development. I would say, number one, through education, we become more adaptable in life. Number two, education promotes your skills. Okay. So when I say education promotes our skill, for one to play a leading role in society, one needs to have in-depth knowledge of various aspects of education. In the modern world beyond the classroom, it is common for fast-paced and demanding environments to exist. Education also prepares you better for success in this environment. Education is essential for global growth. Learning is needed for global growth as it plays a crucial role in the economic development of a country, its people, and is an investment in the future. Number four, higher education enrollment increases job opportunities. Higher education enrollment has steadily increased over the past decade in some countries, which means more job opportunities for students with higher degrees. Number five, society benefits when educated people are employed. The best education in society will not benefit if it is underutilized. Society benefits when educated people are employed to do useful things. Number six, with higher education come better governance, such as healthcare services, lower crime, better infrastructure, and service. Education is education is a stream where people get the opportunity to grow mentally, morally, psychologically, socially, and then become more aware about our rights and our duties towards a society. So can I check with the time?
Yeah, time up, time up.
Okay, so I'll just quickly conclude, right?
Yes.
So quickly concluding here, in order for mankind to develop and progress, human society needs to develop. And while there are many factors and aspects to that, education is the most crucial and actionable factor to bring overall positive changes. Without education, there can be no advance in technology, growth in business opportunities, or improvements in the healthcare system. Education allows you to discover new things, use critical thinking, skills in processing information, develop various job skills, your knowledge to succeed in life, thus ensuring success on all other fronts. So to conclude, education is essential and vital to society for its social development, as good as is good food and clean air. So yes, to conclude, that's it. Thank you.
So thank you, Kamini ma'am, for joining with us. So I think in Canada there is a night, 1:30 minutes. I think.
Yeah, it's
So thank you.
it's 1:24. It's 1:24 here. 1:24 a.m.
Yes. Thank you so much for supporting us. So we have another speaker with us, and she's Miss Rajini, Professor Miss Rani ma'am. Yes, ma'am. To you.
Namaste. Thank you, one and all, for giving me this opportunity. I am Dr. Rajini, Bharata Shiksha Ratna Awardee, promoted more than 257 schools in my 3 decades of educational field, and authored 675 textbooks and 300 thematic poems. And I have authored this IFAR poem where the children can learn the lessons into a poetic manner. And I'm also playing a vital role in the global universities of Commonwealth, American University, and I'm also an ambassador for UK London. Out of my own experience, I would like to share this values of education, because nowadays, after this corona lockdown, there is a paradigm shift happen everywhere, I can say, especially in India. The national education policy has brought into existence, but still it has not been broadcasted in a proper manner in all the schools, I can say, because right from taking the education from the ancient time till today into the IT curriculums, we have lot of curriculums in the board to teach the numerical skills and the literary skills. But what is happening for the students when they know about the values of education? Because education illuminates the darkness of ignorance. It is nothing but it gives a person to stand on his own leg and also to encounter the challenges what they are facing in their day-to-day life. Because I would like to narrate a small story which happened in my own experience. When a student who is a slow learner, who comes to ask some doubt or anything, always the teachers will not be clearing the doubts because of their hectic schedules. This was the thing happening every school, because I authored a book called Pillars of the Society, where all the 4 people are responsible for that. It is not a parallelism, and it is a book called Tips. Pillars of the Society is nothing but tips. It is teachers, institutions, parents, and students. These are the 4 pillars can make the society strong in future. I have done a research right from Kanyakumari to Kashmir, and even the globally all the schools of IB schools. And I have come across 33 problems which have been identified and addressed by me by the perspective of the tips. So what teacher has to do, what institution has to do, what parents has to do, what students have to do. So in this way, this is also one of the case studies which I can tell you. So when the student was so average, below average, and they would like to address and clarify certain things, and when they are approaching a master, and they would not be able to tell what is the child wanted to express. So it was happened nearly for a week, and the child got fed up because the teacher is not listening to what they are wanted to say. So the last day, after a week, they could able to meet the teacher, and the child was literally weeping and crying, and they could express that this was the story happened because when I come to the class, you are not responding. When I come to the class, staff room, not responding. Even after you are moving out of the school, when I'm near the gate, I'm approaching you, not responding. So like that, the child wept and expressed in their point of view what is it. The teacher told to write everything in a expressive manner, whatever they told. Then the child told that it was another 2 days the child will be waiting, and then if the marks are not scored good, and they were about to, the child was about to commit a suicide. So the child is not able to understand what is happening in the other side because we are not teaching the children to teach what is in the other side. The teacher was so hurried to meet his child who met with an accident. After that, the teacher was in leave for 4 days because they could not able to come to the school. And these are all the situations the child do not know because even if the child did not able to submit the examination papers in time, they are feeling like committing a suicide because they are not understanding the values of education, what it is. Because the parents and the teachers or the schools, we are all forced to see only the marks in their progress sheets, the values and how to encounter the challenges, risk-taking management, dedication to work hard. All these things are really not there in the educational system at all. That's why today I am talking about this. Right from the ancient curriculum of Takshashila, Nalanda, they all are teaching the excellent skills of the students. It's a everlasting memory what they have been having in their mind, I can say, because when they are giving in those days when they are giving a project, the group discussion was taking place, team effort was taking place. When the people wanted to teach a lesson called nothing is useless in this world, the guru used to give the task to the sishyas, and the sishyas give to have the group discussion and divide into 8 directions and search for the thing which is not useful in this world. At last, they could able to find within the time frame they wanted to bring it back, and then 5 o'clock they wanted to return and go in front of the guru and submit what is useless material in the world. They could not able to find anything. At last, they could able to find a dry leaves. So this dry leaves also used by the for the purpose of medicine by the people who are coming on that way, and it was used for the fuel, and it was used for the other purposes also. So the conclusion was that given by the Guruji because they came with the empty hands. So the Guruji said it was nothing in the world called useless because everything is a useful material. Today we are being joined in this forum of ABCD. I always tell in my workshop what is ABCD, and the ABCD is nothing but ability, belief, confidence. If these three are there, we can develop the strong nation in future. This is what I always used to say. So this ABCD is very, very useful in each and everyone's life because it develops the society in such a way. So this right from the Gurukul ancient education, right from the modernized education, now a lot of parallelism happening place, just like cut, copy, paste from the Google and submitting. And the creativity is not at all taken place, I can say. In my life, when I was studying in 4th standard, in my rough notebook, I just scribbled
Ma'am,
I scribbled the drawing pictures, but my drawing teacher observed the talent of me, and then she has put me into the drawing competition. Every year, I was taken a cash prize of Camlin, Madura coats, and everything. And I used to draw very nice pictures, I can say. And this is the way we have to identify the skills of the students. When I was introduced flower competition, I mean the bouquet arrangement competition, one of
ma'am,
the
we are
child who is
sorry.
getting an average mark participated in that. But now in Tirupati, the child has keeping a very good bouquet showroom and earning pretty good in the business. So it is not that because the education is helping for us to learn and earn. So when the learning and earning taken place, it is a livelihood for the life skills development we have to teach. till today, we can see most of the people, those who are secured center marks, could not able to construct a single statement, and they are unable to cope up with the lifestyle experience, whatever they are facing in their life. So it is very,
Yes,
very
sorry to
mandatory
disturb,
for the
ma'am. Sorry
schools
to
and
disturb,
for
but
the teachers to make them understand what is education. It is a preparation for the life. Education is the life itself. If they wanted to live as a better citizen in this world, definitely the education has to support beyond the numeracy skills, beyond the literacy skills. There are lot many things to be focused. So this is where the during my childhood days, whatever I scribbled as a poem, the haiku poems, today it made me to develop 300 IFR poems, thematic IFR poems, which is already published in many of the publications, and throughout India, my books have been used. And whenever I go for a training,
yes, thank you.
I teach
Sorry
this
to
thematic
disturb, ma'am.
poem. Yeah, I'll conclude.
Rajini,
So
ma'am.
whenever
Rajini, ma'am.
we go, this is very
Really
much
sorry.
useful for the
We have
people.
2
So
slots.
I strongly say that education is nothing but literacy and numerical skills. There are lot many life skills and values to be taught by the schools, especially by the tips. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you for एक और हमें ABCD का एक और रीजन देने के लिए. So I would like to tell what ABCD stands for. Lots of people ask me. So ABCD is for Akash Bhabad Community Development, and another reason is for that name. So जब भी हम शुरुआत करते हैं अपना करियर का या अपने जीवन का, तो ABCD से शुरुआत करते हैं ना, तो क्यों ना फिर हम ट्रेनिंग का और बिजनेस की शुरुआत ABCD से करें. ऐसा उसके पीछे रीजन था. एक और आपने बताया तो 3 हो गए. तो थैंक यू वंस अगेन. और फिर नेक्स्ट स्पीकर के साथ बढ़ते हैं. सभी लोग हम टाइम को थोड़ा ध्यान में रखेंगे, क्योंकि अभी 2 स्लॉट्स हमें एक्स्ट्रा करने पड़ेंगे. रात में फिर बहुत लेट हो जाएगा. तो
Akash, can
ऐसा
I give
करते
you a
हैं.
suggestion for the time slot? On your screen, you can have a
Yes,
timer set. 6 minutes का timer लगा के आप अपने screen पे display कर दो. So when 1 minute is left, all the participants can see that timer, and they will keep it'll keep reminding them कि उनका time हो गया है.
Yes, वो कर सकते हैं. मैं
Because as a speaker, we have a habit of going on and not stopping.
Yes, मैं वो चेक करता हूँ. So we have next speaker, Sri Devi. Sorry, Gayatri Venkat, ma'am. So please start your video, ma'am. Over to you.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Very, very good morning. I'm Dr. Gayatri. Today I'm going to talk about the importance of mental health and how emotional intelligence can help to maintain our mental health. Why this topic now? We usually talk more about our physical fitness. We go to a gym, we focus more on our diet, and we do a regular routine medical checkups to see our sugar level, our cholesterol level, and so on. But sadly, we don't talk about our mental fitness, which is equally very important for our healthy lifestyle. Recently, World Health Organization published an article which is saying depression is the leading disability worldwide, which is affecting both our physical health as well as mental health. And mental health issue can strike anybody, irrespective of the age, gender, profession, culture, country. There is no exceptions for it. So it is very high time for us to focus on our mental health. There are many reasons for it, but the study also says that anxiety as well as stress are the main reasons for the depression. How are we going to deal with this? Here, emotional intelligence come into a picture. Emotional intelligence have 5 different dimensions, which is self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, as well as social skills. Let us take the first 3 dimensions, which are crucial to maintain our better mental health. Self-awareness it is an emotional self-awareness we have to focus more on, is nothing but how do we feel, how do we respond to a particular situation. Are we reacting or are we responding? We have to have a close watch on us and our emotions. We have to understand the pattern of emotions very clearly. This is not easy, I say. It will take a lot of practice. How well we are going to take care of our emotions. And the first thing, we have to watch ourselves very closely. We have to pay attention to our emotions, understand our emotional patterns. How I'm feeling now? How am I responding to a particular situation? How I'm usually responding to a particular person? Is he an energy puller or energy provider? And which emotions are I'm feeling more, which is sad or anxiety or the loneliness or the left alone? Which emotions am I feeling most of the time? Or who is actually triggering me? Am I feeling comfortable to talk to a person? Am I feeling better while listening to a music? Am I feeling good while going for a long drive? These are all some of the questions we have to ask ourselves. The answers are within us. Only thing we don't pay attention. Our emotions are the beautiful data. But most of the time, we don't spend the quality time. That is, we spend time with the overall environment, but we don't spend time with us. So the data is already with us. Once we started focusing on our awareness, it will throw you a lot of cues and clues to you in which mental health state you are in. Being aware of our emotions is the first step to take care of our mental health. We say that prevention is better than cure. So let us start with the more self-awareness. Okay, I'm aware of it. Is it okay now? I have to manage my emotions in a much better way. Our emotions are not flat. It can fluctuate throughout the day. We experience very combined emotions. So what are all the ways to manage my emotion matters a lot here. Very important. I have to start doing certain lifestyle practices. We have lifestyle practices. It every day morning we get up, we have our own routine. We go for a walk and cooking, coffee time. We have our own routine, and we have to bring certain routines into our lifestyle. What if I do a 5 minutes of deep breathing and focus on my breathing? That will always give me to regulate my emotion. Regulate is nothing but to control our emotions. You cannot just let them talk to anyone the way you want. Most of the time we react rather than we respond. That is the problem of most of the situations. And how well we can focus on our meditation. I'm not asking you to get into a Zen mode, but at least some sort of meditation practices we can bring it to our life. And what if you do the reflecting practices? What went well yesterday? What sort of emotions I undergone yesterday? And how did he actually react to a person? Which is the trigger word which has made me to shout in that way? And what sort of words I'm using most of the time, which is provoking the other person? Am I too impulsive, or am I responding in a cooler way? These are all some of the ways we have to reflect our life. If not day to day, at least once in a week, we have to do it. I said emotions can fluctuate throughout the day. So once in a week you do it, probably you miss many data. I said emotions are data. So if you do it every day, you start a small practice that will obviously help you to regulate your emotions, which will certainly help you to take care of your mental health. It is always feeling okay to feeling low. You don't feel great all the time. We are not a robot here. We are not fine-tuned in that way. But how quickly we rebound from the negativity, how quickly we rebound from the lower side, low phase, and how quickly we rebound from the hopelessness matters a lot here. Most of the mental health affected people is in 30 seconds. Most of the mental health affected people, they behave very normally, professionally and personally, they perform very well. So it is very difficult to identify the mental illness people. It is a high time for us to take care of our mental health. Again, I'm saying it is okay to feel low. no problem, and it is not possible to be happy and smile all the time, but how quickly we come out of a situation, come out of the lower phase, and challenge our life and face our life matters a lot. So here I wish every one of you to focus on your mental health and focus on your emotional intelligence. This two will combinedly give you a true happiness of your life. And thank you so much, ABCD, for giving me a wonderful opportunity, and wishing you very all the best and good rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for wonderful sharing.
Thank you.
So we have another speaker, Ms. Sheetal Padgelwar. Mrs. Sheetal Padgelwar. Please start your video, ma'am, and over to you.
Hello, I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you, Akash. Tell me and I forgot. Teach me and I remember. Involve me and I learn. Yes, my today's topic is training and personal development. A warm good afternoon to all the respected dignitaries who are a part of this world record. I am Sheetal Padgelwar, an assistant professor by profession and a trainer by passion. Thank you, Akash Bhabad sir and ABCD International, for the honor to be a part of this remarkable event. Yes, you have heard it right, that training and development are crucial and integral part of our development. As you all know that training implies us teaching a special skills or behavior. Training is the action of teaching any particular skills. It may also refers to the teaching of a type of behavior. Training may apply to either humans or may apply to the animals also. It aims to improve a person's capacity, capability, performance, or productivity. Trainers and teachers are both trying to get people to learn things. However, teachers generally impart theoretical knowledge while trainers impart practical knowledges. So this is all about training. Now, going towards the personal development, it is looking inward and focusing on changes to better yourself. Personal development increases your self-awareness and your esteem, increase your skills and fulfill your aspirations. Training is a way back, a part of our Gurukul. It was around 5000 BC. So it is not that we are hearing this word training nowadays. It was coming from a way back in Indian culture that training is an important part. Personal development increases your self-awareness and your self-esteem, increase your skills and fulfill your aspirations also. Training and personal development goes hand in hand. Training is required at every point of life, whether we are in the school, so we opt for the sports training at our development stages. For getting the job, we need trainings. To be in the job, we need trainings. To know the working of electronic gadgets also, we need training. And nowadays, we need training for parenting also. So yes, it is very important that we have to take trainings at different part of our life. During lockdown, I came to know that training is very, very much important. Before that, I was just a professor. In 2018, I have first realized to get the importance of training. When I become a trainer, I am connected with an international organization called as JCI, where they plays an important role to make you a trainer. I have become their trainer. But after 2018, I was just being a trainer and not doing anything. But during lockdown, I'm very happy to share with you all that ABCD International is the only platform who provided me and who developed the confidence in me. And I have connected with them through training only. So yes, training is very much important for an individual's development. And it is very much important to take training at different part of your life also. Training is also necessary because it motivates us to work for for our organization, at our workplace, at our businesses, even at our home also we need trainings at certain point. You all know that when a girl gets married, she needs training, and she gets training from her mother-in-law, sister-in-law, for making different things work according to their lifestyle. So yes, training contributes an important thing. Now, there are two important factors which are most important for trainings. The first is changes. The word change encapsulate almost everything, that it is one of the biggest factor that contributes to the need. And another important factor is development. So whenever we need development, we need trainings also. There are different types of trainings like technical, quality training, skills training, soft skills training, professional trainings, and many more trainings are there. Safety trainings, there can be anything which teach you, which helps you to enhance your personality, can work as a trainer. In a recent report published in International Journal of Business and Management Research, shows that 90% of employees survey agreed or strongly agreed that training and development program improve their job performances also. So you may be a treasure house of a talent or ideas, but lacking certain skills prove to be an obstacles. So thus, through trainings, you can inculcate the skills in yourself, which helps in individuals' development. Training helps you to be a better version of yourself. So just to conclude with, it is rightly said that if you want to be happy for a year, you can do a farming. If you want to be happy for 10 years, you can plant a tree. But if you want to be happy throughout your life, be a trainer who can bring a drastic changes in an individual's life. So thank you Akash Bhabad sir for providing me this platform, and all the best to all the participants.
Yes, thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful session. So we have another speaker, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, please start your video. Yeah, welcome, and over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Akash, for this opportunity, and thank you, every member of ABCD International family, and thank you for this opportunity. Honestly, I feel.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Okay, please share your country name with all and start.
Okay, no problem. All right. So my name is Smith, Mr. Smith Mukocha. I'm from Nigeria. I'm a passionate SDG advocate. A climate neutrality leader. Very passionate about volunteering and things that concerns climate change. So I just want to share some insights here, particularly on volunteer management. Okay, I think that will benefit all of us here, because it's very important that even when you volunteer, what are you giving to your community? What are you adding to your community? You know, what impact are you making? These are the necessary questions you need to ask yourself. I think it's very important because you can't give what you don't have. You can always give what you have, and you need to train yourself. You need to develop yourself. You need to build yourself. You need to look for a need. You know, you need to look at that gap that is missing. Like for me, I discovered that in the part of Nigeria where I found myself, we have the issue of climate change, and part of the impact is what we call the black suit, and that has really been, you know, people have lost their life because of that. You know, so I had to look, what do I do? I had to volunteer my time. I had to give my voice to what they call Friday for Future. It's an organization that look at for climate change. So I had to volunteer my time. I'm also a UN volunteer to, you know, because I need to add a voice to that. And today the government is really listening and they're making impact, you know, fighting. People are beginning to talk about being able to engage relevant stakeholders when it comes to and that aspect. So it's important that even when you volunteer, you build yourself, you have the knowledge necessary, and then you engage your relevant stakeholders so that action will be taken. If at the end of the day you volunteer and no action is taken, I mean, it's of no need, you know. So it's important that you volunteer your time and become passionate about it. And when you talk about volunteer management, I mean, first you need to determine whether a given community is ready for volunteers. and then you outline certain goals and objectives that will benefit both the volunteer and then the community as well. So if you want to assess the organization and community needs, you need to ask some questions, relevant questions as an organization per se. Do the organization purpose and activities meet the community needs? And then does the organization have a value statement that is reflected in the activities and communicated by its constituents, people that put up activities in that line, okay? And then do you have board and staff that develop and adopt a written strategic plan? It is very, very important, to achieve the mission of the organization and both the community needs. So these things are very, very essential, if you ask me. And then how do you recruit volunteers? First, you have to, like in trying to fill volunteer position, you have to focus first on which, specific skills, area of interest, viewpoint, prior experiences, personality traits, resources you need. This is important before you develop a volunteer, before you even recruit volunteers. You need to inspire them, you need to motivate them, you need to look at what they need and then see what you can provide, so that while they are doing that, they are not burnt out, but they are working out of passion. So these are things I think that are very, very important. And then you have to train your volunteers as well. You don't have to bring people and then you just keep them. You have to train them and then ensure that, they achieve the purpose of the reason why they are volunteering. Basic education program is important. You also try to put up an evaluation format so that you evaluate their skill at the end of their volunteering exercise. So I think these things are very important. Then you get feedback at the end of the day. So I'll probably want to round up. I don't want to take much of the time, but I think that it is important that we encourage our volunteers. If there's a way to give them stipend at the end of the day, you give them something to motivate them as well. But the goal aim is to solve a societal need and problem. That is the essence of volunteering. Most times we volunteer out of passion. We have to appreciate our volunteers, encourage them. And wherever you find yourself, when you see a need, don't wait for the government, don't wait for your organization, don't wait for anybody. See what you can do within your space, within your capacity. Do the much you can do and make a difference. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. Thank you for joining with us. So we have next speaker, Dr. Nidhi Bansal, ma'am. Yes, welcome, ma'am, and over to you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the participants and viewers from all across the globe. My warmest regards and deepest gratitude to Dr. Akash Bhabad for this out-of-the-box idea and his wonderful initiative. Talking about leadership, I would like to quote here Brian Tracy: become the type of leader that people will follow involuntarily, even if you had no title or position. Leadership is not a trait. It is an inbuilt mechanism of a cultured mind. Anyone possessing the ability to handhold and believes in the betterment of the community vests interest not only in personal development, but taking his tribe alongside, being a torchbearer and also a change maker, sets his foundation for true leadership. Connecting to empirical minds and basking in each other's sublime aura, exchanging, cultivating thoughts, culturing ideas, sharing wisdom, and spreading divine knowledge is what human mind aims at. Bringing the world to a common platform, intriguing into the realms of deep thinking, setting new age protocols, deriving contemporary solutions, and serving a full baked line of thought. As he sets himself on a mission of molding mindsets, emphasizing their strengths, cut, set, and polish their strengths, their best quality traits, and unveiling their latent talent. By and large, be that light that dispels darkness. Thwarting the cross currents of ignorance as we arrange our curiosity, we build a diverse culture of thinking, giving birth to scientific literacy in its own profound way. Breaking glass ceilings, pegging holes, listening to multitudinous vibrations, channelizing them, agglomerating into one, yet diversifying them. brightening the kaleidoscope of knowledge and wisdom with accomplished exuberance, reforming ceaselessly, yet in concurrence, reaffirming and consolidating with each change, evolving as a community and growing in abundance as he pledges to see the nation at one pedestal higher. You may be an icon, but does that qualify you as a leader? The attribute that separates you, that defines your true leadership quality, is the ability to listen and comprehend to each idea that is being floated, each suggestion, each grievance be given weightage. As you empathize, you connect. Presence and perseverance showcases the most eminent feature of leadership. Dedication, determination, and devotion, amalgamated in the most finest proportion, is the making of good leadership qualities. An era which is dotted with stiff competition, cutthroat tactics, where honesty and transparency and fair dealings take a backseat. True leadership is reflected when you set an example for others to tread on the path of truthfulness and integrity. As you stand tall to aspire and inspire with complete passion, building confidence in your clan and be a role model touching lives in more than many ways. It is then you have finally arrived as a true leader. When you are seen as a potential power, having the guts and the grits to adapt to changes, taking into account all pros and cons, having the capacity to take decisions and stand by them too. There may be times when decisions do not produce positive results. Yet, he has the humility to accept his mistakes and make necessary amendments, apologize, and learning from past experiences and not repeating them. Making mistakes does not, however, mean that you stop taking risks. He should be audacious enough to take up challenges. Leadership does not always mean that you lead from the forefront, but you may also silently observe, the leader might silently observe his tribe and incite them to move ahead in the right direction, and at the same time give them the liberty to crave their own path, allowing them to make mistakes and learn from them too. Supporting their efforts and encouraging each endeavor, helping them realize their self-worth. A leader having rich oratory skills has half the battle won. The commitment and honesty in his voice acts as a major catalyst in connecting to all. A friendly disposition, approachable and charming persona makes a working environment a lot congenial and allowing various aspects of one's own personality to develop naturally. As he talks about growth and progression, he talks about a self-generated phenomenon wherein mental dynamics move in accordance to knowledge and beyond. He strongly believes in exploring the untrodden path and discovering the undefined. He educates and empowers youth with information, state-of-the-art technology and assistance, and empower them to set modernistic goals, generating a lineage of protocols which set their own soaring standards. And before I end up my talk, and freedom lies in the way we perceive our thoughts. So let these thoughts be of progression and let there be scope for evolvement, thereby having effect not only as per individual, but spreading virtues, righteousness, widely touching souls, and coming up as a nation. The philanthropic extensions of the mind, cauterizing the grooves and visualizing energies, we as humans stand victorious. Thank you so much. That was my time. Thank you once again.
Yes, thank you, ma'am, for wonderful contribution.
Thank you, sir.
So, so we have another speaker, and Dr. Anjum Qureshi, ma'am. Please welcome and over to you.
Yeah, good morning and good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Anjum Qureshi. I'm Assistant Professor at Electronics and Communication Department at Rajiv Gandhi College of Engineering, Research and Technology in Maharashtra, in Chandrapur. So because I'm from a technical background, so where I thought I should be speaking on technology, but more than that, I think I should be speaking on what effect technology is having on our lives. We know that around the day we are being surrounded by digital devices. Our life is just incomplete without the digital devices. But a digital device that we use every day, that everyone has with us always 24 hours round, is a smartphone. Yes, we can see that 2 years ago when there was a pandemic and suddenly we had to switch to online classes at that time. During those days, we have given mobile to our children. So what are the drawbacks of it? Now, after the online classes are over and we have already gone to offline classes, still we have not taken those mobiles back from them. And that is why there are a lot of problems that are emerging among the children. They are addicted to the mobile, they are addicted to the internet, they are addicted to the social media. So because of this, what is happening is a lot of cyber crimes are increasing, and so and the mental health is taking a toll. The number of suicides are increasing, especially among the youth. If we just look at the data, the age group of 15 to 29 years, there will be more of suicide cases in this. So what the parents can do? Yes, the parents have an important role to play in this. Well, I cannot suggest that just take away the mobile back. No, that is never the solution. The first step that I would like to give is the parents should just monitor what their children are doing, what kind of sites they are assessing, what kind of people they are interacting to their social media platform. So this is the first thing that they can be doing. The second is increasing awareness. Earlier we used to increase awareness regarding the use of the mobile, but now the time has come that we should increase awareness regarding how to use it better and how to avoid getting addicted to it, how to avoid cyber crimes being happening. So this is somewhere we have to take care of. The third thing and the very important part that parents have to play is they have to give time to the children, because this is somewhere we are lagging. We are so busy in our daily lives that we don't give time to our children, and there a communication gap has been developed between the parent and the child. So the parents should give time to the child. They should talk, because there are a lot many problems in this world which can be solved by talking to each other instead of talking about each other. So the parents need to talk, they need to give time to their children, so that if the children they have some kind of problem, obviously they should be telling their parents. So there is one more thing, that we need to develop trust. As parents, we always need to propagate that parents are the best friends. In fact, this is a thing which I always keep on telling my students. Like, always remember that parents are your best friend. Whenever you are trapped into something wrong thing, we are humans. We can be doing something wrong. It is possible quite at times, because we are not able to judge properly, and we may take wrong decisions. We may do wrong things, but always have a close relationship with parents. So here, in both the ends, like for the parents and for the child, we need to develop more trust. We need to strengthen our relationship, and only then we can be saving the youth of our country from going into wrong direction. Because technology has been given to us for our benefit. It is up to us how we are using it. And if the technology goes into destructive hands, if the technology goes with destructive minds, so it will cause a destruction. Because as we were talking about, well, there are a number of benefits of it. There are a number of benefits of the social media we can be using to publicize this. Like for the technology, we can say that today's session that we are having, it is again the gift of technology that we, the speakers from different parts of the world, are participating in the event. So this is all I had to say. Thank you very much, Akash, sir, for the opportunity. And once again, congratulations to ABCD International. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful sharing, and thank you, Dhan mein rakha. So thank you once again. And we have another speaker, Miss Neha. Yes, Neha, ma'am, please start your video and over to you. Miss Neha Gupta. Okay, so we have another speaker, Amrita ma'am, Miss Amrita Danai ma'am. Please start your video and over to you.
Just in case both of them are unavailable, can Mr. Malini or Aditi take away? Is Malini available? Malini, Aditi, people who are on the video or on the audio video on the Zoom call, please raise your hand on the chat box.
No problem. Sorry. Okay. So we have
Akash, I'm there.
Marcia. Okay. We have Marcia Anita Hobbs. So, ma'am, are you ready to talk? Yeah. Please introduce yourself and your country name, and over to you, ma'am. Thank you. Please unmute. Please unmute.
Terrible. Thank you. Okay. So my name's Marcia Anita Hobbs. I'm a human rights activist in Australia and a fashion designer. I'm located in Adelaide in Australia, and I am the author of 2 biographies that are currently releasing. I'm wanting to speak on leadership. Something that I feel is quite important, and believe if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. It's a quote that most of us would have seen. Evidently, I think that positive leadership is the best direction for any type of leadership and leadership style. Having my own fashion label, I've actually studied an MBA and studied leadership with that master's qualification. After studies, transformative leadership and adaptive leadership, which combines a lot more than just transformative leadership, I feel are very big to contribute to the future. And some of the difficulties we face, like a war and even getting economics back so that we're all trading evenly and together and working more as countries as one, as opposed to in competition with each other. So adaptive leadership is a little bit of everything, realistically. So when we're talking about leadership, you have dictatorship styles of leadership, and you can have a servant type leadership, both obviously getting a result if that's what you're wanting from their directives. Myself personally, I go for more volunteer leadership, and I've found that with human rights being a movement that not everybody is on board with, it may not agree with a corporate direction or a governmental policy, so it's not contributed and considered as important. That stated, I think that if we went for an adaptive leadership in politics and went for all different types of leadership with a voluntary leadership approach as opposed to a dictatorship approach, that going towards the future we will be able to agree that little bit more and avoid a war, avoid conflict, and hopefully move forward for a peaceful society. I really personally believe that leadership is going to be a big contribution to the direction of our future. And I think that we have overall got better leaders worldwide to support human rights and obviously a movement of unity where we can all trade and live peacefully together and uphold the ethics, morals, and religious values of everyone. Thank you. Hi.
That was a wonderful session.
Thank you.
It was Marcia, or how do you spell it?
Marcia.
Wonderful, wonderful. We are really delighted to hear about the same. I will request Amrita Dhani to go ahead with the next speaker session on her specialization. Amrita, are you available back here?
Preksha ma'am, sorry. We have Neha ma'am start.
Oh, sure. Let's wait. Neha, are you there? I guess
Yes.
Neha is under
Good
the
morning.
Go with
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning,
Thanks,
Neha. All the
Akash,
best.
sir, thank you, ma'am. And first, I would like to thank Akash sir to offer me this opportunity to speak at a global platform. and due to some issues, I asked Akash sir to adjust my time little bit. So now I am here, being an author, being a motivation speaker. I am here to speak about the leadership, which is at a good topic for us to discuss nowadays. So, what actually is leadership? Leadership is not about a dominant role. Leadership is not about a authoritative role. Leadership is not just about to lead few people in front of them. Leadership is means actually means to support everyone, to motivate them, to lead them in a better way, to give them the chance to to feel freedom to work according to them. It is not just to pressurize them with with your own rules, but actually it is to give them the freedom to follow their rules. Okay, so that is basically a leadership. Now, I want to discuss that what actually a leader should have, what quality or what traits a leader should carry with themselves. It is not just about education. It is not just about some few skills, but it actually is honesty. You can say about honesty, sincerity, sensitivity, positivity, humility, courage, integrity, determination, compassion. So we all so we need these qualities to become a leader. I hope I am audible to everyone. Can you someone
Yes,
please
yes, yes.
respond?
Please continue.
Yeah. Okay. So when I interact with few people, I come to know that people think that we need a high qualification to become a leader. We need this. We need a high position. We need high post to become a leader. But actually, we do not need that. We need to develop personality traits and inside us, within us, to become a good leader. We need to help others. We need to motivate others. Like many of the people nowadays are depressed, are stressed due to their work, due to even in the kids we can feel that they are suffering from hypertension issues because of the marks, because of the pressure that parents are putting onto them. So we can help them, we can guide them, we can educate them that how to treat the children, or how to treat, like we can also educate the children how to treat their own parents, how to cooperate with the parents. So actually cooperation, actual interact in a good manner is something that can help you to lead, to become a leader. Leader is a small word, but when you want to become a leader, you need a lot of effort, to change your personality traits. To have this space is not easy to get. You have to work on them on a daily basis, on a day and night, to get these traits inside you so that you can become a leader. And the major issue that we are facing in in every country, that women, the rate of women leadership is a very low, is very low. Might be I can share something. So can I share something, my PPT or something here? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you
Hello.
are audible, ma'am, and
Can I?
we need to
I
keep
actually I
in
want
mind
to
about
show
timing.
one.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to show one
So
picture
time,
here.
we have only 1 minute.
Only 1 minute I
Yes,
have.
yes, 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 yes.
Okay. Okay. So I'm not allowed to share something.
You
It's
can
okay.
share
It's
in
okay.
1 minute, and we will complete.
Okay. So now, actually, there is some restrictions. Okay, so let me tell you something verbally. So when I was doing my research work a few days back, so I found that in India, only 0.9 percent men are permitted to work in a house, while 5.9 women are spending an hour, as a hour in household. Means more than 98% women are responsible for household work, while only 2% men are considered responsible to do household chores. So I guess that this is an unfair thing, and we treat men and women equally, so that women can also have education, women can also have workplace to show their talent, women can also pursue higher positions, women can also carry higher positions to become a leader. We should also encourage women to become a leader. We should not only encourage men, we should and better way to remove this barrier is to remove stereotypes, remove gender biasness. We should overcome with these little issues, so that we can bring men and women both equally at a leadership position. Finally, to conclude, thank you. And Akash sir, I just want to speak this much. Thanks a lot again.
Yes, thank you, Neha ma'am, for wonderful sharing. So we have another speaker with us, and she's Amrita ma'am. Amrita ma'am, over to you, and please start. Yes.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Great
So,
morning.
I really, it is so interactive session with you all, and here we are going to discuss with our specialization. And as I want to inform you that I'm the principal of Sainik Senior Secondary Public School, and here I'm, yes, of course. Nowadays we are actually dealing to implement how to implement NEP. Firstly, I want to give my introduction in this beautiful platform that I'm Mrs. Amrita Dhanai, wife of Colonel Vivek Singh Dhanai. And I'm having almost 18 years experience in education field, and almost from past 8 years, I'm in the principalship organization. So earlier I worked as a principal of Army Public School, Leh Ladakh. Then after that, ZKIT Senior Secondary School, Jodhpur, and now I'm here in Sainik Public School, Lucknow. So I want to speak about NEP. So new education policy, yes, it is very important because nowadays everyone has told us, everyone is very busy to implement this NEP policy in our school system, and almost we are on the way. So why? Because since in this NEP we are talking about skills, competency, development, and so many things about 21st century skills. Skills development is the key according to them. Yes, the formative years of a child are crucial in shaping their future. When we hear the word education, most parents naturally think of academic only, and which is undoubtedly important also. But education is not just restricted to that alone. In addition, in excelling in academics, children need to acquire skills that will help them to embrace their physical, artistic, and emotional aspects of their life and survive in the competitive world. So, with this, thing, I want whatever you said about vocational training, though it is we have to firstly plan out what things we are going to implement in our school system, because with this planning we can guide, we can give guidance to our kids that okay, these are the platform where you can start your journey with your interest. So whatever you said about vocational training is whatever we are getting knowledge about vocational training is perfectly fine, and the children, yes, if their skill are more important, and we know that they all are skilled, they all are skilled, only we have to enhance their their knowledge and their properties of the skills if they are having actually interest in that. So according to me, vocational education is education that prepare people to work as a technician or to take up employment in a skilled craft or trade as a trade person or an artisan. And the children in school, we generally plan and all activities for their overall developments. If you are leading a skill that could lead a specific job as per your interest, like how to become all-rounder in all, like repairing cars, then being a chef, anything in which you are taking interest, you can join anywhere, because nowadays we are not strict with that only engineer, doctor, and any other jobs, because we are having very, very, very vast opportunities to join in our to join and work in our future shape. So one more thing in this educational system, when we are trying to implement this thing in our school, yes, of course, it is a big challenges for us also, because we have to find out those people who can give us training, because we cannot call anyone who is totally, who will just come in a school and they will just train our students, because we have to find some professional kind of trainers can give some kind of certificates to our students, so that they can work in the that will be helpful in their career also. So if vocational, if I will talk about the scope of vocational training at a school level, so let me tell you, our courses or vocational education are not limited to students only who can probably in college and school. The type of training can be imparted during the job as well. Such a job area and training, really it's very important, and that economy and ensures that there is no need to training in future in the career. With vocational guidance, labor and allocations in their allocations in the nation can be much better. Why it is necessary? With this, I will close my session. Why it is necessary? Because I will say that for multiple reasons. Make one job ready, improves entrepreneurs' skills, aids in economic growth. So in NEP, there is no basically proper detailed curriculum we are having on the basic introduction as we provided. So it is not easy for us to implement, but we are trying our best, and hopefully in future, maybe in maybe 6 months or maybe 1 year, we all will be properly planned, and the whole school of India will definitely work on this, and we will give our best result in this NEP processing and NEP implementation. So as a principal, I can speak only this. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for wonderful sharing, ma'am. We have another speaker with us, and she's Aditi Singhal, ma'am. So welcome, ma'am, and over to you.
Please give me a sound check. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Let me just share my screen. Please enable me for screen sharing.
So voice is very low. You can increase.
Okay, just give me a minute, please.
So till we invite another speaker. So we have Dr. Adegon Joseph Coedes, sir. Sorry for pronunciation wrong. So Dr. Adegon.
Okay, it's a pleasure to. Okay, hello everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are listening from. My name is Dr. Adeogun Joseph Kayode. A seasoned marketing communication strategist, and presently I am the vice president Africa Wisdom University, where I also serve as professor of leadership and management. So it's a pleasure to be here. In my capacity as a corporate branding strategist and leadership coach, I will be speaking on the topic impact of human capital development in an organization. As you may rightly be aware, it is observed that in many organizations, they tend to focus more on other resources, infrastructural development, rather than human capital development. So human capital development becomes very important if you want to improve your organization. For the sake of emphasis on for us to understand human capital development in depth, simply put, it is defined as a skill, as a talent, and experience that is carried out by workforce in an organization. So hence, every organization derives economic value from these skills. That is the skills, the talent, the experience that is carried out by workforce. So it is a well-known fact that people make an organization more than the financial or infrastructure capital of an organization. Whether you like it or not, human capital development is the single most valuable asset that does not get in the balance of an organization, and it is sad to note this. It is clear that for organization to grow and stay ahead of its competition, they must invest in human capital and capital search. It is very important to source and also retain the right talents that will help to navigate your organization through the waters of landscape, or when your organization is going through a turbulent time. So human capital development can be promoted through training, webinars, seminars like this, so as to improve the intelligent quotient of your staff. Now, why a human capital development? Why is it very important? If you still have doubts on how human capital development will be the most fuel for the growth of your organization, I'm going to share 3 reasons why human capital development is important for the growth of any organization. The first one is that it improves employee satisfaction and retention. When you spend your time in your employees' improvement, they give back increased productivity at work. And it is noticed with utter dismay that more than 60% of employees give more importance to career advancements than salary, than taking care of their staff, of their welfare. So hence, employee growth and advancement can help you retain your workforce. It will help to enhance their motivation, and it will also help to generate more productivity. Another importance of the human capital development is that it increases client engagement. With a product workforce, you can be sure that your client engagement and satisfaction will also increase. And this will also increase your brand value and your name in the business world. Your workforce can be compared to the face of your organization. In fact, it is not compare, it is the face of your organization. And when they grow, you grow together as an organization. Happy and motivated employees will definitely push the brand higher and become the ambassador advocating on your behalf for your organization's growth. The last but not the least is that it leads to better hiring. When you invest in human capital and your workforce talks about it, you know what it achieves? It establishes a brand name and a value for your organization. Every talent in the market would love to work with your organization because you are always focused on developing them. You're always focused on improving their intelligent quotient. So partner with the best human capital search organization, and they hire the best value in the marketplace. And let me also give this as a bonus. Though I mentioned 3 ways to develop human capital development, the bonus I want to share with you is that it helps to improve communication. Human capital development will, to a large extent, improve every area of your business, including communication. Satisfied and productive employee, they will definitely enhance communication within your organizations, both in terms of quality and quantity, both upwards and downwards. This will allow you to identify many gaps that is hindering productivity or the progress or the growth of your organization. And it will also help to identify lack of skill sets and thus make a smarter investment in human capital development. So on this note, I want to appreciate my brother, Akash Bhabad, and ABCD International Family and Bhabad International Publication for this opportunity to be on this platform. Once again, my name is Professor Dr. Adeogun Joseph Kayode. I presently work with Wisdom University as a professor of leadership and management. I am from Nigeria. I'm representing my country, Nigeria. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to Bhabad family.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, sir, for wonderful sharing. And it's a great pleasure to meet you. So we have another speaker on meeting, and she's Aditi Singhal, ma'am. Yes, over to you, ma'am. And thank you, doctor, for your wonderful contribution. Yes, ma'am, over to you. Aditi, ma'am, please start. Okay, screen visible.
Shall I start? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, please start, please start. Perfectly audible. Yes, ma'am, audible. Please continue. Please start. Please start.
Yes, Akash, can you hear me?
You are audible, ma'am. Please start.
Can
Please
you
start.
hear me?
Yes, we all can hear you, ma'am. Awaiting your presentation to go ahead. We are unable.
तुम भी निकल सको तो निकल चलो किसी के वास्ते राहें कहाँ बदलती हैं तुम अपने आप को खुद ही बदल सको तो चलो यही है जिंदगी कुछ खाक चंद उम्मीदें इन्हीं खिलौनों से तुम भी बहल सको तो चलो A very warm welcome to everyone. My heartfelt gratitude to Akash for providing me this opportunity to speak at this prestigious platform. So, ladies and gentlemen, my topic for today is Get Set Go 2.0. So, let me just start my screen sharing. Just a bit about me. First of all, I am possible. That is what this thing tells us. Moving on. So animals have camouflage and the fallibilities of human perception come to light when we look at some mind-bending artworks. So let's see an optical illusion which will reveal our personality traits. So this is in front of you, the optical illusion. So can you see this? Yes, can you see optical illusion?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please start. You can continue, ma'am.
Okay. So this is the optical illusion. So the first animal you see that will tell us about your personality. So the very first animal you see, I will look forward for the chats. If you can tell me what is the first animal you can see right now. Just give me a minute.
Yeah.
I'll just share my screen. So which is the first animal that you can see right now?
That's a tiger.
That will tell about your personality. Okay, looking at the chat box, if somebody can text what is the first animal they saw. Okay, for me, I saw the wolf first. So let's see the interpretations of these. So these are the interpretations which are in front of you. If you saw the owl, you are an extrovert. If you saw a tiger, you are an have really undergone incredible growth. And probably if you saw the wolf, which I suppose I saw, is loyalty and guardianship that goes with you. The lion is a person who is aggressive and full of pride. If you saw a puppy, then it is emotionally vulnerable person. And if you saw a cobra, then it is a person who has tendency to self-sabotage. So this is talking about your personality. Now, we have 9 types of personalities. If you see different MBTIs and researches, there are different kinds of personalities. Probably as per MBTI, there are 16 personality styles as well. But I'll be talking of these 9 kind of personalities. So a perfectionist is a person who is generally realistic and principled. A helper is a person who is very warm, nurturing, and sensitive. A person who is an achiever is someone who is very energetic, optimistic, goal-oriented, and self-assured. A romantic is a warm, sensitive, and emotional person. An observer is very keen to details, analytical, while a questioner will always have a responsible and trustworthy attitude. An adventurous person will always look for adventures and would be very assertive, while an assessor would be self-reliant and self-confident. A peacemaker will always look forward for peace, and that will be a good-natured person and supportive. So now what we want is knowing yourself, looking forward to who am I. The topic, ladies and gentlemen, for today is Get Set Go 2.0. So that is what we look forward to. Who am I? Your internal reflection. That is, I want all of you to look into your internal reflection. So let's have a visualization technique, which I would like all of you to visualize. So I'll stop sharing the screen and share again. Kindly, all of you, close your eyes. It will be really wonderful for all of you to listen and close your eyes and see my screen that is there. And kindly close the eyes, all of you, and listen to what is happening and imagine what I am saying. Close your eyes. 1 minute, let me just share screen. Sorry for all the technical glitches that are happening because of the screen share. Just give me a minute. I hope you can see that, and I hope it's there. Okay, thank you, Marcia, for that nod. It's really means a lot. So just imagine, see in your mind's eye a beautiful beach. The sun is high in the sky, and you are surrounded by white sand. There's no one else around. The water is a greenish blue, and waves are calmly rolling from the ocean. The sun is shining warmly. The breeze coming from the ocean is soft and warm. Palm trees are overhead, and a few seagulls circle about. You can hear the deep pounding and splashing of the waves. The sun is warm on your back, but a breeze pulls you down just enough. You can smell the fresh ocean air full of salt and calming aromas. Imagine walking barefoot in the warm sand till your feet sink in sand. With each step, walk towards the water edge and let the water roll over your feet. Jump in the water. It is warm, gentle, and very refreshing. Come out of the water and relax. Lay on the sand beach. Rest for a while in all the peace and beauty surrounding you. Imagine how it looks, how it sounds, how it smells. Breathe in slowly. Pay attention to the feeling of the air filling your lungs. Hold your breath for 5 to 10 seconds. Yes. Thank you, Monso, Marcia, Ashmi for the video on. Hold your breath for 5 to 10 seconds. Now breathe out very slowly. Repeat the breathing process until you feel calm. Feel the warm ocean air. Stay as long as you like. You have a glass of lemonade and a piece of lemon in it. You squeeze the lemon and taste the extremely sour and tangy flavor. You feel it in your tongue and that goes like that. It's so refreshing at the same time. When you're ready to leave, go
Yes,
to the
ma'am.
edge of water,
Sorry to disturb.
throwing anything that you have been bothered about, anything you wish to get rid of, things in your life, anything you are feeling sad or angry about, anything you are worried about, your problems at home, the domestic violence, the emotions, the bullies, the hurt you have felt, the death of a loved one, losing someone, issues with friendships, loneliness, the trauma, maybe the mental trauma, maybe the competition, the inferiority complex, and all the hurt, the crime that you see around, which takes away and snatches the peace of your mind. Take that baggage and just throw it in the water.
Sorry to disturb, Aditi, ma'am.
Picture it as a big
Sorry to
rock,
disturb,
a
Aditi, ma'am.
chain, a heavy bag over your shoulders, and image that helps you see something which is undesirable. Throw it in the ocean as far as you can. Just throw it in the ocean. Watch it sink. And get taken by the waves. When the visit is done, be thankful for the release of the burden, the problem, the worry, everything.
Ma'am, you are not audible. You are not audible. Okay, so we will move ahead. Ma'am is not audible, and I think she didn't get our voice also. So just a minute.
Is gone now. Just give me a thumbs up. Can you hear?
No, you are not audible, ma'am, and we will move ahead.
Yes, Akash, can you hear me?
No, you are not audible, and we will move ahead.
Pardon?
You are not audible, ma'am. You are not audible.
So you didn't hear anything what I said?
Stop the screen now. We will invite once again in another session. Please check technical issues, and we will again do the same session.
Okay.
Or we will move ahead. So currently we have another speaker on the list, Dr. Preeti Shrimal ma'am. So over to you, ma'am, and welcome. And we will keep every speakers. This is for all speakers. We will keep 6-minute talks only. Below 6 minutes also okay, but not longer than 6 minutes because we are late running. Thank you, ma'am, and welcome. Please continue.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. And thank you so much, Mr. Akash, for involving us and for making us a part of such a historic day. Definitely a day which will be cherished by all of us and remembered by all of us. I will now talk a little bit about something which all of us deal with every day, which all of us do every day, and that is leadership. Only those who devote themselves to a cause with their whole strength and soul can be true masters. For this reason, mastery demands all of a person. I unquote Albert Einstein. So all of us as human beings, as mothers, as teachers, as businessmen, as an employee, have to have that leader in us, need to have that leader in us. All of us are action heroes. All of us are champions. All of us are change makers. But there is a difference between the good and the great. And what is it that makes us separate? What is it that makes us extraordinary? Well, in my opinion, leadership in any position, in any part of life, in any walk of life, is something which needs to be imbibed along with skills, with values. So if our actions create a legacy that inspire others to dream more, to learn more, to do more, and to become more, you are an excellent leader. So very, very well spoken by Dolly Parton. Yes, we need to do more, we need to learn more, and definitely we need to inspire others. Becoming a great leader is a journey which we have to continue with our entire life. Whether we are a transformational leader or an inspirational leader, all of us have a role which we need to play. All of us have certain values which we need to imbibe. And for me, the value addition, the combination of the head and the heart and the hand is of great importance. So today I would just be discussing 8 points and 8 values, 8 core values which I feel are very important for a great leadership persona. Leadership to me means duty, honor, country. It means character, and it means listening from time. It means time to think attentively, to pay attention to aesthetics and the environment, to nurture, to have affection, to have intuition, and the qualities that make people safe and cared for. This is what Deepak Chopra has to say about leadership. Well, the first core value, in my opinion, is to have a vision, a transformational vision. Because for the success of any mission, for the success of any task, we all need to be very creative. We need to have our plans in place. And for this, we need to have a kind of a vision. We need to have a plan ahead, and we need to be very creative. So a creative leadership vision is very vital. Leadership also needs to have a compelling vision, a plan, and of course, an implementation strategy. And the most important thing is the people's aspect. We need to bring people together, and we need to ensure that we have the right people to do the right job. And as our vision and as our mission, all of us need to have followers and not have followers. Rather, we need to create leaders. What we generally see today are followers, but that of course does not amount to good or great leadership. Great leaders, they not only build products, they not only build businesses, but they also build cultures. They develop people. They develop people who imbibe great values. Great leaders are the ones who are actually role models in life. It's not just about work, but it's all about people, and it's about relationship. The second most important value is empowerment and development of the people, whether it is as a mother, whether it is as a leader, whether it is as a principal, whether it is as a strategic head of any organization. We have to manage people. We have to make sure that we are bringing talent to the fore. Now, it is not just all about management. It is also about making sure that the people's potential is brought to the surface. It's also about inspiring people to do things which they thought that they could just never do, to be able to dive deep and find out the gem in each one's personality. So we need to inculcate a culture of lifelong learning, because just the way we talk about students being lifelong learners, we as educators, as leaders also need to be lifelong learners. We have to understand that change is the only constant. And it is also about kindling relationships. And while we are empowering or developing the capacity of the people working with us, working under us, we also need to make sure that we build trust, and we have to have faith in them. We have to unlock everyone's potential. And as they say, we need to show the way, walk the way with the team. Third most important value for me is the power of communication. All of us know how important it is. All of us know to inform, to express, to imagine, to influence, to share our vision, we need to communicate. We communicate with words, we communicate with feelings, we communicate with whether it is the digital media or whether it is by just holding meetings. So communication always involves words, and these words have to be inspirational, they need to influence, and they need to impress, and definitely not words which will discourage or dishearten someone. So as a leader, I really like this analogy that we have to be like a shepherd, just the way a shepherd stays behind a flock, letting most of them move ahead and keeping an eye on everyone without them realizing that, oh, I am there. I am there to back you. I am there to take care of you. So that kind of a confidence has to be developed in all the people who work for us or with us. Communication doesn't just mean words, it also means our presence and our persona. So non-verbal communication is just as important. How does a baby tell a mother that I love you? Well, that's the way we need to also deal with our team. Fourthly, collaboration. How important it is. We've all collaborated together to influence each other, to learn from each other, and of course, to share a beautiful cause of creating a world record. So along with this comes the team spirit. All of us were there listening to each other, learning from each other. That's what a true leader should be. Taking up every issue, no matter how sensitive it is, no matter how serious it is, but we should all be able to collaborate. We should all be able to share our ideas and be united in our decisions. We need to hear the voice of every employee, every teacher, every student, every child. So, outstanding leaders are someone who are always out there to boost the self-confidence of their people. So we need to make the people believe that every one of you has that magical spark. Every one of you is amazing. All that you need to do is believe in yourself, have confidence in your skills, in your talent, in your potential. Fifth, and a very important value, is the value of empathy. It's all about leadership, empathy. It's all about being in someone else's shoes. It's all about trying to relate and connect with other people's challenges, problems, and then only can we inspire and empower them. So this is an absolutely critical value which we need to have. We have to have the time to listen to others, be a good listener as well. The sixth most important core value for me is humility. Leadership is definitely not an opportunity to trumpet one's achievements or to trumpet one's accomplishments. It's all about giving space to others. It's all about believing in others' powers. It's all about walking the path along with the team, and also to have a multidimensional perspective. So we all need to see the complete picture. We need to respect everyone. We need to treat everyone equally, irrespective of their position, irrespective of their rank. That is very, very important, to be humble. A humble leader is a leader who goes a long way. That's what I feel. Seventhly, we need to have passion and commitment, a winner's mindset, a supreme quality for a teacher, to have a winner's mindset and to have an integrity which is unquestionable. We need to have a commitment for our long-term plans and to be able to accountable for excellence, to be very resolute, to help people grow and develop. And then the last is, of course, to be honest, transparent in everything that we do, to be inclusive in our mindset. And for me, it is this eightfold part, which is very, very important to be able to be a great and extraordinary leader. I would just like to conclude with this quote, that let us all as human beings not let the fire go out. Let us all not let the hero in our soul perish. The world that you desired can be won. It exists. It is real. It is possible. It is yours. Just dream it and believe in it. Pursue the call of your life. Develop your own unique quotient and blaze the trail and reach out for what the herd claims to be impossible. Lastly, let us not follow where the path may lead. Let us go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. Thank you so much, Mr. Akash, for giving me this opportunity.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
And I hope I was able to, in a very brief way, try to focus upon the values which are so important in today's day and time. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you once again, ma'am, for wonderful sharing. So we have another speaker, Miss Ashwini Pansare. And again, one request to all speakers, please make it short, make it sweet. It will be awesome.
Okay. Very good afternoon, all of you. And I really immensely appreciate to Mr. Akash sir for giving me this wonderful opportunity on this today's occasional National Education Day on this wonderful platform. I just want to share the about leadership. How we can say about leadership? Leadership is not about the titles, positions, flowcharts. It's about one's life influencing the others or others. Is about making a difference. As we know, we are a nation builder. We are a change maker. At an early stage, we acclaim what we want to be when we get older. Typically, these ideas are geared around types of professionals like I'm going to be a doctor, I'm going to be a teacher, etc., etc. But a designated path that not too many people set out to be a leader, while we can learn and practice the leadership skills to be a good leader, as good leaders which are derived from people with innate skills and a passion to make a difference. So, a true leader has the confidence to stand alone, the courage to make a tough decision, and the compassion to listen to the needs of others. May he or she does not set out to be a leader, but becomes a one by the equal. So, on this, I just want to share the 4 core functions of leadership. The first one is influence others. Ability to change the behavior of others, because goals are achieved without authority. Goals are achieved without authority, rewards as well as or punishments. Intentional control over the stakeholders to achieve the goals. Next one is direct others. Guide and support the leadership teams too, because leader is not only that kind of leaders which simply want change for self as a leader, because we are self-aware leader. So leaders can follow more leaders as well as leaders can create more leaders. Then only we can say the leader is a true leader. So direct others to solve the problems on their own. Connect with other leadership teams too. Then with the help of that, we can empower others, instill enthusiasm, trigger curiosity to think out of the box. And that's the main important thing as a leader. Accept ideas for others, share ideas to others, enable others to experience a sense of self-worth. And last is working with others, meaningful interaction. That's the most important thing. And we are doing the same on today's platform. 111 speakers on these 11 hours on this special 11th November 2022 date. So it's a meaningful interaction with all these 111 speakers. So it's really a cordial relationship and the particular sense of shared purpose. Thank you so much once again, Akash sir, and my all the principals and educators being here to on this amazing platform on today's National Education Day. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwini ma'am, for this wonderful session. So we have another speaker with us, and is Jamiyu Balogan. If you available, please start your video. Are you there?
All right, I'm there. Good day, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
So we
I
have
hope I'm
only
audible.
6 minutes. We have only 6 minutes. You can complete it in under 6 minutes also.
All right, yes, that's everywhere. Okay. Yes, good day, everyone. My name is Jami Balogun from Nigeria, and it's a pleasure to be sharing this podium with like-minded people like you. And today, I'll be speaking about how to implement educational leadership in today's world. And a big shout out to the Akash for letting me share my knowledge with great mind and to empower the world with this platform. This is really a step and a journey to be remembered for me. So I have 6 aspects. I have 6 points to be sharing with you today, which is about how to implement leadership. But the first step where I would like you to know, like let us look into our today's world. Like everyone is a leader, or everyone has knowledge about leaders. Is the world will have moved forward or will remain stagnant as it is? So so our partnership is about how to, it's about the force and the talents, bringing them together in order to empower the world. So the number one point where I'll be sharing with you today is strengthening communication skill. So like I worship is you that is listening to me today. So I want you to know that everything I'm going to share with you after leaving this conference, you know that you are the one that is going to be implementing it, because through you, like better life is possible. So the number one here that I mentioned earlier is strengthening communication skill. So you can implement good leadership, you can implement educational leadership without having communication skill. So communication is about everything. Me standing for you today, share my knowledge with you, is about communication skill. So this is a way of convincing people, let them know, take action with all the steps you want them to take in order to have a better world. So the number two here is inspire inclusivity and collaboration. You just have to know as a leader, as other speakers who have thought about leader before, as they've said. So leadership is our responsibility, and it's not only our responsibility; it's our working with people. You are not a leader. Okay. I'm so sorry. Someone said he can't hear me. I thought that's the network. So you can't.
You are audible.
can.
You are audible. You are audible.
You
Please
can't be a
continue
leader.
and complete it.
Okay, you can't be a lead. You can't be the. Okay, so you can't be a lead. You can't be a leader. You can't be a lead. You can't be a leader by working alone. Leadership is about bringing that in order to achieve it. So that's it. Include this learner and everyone, and you also who is going to play this active role. So the number three is play active role in educational planning and program implementation. You can be like want to implement leadership education without having knowledge about what education is all about, where is education going heading to. So you have active role in educational planning and program implementation. So how are you going to do it? How are you going to ensure that everyone is bringing all these things together in order to balance the world? So is engage local community. As every one of us know, like it can be built from the root. All right, Mr. Cash.
Yes, sir. So please conclude.
All right, I thought you were saying something.
Please conclude.
Okay. And engage local community. So you need to engage local community, as we all know that.
Okay, I think the bad network is there. So due to network connections, we will.
And the number 50, which is last one, is to need to know that with this remark, so life is possible with you. Good educational is possible with you, but this action needs to start with you. So you want to see change, you want to see, and better life is possible with you. Thank you once again, Mr. Akash Bhabad and your entire team at the Bakash publication. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and for everyone who have been speaking so
Yes,
far,
thank you.
and some other people or some other speaker will be speaking. So till next time, I will be speaking before you again. Keep making a difference. I remain Jami Balogo, and I'm a sustainability leader, and I'm representing Nigeria. So have a wonderful day, everyone.
Yeah, same to you, and thank you, wonderful for wonderful session. So we have another speaker. Is here, Dr. Harish Rawat sir. So welcome, Dr. Harish sir, and over to you.
Laughter greeting everyone. My name is Dr. Harish Rawat. I'm International Laughter Yoga Guru, and my mission is depression-free world. I'm Guinness Book of World Record holder for longest laughter yoga marathon. We laugh 36 hours 2 minutes. So today we can discuss how laughter yoga is very important in our life, right? So we are doing some practical laughter yoga exercise. Before that, we can understand what is laughter yoga. Laughter yoga is a voluntary laughter where you can laugh without any reasons, jokes, humor. Just laugh for no reason. So do you like to do laughter yoga exercise with me? Practical laughter yoga exercise with me? Yes? Wonderful. So whenever we start, we can do some clapping exercise, right? So are you ready for that? Let's start clapping for each and everyone. Thanks to Abhishek. Thanks to each and every speaker here. So we can clap with laughter. How can we clap? Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Ho, ho, ha, ha. Right? Let's start. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. 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 Ho, ho, ha, ha, ho, ho, ha, ha. Now I teach you the second exercise. Whenever you feel low, just do this for 3 times. Are you ready? Yes? Very good. Very good. Yay! Let's start. Very good. Very good. Yay! Very good. Very good. Yay! Very good. Very good. Yay! Now we all switch on their mics and cameras and just laugh for 15 seconds for world peace. Right? So are you ready for that? So can everyone open their mics and laugh whatever they like, whatever their style, just laugh for world peace for 15 seconds. Let's laugh together. Thank you everyone for your time, precious time, and thanks to team Speakathon, thanks to Abhishek, and thanks to each and every speaker here. And let's take a pledge. We can laugh 10 to 15 minutes every day in our life. Bye bye. Take care. Keep laughing. Be healthy.
Wow. Awesome. So thank you so much, Dr. Harish sir, for this wonderful exercises. So everyone is charged now. So let's invite our another speaker, Mr. Muralidhar Shinde sir. Yeah, Muralidhar Shinde sir, welcome and over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Akash sir, and welcome all of my friends, all of trainers in the international ABCD. First of all, I thanks to international ABCD International Speakathon owner, Mr. Akash sir. Very thanks to you and all of my team to ABCD International. मैं आज आपको लीडरशिप के बारे में जो 5-6 मिनट में 5 बातें बताने वाला हूं। उसमें बहुत सारी मतलब ऐसी चीजें हैं जो लीडर के लिए आज के तौर पर बहुत मायना करती है, कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, जो कि बातें आज हर एक लीडर को, जो ये हम ऐसा नहीं सोच सकते कि जो पॉलिटिकल लीडर है उनको ही ये क्वालिटीज या उनको ही ये जरूरत है। जैसे कि जो लीडर होता है, जो लीडर के क्या क्वालिटीज है, कौन सी अभी इसमें जाना चाहिए, क्या लीडर का स्कोप है, ये बातें मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, लीडर क्या होना चाहिए, लीडर क्या होता है। जैसे कि देखा जाए, जो ये एबीसी इंटरनेशनल का जो लीडर है, जो ओनर है, जो आकाश भाबड़, इनको मैं 5 साल से फॉलो कर रहा हूं। जिंदगी में ऐसा लीडर मिलना बहुत मुश्किल है। ऐसे समय में वो ऐसे लीडर है जो इंटरनेशनल लेवल से लेकर ग्राउंड लेवल तक हर एक आदमी को आगे लेके जाने वाला ऐसा लीडर दुनिया में बहुत कम मिलता है। और एक ये ऐसा लीडर है जो दुनिया में आगे जाकर एक ही नाम होगा, जो कि आकाश भाबड़ का होगा, जो एबीसीडी इंटरनेशनल को लेके आगे जा रहा है और खुद को नहीं दूसरों को भी बड़ा कर रहा है। ऐसा ये लीडर है, और ग्रेट लीडर, ये इतना बड़ा लीडर है कि ये दुनिया में एक ऐसा नाम होगा जो कि स्काई का लिमिट नहीं है, वैसे एबीसीडी इंटरनेशनल का लिमिट नहीं रहेगा। जो लीडरशिप है, जो लीडरशिप में क्या होना चाहिए, जो लीडरशिप किसे कहते हैं, जो लीडर होता है वो कैसा होता है, जो लीडर मैं बताना चाहता हूं, द प्रोसेस ऑफ ओरिएंटेड लीडर कैसा होना चाहिए, जो प्रोसेस ऑफ ओरिएंटेड होना चाहिए। जिस लीडर में प्रोसेस ओरिएंटेड है वो लीडर सबको आगे लेके जा सकता है। सेकेंड थिंग, जो लीडर होता है और जो लीड करने वाला होता है उसके लिए आगे जाके फ्यूचर में क्या स्कोप है। फोकस ऑन फॉरवर्ड थिंकिंग वाला जो लीडर होता है वो लीडर आपको आगे जाके लेके जाता है। और जो आकाश सर है, जो एबीसीडी इंटरनेशनल का ओनर है आकाश सर, वो फोकस करता है फॉरवर्ड, मतलब जो कौन सी चीजें आगे जाने वाली है वो भी सोचकर सबको आगे लेके जा रहा है। ऐसा फोकस माइंडेड लीडर ये आकाश सर है, और ऐसा ही लीडर सबको होना है। और ये जो बातें हैं, जो अभी हर एक इंडस्ट्री में अगर किसी को भी आगे जाना है, ग्रो करना है, तो लीडरशिप पे ही आप ध्यान दीजिए और उसमें ही आप आगे बढ़ जाइए। जिस लीडर को के पास सोचने का तरीका अलग है, जिसके और आगे जाके लीडरशिप को ही स्कोप है, जो कि लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए ये इंडस्ट्री लीडरशिप की, जिसके पास अच्छी सोच है वो आगे लेकर जा सकता है।
सर 1 minute only.
Okay sir.
1 minute left only. We need to conclude करायचं 1 minute. हाँ.
और जो लीडर होता है वो कैसे होना चाहिए, जो इंटरेक्ट करने वाला होता है, जो आकाश सर है, जो खुद ही मोटिवेट है। जैसे कि मैं अभी आपसे बात कर रहा हूं, अगर मैं मोटिवेट हूं तो आपको मोटिवेट कर सकता हूं, अगर आप खुद मोटिवेट हो दूसरे को मोटिवेट कर सकते हो। अगर आपके पास मोटिवेशन नहीं है तो आप दूसरे को मोटिवेशन नहीं दे सकते हो, दूसरे को मोटिवेट नहीं कर सकते हो। ऐसा अगर लीडर है जिसके पास मोटिवेशन है तो आप दूसरों को भी मोटिवेट कर सकते हो और दूसरे को मोटिवेट करके खुद भी मोटिवेट रह सकते हो। और उसके पास इंस्पायरेशन भी बहुत होता है। जिस लीडर के पास इंस्पायरेशन होता है वो दूसरे को इंस्पायरेशन देता है। इम्पेटस, और जो लीडर के पास इम्पेटस होता है वो क्या करता है, सेल्फ डायरेक्टेड भी होता है और दूसरों को भी डायरेक्टेड देता है। जैसे कि आज मैं बहुत जिंदगी में इतना सेकंड खुशी का दिन है, जो मैं आज बहुत इतना हैप्पी हूं कि मैं आज इंटरनेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म पे काम कर रहा हूं, इंटरनेशनल स्पीकर के साथ आज मैं जुड़ा हूं और दुनिया के सारे अच्छे और बेहतरीन जो स्पीकर है आज मेरे सामने हो और मैं उनके सामने हूं। ऐसा खुशी का दिन मेरे जिंदगी में ये कभी आ नहीं सकता और ऐसा दिन है बहुत 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 बढ़िया आकाश सर, बहुत बढ़िया। इतने खुशी का दिन है आकाश सर, हम आपको याद रखेंगे। इतना खुशी का दिन है आज, वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड हो जाएगा। थैंक्स आप आकाश सर, थैंक्स।
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for this wonderful sharing. So time
you,
का
sir.
कमी है, इसलिए हम थोड़ा fast बढ़ते
Super
हैं.
energy
So
है sir
let's
आप
move
में.
ahead.
Great.
Yes, yes. So we have a next speaker with us, Preksha ma'am. So Preksha ma'am, we will keep short and let's start.
Sure. एक minute. I'm trying to share the screen, but I'm unable to. Could you someone please help me with it?
Yes, yes, I'm doing that. You can share now.
Give me a minute, please. I'll do the needful. Hi, good afternoon, and greetings of the day. Hope you all are doing fantabulously amazing. Let me get you through a short 30-second video before we go ahead with it. Please let me know, is the video audible? Can you all listen it?
No, we can't hear
you
it.
listen
Not
the
audible,
same?
but we can see.
You have
We
to
can't
share
listen,
sound.
but we are.
Just look at this. You're not audible.
Okay, so I think there is technical issues. So let's move ahead. So we have another speaker with us, and it's none of the other than Mr. Devesh Monsa. So welcome, sir, on this wonderful platform, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Akash. And I would like
Can
you
you
to.
listen me now? I'm so sorry.
Preksha ma'am,
Akash.
please wait. After this, we will do. Yeah. Yes, sir. Please continue. Thank you.
Can you give me the sharing rights?
Yes, yes, yes. Just. Yes, done, sir. Yeah.
Okay. So can you guys see me? Yeah, perfect.
Yes, sir.
All good. So great. So thank you, ABCD International Family and Bhabad International Publications for giving me an opportunity for being one of the speakers at Speakathon. I am Devesh Mohan. I am a sales and alliance leader, as well as I am a leadership coach. And today, build a sales success mindset. That's the topic on which I'm going to talk about. So imagine you have to go for an important meeting within an hour and fear starts gripping you. Fear creates a negative mindset, which makes you worried about the failure and what you can forget in terms of not even asking the right questions to the customer. So has that happened to you? In fact, I have faced and have grappled with the same many a times in early part of my sales career. I remember vividly that I was given an opportunity of my first sales assignment in 1999, where I had to do a dealer satisfaction survey in the Eastern UP. So I was super excited. I was super excited because I can create my own sales muscle. And also that would have been my first stipend. So as I moved forward and I approached Gorakhpur, the fear started gripping me. And it was all about that whether I would be able to ask right questions to the dealers. Will they provide me right information? Would they be responding in a right manner? If I failed to explain the importance of the survey, and what would happen if I failed to get right responses? So all this was grappling in my mind, and with that nervousness and anxiousness, I went into that survey exercise. And while I had that negative mindset, it was obvious that instead of building my sales muscle on that trip, I returned feeling dejected because I forgot to ask many of the right questions so that I could have got a better survey from these dealers. So that's something which I have recently written in my book also, which is build your sales build your sales muscle, where I have talked about that how you can really overcome the 3F syndrome with the antidote of 3C. And that's something which I would like to talk about here, is that there are 3F syndrome which is there, which is of fear, failure, and forgetfulness. Fear is all about when the salespeople are constantly pushed outside their comfort zone to make cold calls, to meet with new people. They have to negotiate. And all these uncertainties can create fear in the mind of the salespeople. The second F is all about failure, which is nothing but rejection in sales terms. We have a formula which we call it as 10:3:1, which is all about that if you connect with 10 contacts, you would possibly have 3 potential prospects and 1 will be converted to sale. And this sales conversion ratio itself makes you feel so rejected. It's just 1 success out of 10, right? So there are so many rejections. Forgetfulness, that's the third part. You get constantly trained on new products, new features within those products. You constantly improvise on your sales pitches. But if you don't apply them and create a practice loop, you will forget. So when we forget, we lose the valuable opportunity to grow. So definitely, as a salesperson, we need to develop a sales success mindset, and which happens with the antidote of 3C. And that 3C antidote is gaining the courage to commit. The second is develop consistency to cultivate a positive habit. And the third is harness the power of communities. So number 1, salesperson needs to be courageous to commit to oneself and push themselves constantly out of the comfort zone. They need to believe in their ability and back themselves with constant learning and training. The second, which is to overcome the fear of rejection, one needs to cultivate the habit of consistency. As Thomas Watson Jr. has said, if you want to increase your success rate, double your failure rate. And the third F, which is forget, the best way is to create or be part of community. Being part of like-minded community gives the individual the opportunity to stay accountable and learn from others to grow at a much accelerated pace. So that's what is all about in terms of that, how you can really overcome the 3F syndrome with an antidote of 3C. And that's something which I would like to also share, that my book, which is Build Your Sales Muscle, is being published by Bhabad International Publication and would be soon launched on 27th of November. So looking forward for you to purchase this book and give your comments. And in the meantime, build your success sale mindset by tying your shoes and running towards your goal. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, sir, for the wonderful sharing. So definitely all the best for your book, and we will rock the event at Udaipur.
Yes, absolutely. Looking forward to it.
Yes, and we have another speaker with us, and she's none other than Pooja ma'am. Pooja ma'am, are you available? Pooja Kashyap ma'am.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Over to you, ma'am. Yes, over to you, ma'am, and please continue.
A very good afternoon, everyone. I, Pooja Kashyap, thank you very much, Team ABCD and Mr. Akash Bhabad, for making me a part of this prestigious world record speakathon. So, coming to the topic directly without wasting any time, I am going to speak on the effect of COVID-19 on the pre-primary students, the pre-primary segment of education. Now, after the COVID-19, every sector was badly affected by the pandemic, but one of the largest parts of the society that bore the brunt of it were the students. The education sector witnessed a great upheaval in the entire system, from learning, unlearning to relearning, and from classroom, blackboards, chalks, and dusters. There was a paradigm shift in our understanding of evolution of technology. The older ones adapted pretty well in the new space of learning, but the main sufferers were the pre-primary students. Now, the challenges that we mainly face and have to overcome as a school post-COVID in the early childhood education are the socio-emotional aspect that needs to be taken care of. Since we were in complete lockdown, the younger lot had very reserved means of communication. They did not socialize or interact much with people beyond family. They had reduced opportunity for social interaction with the extended family, the peers, as well as the community members. And this did not go down well with them, as a child now takes longer time to build that teacher-student rapport, which earlier they used to take a short while. Also, they lack that peer bonding now. Secondly, one of the major issues is the lack of speech development in children post-COVID. Now, what happened was most of the parents found their substitute in technology and readily handed over their child to the YouTube and its types. Now, this part of technology had an extremely adverse effect on the young minds. In this case, there was only one way of communication. जब हम टीवी देखते हैं या यूट्यूब देखते हैं तो हम सिर्फ सुनते हैं, हम उससे कन्वर्स नहीं कर सकते हैं, हम उससे कुछ कह नहीं सकते हैं. तो this again did not go down well, or this delayed the speech. After this, the delayed speech or no speech is the after effect of this technical boom. Now, the life had become so cocooned and so much in comfort for everyone, and so was it for the children, that they became so vulnerable now. Even after smallest of things affects him or her wellness in multiple aspects, such as physical, mental, social, intellectual, and emotional. Now, as teachers and parents, what we need to do and where we need to work upon is talk to the child as much as possible. Make lots of conversations with the little ones. This will increase his or her vocabulary as well as also help him in expressing himself better. Take your child out, let him or her meet people, open up in a stress-free environment, encourage them to play with other children in order to develop the friendly bonds. Do not expect any kind of magic from school or your child, because now they take longer time to adjust in new environment and with new set of people around them. Understand their needs and encourage them to express them before making it easily available and accessible to them. Avoid making things available hands down. Limit the screen time, very, very important. Limit the screen time to the minimal to cut short the one-sided conversation. Make a fixed routine for the children and make him or her follow it religiously. Give instructions daily. It can be anything. A simple instruction can also work for them, like keep your bag at place. Avoid talking while eating. Sit down and read your book. So we must remember that education is not always only about teaching academic lessons, but also about strengthening the physical, mental, and behavioral well-being. Over to you, Akash sir. Thank you very much.
Hello, I see Akash is unavailable at the moment.
No, no,
Let
no.
me tell that.
Okay,
Okay.
so thank you, Pooja ma'am. So next slot is we have Jyoti Gupta ma'am with us. So welcome ma'am, and over to you.
All the
Hi,
best,
Akash.
Jyoti.
Thank you so much. Hi, Akash, and good afternoon, and a very warm welcome to everyone present here. I am Jyoti Gupta from Mumbai, and I'm a lifestyle coach, mentor, motivational speaker, writer, and a corporate professional. I help corporate students, professionals, entrepreneurs to become a better version of themselves. And today I'm really thankful to Akash to give me an opportunity to share my thoughts and views on this international platform. So coming to the topic, today I have chosen to speak about netiquettes. So actually this is something very useful and which we use day in and day out, especially during the COVID times when all the meetings and had turned on to an online platform. So there are certain rules of behavior and certain norms which are to be followed when you are conducting or attending an online meeting. So what is netiquette? Netiquette represents the importance of proper manners and behavior online. Netiquette is a set of professional and social etiquettes that are practiced and advocated in electronic communication over any computer network. Netiquette is etiquette or good code of behavior on the internet. So, to define netiquette a bit further, it has a set of certain rules which encourages appropriate and courteous online behavior. These rules are important as they promote communication skills, prevent miscommunication, and help you understand what is socially acceptable when working and collaborating online. Good etiquette is important for anybody that uses the internet or social media. It's sometimes easy to get carried away and write something that you would not want and would regret later. So it is always good that you collect your thoughts, collate the data, research well before you comment on any social platform. So what are the 10 basic rules of netiquette or internet etiquette? Make real people or priority. Make people a priority on over the internet. Use respectful language. Share with discretion. Don't exclude others. Choose friends wisely. Don't email large files. Respect people's privacy. Fact check before reposting. So these are the basic netiquette rules whenever you're accessing internet or any social media network over on the website. So what are the types of netiquette? I mean, the various types of channels which we use to communicate with people, that would be email lists, newspapers, greetings. So these are the various platforms on which we coordinate or connect with people. So always use your phrases and spellings correctly, avoid grammatical errors, and use language which is really respectful for everyone. So now I would want to enhance the benefits of netiquette, like how using internet etiquettes would be useful to you in your professional as well your personal life. Netiquette helps users develop and maintain relationships with businesses or personals. Everything online that has to be traced to you through a search engine is a part of what is known on you is an online footprint. Using netiquette helps you make sure your online footprint reflects well on you. So there are certain information which goes on internet if when you get connected on any social media platform. So ensure whatever information you're putting there is correct and which portrays you, because people are accordingly going to judge you and make an impression about you. How is netiquette useful in everyday life? Respect other people's time and bandwidth. Make yourself look good online. Spelling and grammar always counts. Always write thoughtful posts and keep your language clean. Share your expert knowledge. Like today, here also I'm experiencing that there is a technical glitch which is faced by certain speakers out here. So always keep people's bandwidth in time, because not everywhere and all the places have a very strong internet connection. So we have to respect everyone's time and bandwidth accordingly, and also understand the difficulties which they must be facing while conducting anything online. Importance of netiquette in global communication. Today, millions of people around the world are communicating with each other over the internet. While communicating with other people, from friends to colleagues, it is always important to follow netiquette. Also, be patient with the newcomers, because not everybody is tech savvy. So, be patient with newcomers. If possible, anywhere, try and help them out so that they can present themselves in a better way. It is always important to be courteous and polite to others while communicating on the net as well as in real life. With the increased use of internet and email in this digital age, online etiquette is very important for your success, not only in school or colleges, but throughout your career and in life. You always want to come across professional and mature people while communicating online. And to finish it up, I would want to say that good manners is all about respecting yourself and others. It will make life more enjoyable for you, for those whom with you come in contact with. So if you are well mannered with others, they will be more comfortable in your company. People with good manners will usually make a very positive impression around them. So this was my take on etiquette, and I hope some of the tips which I have shared with you will be helpful for you whenever you're conducting online and offline sessions, and make your meetings more successful, more progressive, and reach out to more and more people. Thank you so much, Akash.
Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful sharing. And again, I am requesting all speakers, please keep it short. 6 मिनट से कम कर सकते हैं, नो प्रॉब्लम. 6 मिनट से कम कर सकते हैं. और सभी को वर्चुअल बैकग्राउंड मिला है ग्रुप में, तो वी हैव वर्चुअल बैकग्राउंड इन ग्रुप, यूज दैट. Okay, so we have next speaker, and she is Ruth. Mrs. Ruth, you can start your video and start. Yeah, over to you, ma'am. Please continue.
Hello, Mr. Akash and the ABCD family. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Please speak loudly. You are
okay. Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes. Now.
Okay. Yes. So as I was introducing myself, first of all, I just want to thank the ABCD family for this opportunity. My name is Ruth Mwanzia. I'm an entrepreneur and I come from Kenya. And I'm so humbled to be part of this group and this part of the speaking session. So today I want to talk about the 4 P's of entrepreneurship and what I have learned along the journey as I have done entrepreneurship. So my first tip, my first P, I call them the 4 P's. So it's the prayer, passion, patience, and perseverance. So prayer for me means putting God first before everything. So it also means believing in your idea, praying about it, and just going ahead and starting your venture without being afraid. The second one is passion. Always find something that you love doing and something that something that has purpose at the end of the day, and also something that you'll be able to give back to the society. And then my third P, I would call it patience, because great things take time. So you need to be patient, and you need to just persist through the journey, because entrepreneurship is not a very easy field, but if you persist, then you're able to achieve success. Then my fourth P, I would actually say is perseverance. So great things take time. So keep going, keep trusting God, and just keep on believing in your idea and keep on actualizing it. So yes, those are my 4 P's. I don't know if I've taken less than 6 minutes. Yes, and I'm just delighted to be part of this group. But for more of this, you can always follow my page at Ruth Mwanzia to just learn more about entrepreneurship. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. So we have next speaker, Beatrice Yusuf, ma'am. She's from Nigeria, and over to you, ma'am. Please continue, and we will keep time keep in mind. Beatrice Yesufi, ma'am. Hello. Please unmute, ma'am, and over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Hakash, for the great work you are doing from India to every part of the world. And I want to say thank you to everyone on this platform this hour. God bless you all. We are all great leaders, and we are coping with the situation of the economic of the nation in each country that we find ourselves. We all are good leaders and ready to change our world. My name is Beatrice Omowumi Yusufu. I'm the founder of the Christian Widows and Widowers Empowered Initiative Nigeria, where we care for widows. I'll be speaking this morning on hope and kindness as a leader. And I believe that these minutes will be of a blessing to every one of us. Hope is to cherish a desire with anticipation, to want something to happen, to be true. Hope is the strong desire things to change for the better with a keen interest to see it happen. We all have our culture story, our goals, and to see in every aspect of our organization. I want to encourage every one of us this hour to put in hope and kindness in our leadership so that we can lead in an acceptable manner that will bring results to everyone around us and even to ourselves as a leader. According to my belief, Christianity, hope is the confident expectation of what God has promised, and its strengthening is in his faithfulness. We believe that God that we serve, according to our individual belief, is faithful to his word. My hope is in God, that all my aspiration will come to reality, and that should be the hope of everyone. We all wake up every morning to seek and pursue our purpose in life. We hope to see a better life. We hope to see the change we want to see in others happening. That is hope. So our hope is in God. Is God that make it to come to reality. And we must consistently believe in his faithfulness to make our hope come to reality. Qualities of hope. Are you hearing me?
So we have, yes, we have only 1 minute, and please conclude in that. Sorry.
Okay, I just
so we have
okay,
to keep in mind the time also. Yeah,
okay, we have okay. So as I conclude with kindness, kindness is the quality of being friendly, generous, and considerate. Affection, gentleness, concern, and care are words that are associated with kindness. As a leader, we must be kind to be able to effect the changes we need in the life of other people that follow us, and even in the community we find ourselves, whether in a company, as a head of organization, or any leadership scheme that we find ourselves. Kindness is key to lead rightly as a leader. Kindness makes you the most beautiful person in the world, no matter what you look like, no matter how you be. When you are kind, it radiates upon you and it makes you a beautiful person. Kindness is always fashionable and always welcoming. Kindness and politeness are not overrated at all. I've been searching for a way to heal myself, and I've found that kindness is the best way to be healed. When I show kindness to others in my leadership, I also get kindness, and it enables me to heal fastly. Kindness is powerful because it increases happiness, it increases healthy heart, it slows aging process and improves relationship. It improves connections, which indirectly boosts our health. Kindness is also important because it improves our quality of life in the workplace as well as in the community where we find ourselves. Kindness brings people together. Doing good for others makes you feel good as well. So we as a leader, we must embrace kindness and we must walk in kindness with people around us, people we did not know, people that come across on social media, or even in our network. We must lead with kindness so that we can also get healed and make us to even live in a healthy manner. I want to say thank you to every one of us. I'm being blessed with all other leaders that have been spoken even since I joined this program. And I want to believe that the little I'm able to speak today about hope and kindness is of benefit to the community. Thank you, Mr. Akash, and to the ABC International. God bless you all.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for valuable sharing. So we have, actually we are running 15 minutes late. So please make sure you are speaking in a particular time. So we have now a moderator, ma'am, with us. So just let's welcome respected yes, Malini, ma'am. So Malini, ma'am, she's principal also, and she welcome, ma'am. And over to you.
Thank you, sir. Good day to one and all present over here. And on the we have 10 speakers with us. And before start this program, I would like to brief the rules so that we will not run short of time. You will be given 6 minutes. At the end of the 5th minute, you will be warned. And at the end of the 6th minute, if you are not completing, the next speaker will be called. First speaker is Miss Serene Kimesh. Madam, the floor is yours.
Other members, please keep your Serene Kemesh, ma'am, please start your video. Okay, she joined, but I think she's not currently listening. Please invite next, ma'am.
Okay, the next member is Deepali Shirgave. Madam Deepali?
Yes, ma'am.
Please enlighten us with your sparkling speech. The floor.
Yes. Yes, please allow me to share my screen.
Yes, we can share, ma'am. We can share.
Is it visible? Ma'am,
yes,
is it visible?
No, ma'am.
It's loading.
Yeah, it is visible. Yeah.
Yes. So good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to one and all. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Akash sir and team ABCD family to giving me this opportunity. Today's my topic is educational leadership. So being a leader, what I believe, education is the mother of leadership. So what is educational leadership? So educational leadership is the process of enlisting and guiding the talents and energies of teachers, students, and parents toward achieving common educational aims. Educational leaders usually are employed as the school principals or administrators. Now, the concept of educational leadership undergone changes across time with the concepts of jug and mug. We know earlier the students were considered as only the empty mugs. They don't, it was considered only they were not having any knowledge. But now the students are not regarded completely empty, whereas they have some prior knowledge which gets enhanced when the teacher acts as the facilitator. Next one. Now, as a leader, will you able to see my slide, ma'am?
It has to change. Third one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, this I have explained. Next one, characteristics of educational leadership. Being a leader, you should have a vision, influence. So in the vision, must have vision to bring changes in the prevalent practices, acts as a catalyst for change, and need to be qualified and experienced. And influence is also essential part of this educational leadership. So what is leadership style? So as a leader, we have so many styles. So different leadership styles in education are essential in inspiring teachers to fulfill their mandate to improve the education system as a whole. The leadership styles a professional may be used very distinctively, charismatically, and inspiring to others. Now let's see the types of leadership style in education. Being an educational leadership, it has been studied over years to address long-standing concern of students, educators, and society as a whole. So education is important aspects of our human life. Let's see the different styles of the educational leadership style. There are three types of leadership styles in education. First one is hierarchical, second one is transformational, and third one is facilitative. Let's see one by one. First is hierarchical. What is mean by hierarchical style? So this is based on the traditional method of education emphasis in top-down approach with the formal authority and little scope for particularly analysis. And in this style, mainly the administrative head, the principal carries out all the duties of a planner, supervisor, analyst, resource allocator, etc. And very straightforward with major emphasis on efficiency, control, and routines. Second one is the important leadership style is the transformational style. Transformational leaders fosters a sense of purpose and meaning to unite people for better cause. So in this leadership style, mainly the values and vision will be shared by the leadership activities. Third one is the facilitative style. Facilitative style works with the entire management, offering partnership in preparing for the future, promoting collective ideas by being part of the crowd rather than being at the center. So this facilitative leadership is the entire education system in the primary goal. Now, if we'll talk about the educational leadership, the school leader is very important. So being a school leader, there are few strategies we have to implement. So school leadership is a developing people, that is internal and external stakeholders, setting directions for the organization, mission, vision, and transforming the school into more effective organization that fosters powerful teaching, learning for all the students. So being a school leader means serving on a committee such as a school improvement team, acting as a grade level or department chair, supporting school initiatives, or representing the school or community or district task forces or committees. A school leader shares the vision of the school, because we know the main school structure depends on the school responsibility for the success of the school as a whole. So here I believe the school leaders are very important to run the educational system. And why the school leaders are important? So I believe a school as a learning institution is a place where the teaching and learning takes place. It consists of different key players from students, teachers, auxiliary staff, and external stakeholders who perform different roles and have different responsibilities in the institutions. And these players are led and coordinated by a school leader, that is school principal. Before concluding my PPT, I would like to say a famous quote. Leadership is an education, and the best leaders think of themselves as the students, not the teachers. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we have Mr. Prakash Shah to address the gathering. Sir, the floor is yours.
Preksha Shah, Miss Preksha Shah, please
Preksha Shah, sorry.
start your
Preksha
video.
Shah.
Can you all hear me? I guess there was some network error and we couldn't make it through.
Please
Can you
continue.
guys hear
Please
me now?
continue. Forget that. Forget that. Please continue and complete it in 6 minutes.
Okay, so good afternoon, greetings of the day. I hope you guys are doing superbly well and amazing. So I'll be speaking today on the finance background of how every individual's behavior matters a lot. Now tell me one thing about your life. Since morning till today, and we have been attending this magical event of 11/11/2022, what are the 5 things you all have noticed? Can anyone in the group tell me if they have also attended any few of the other groups and like to speak on the same? Malini ma'am, Devi, Preeti, anyone in the team could suggest? I guess everyone is occupied or in the thought. Can anyone speak on the same?
Everyone is on a mission.
Oh,
to do
I
something
see.
to accomplish some or the other thing.
Okay. And we see that we are creating growth and abundance for everyone. Similarly, this is how our simple act of kindness or simple act of good behavior also matters and changes. We see that every individual is born with a skill capacity of making an individual better. With every symptom ourselves are born, we make a better things for all. There are a lot of problems which were left game, but still we are so good with our kindness, or we are so motivated that we could put it through to the group 3. And I'm sure the next 7 group will also make it through. So 5 things I would really like to inculcate on everyone to create an abundance of meditation, to create an abundance of law of attraction and prosperity is: first, believe. Believe that you can make it through. As a child, when I believed that I can make a 100 rupee note to 1000, I made it through by investing it in very small projects in my school days and winning the prize. This is how the belief system works. Have faith. When going out somewhere, I did not knew that with this road is right, wrong, or what is going to happen next. But I had a faith that let me try it. If I fail, at least I learn the best. That is how it happens when you have faith in it and the good things come to you. Belief, faith, create a miracle. We all are born with a capacity of bringing a new thing daily. Isn't it a miracle when you feel hungry and you have food? Isn't it a magic that we all are blessed with waters and that we could drink, we could bath? There are a lot of other countries in the part of the world who at times fail these things as well. When we are blessed with it, we should utilize it. Fourth, give the most and make it useful for all. Whatever we have is not created abundant by utilizing it for own self. It is created abundant by giving it more to other people as well. The more you share, the more you kind, and the more you build it, that is how you make the most out of it. No one has become a billionaire by making a segregation of it. Everyone grows when you invest into it. The first spectacular thing of a behavioral finance or an investor is to put your money and to make sure it grows. When you make the millionaire has made the money when they are in sleep, not the one who have worked entire day in and out. The fifth and the last one I would like to say is that enjoy. We all are living just one life, just one faith, just one belief, and just one miracle. It just happens in a day. You have just got one life with the belief that you can make it forever. So make the utmost out of it. Believe it, you can achieve it. This miracle could break it and make the best out of it. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Myself, Preksha Shah, a spiritual specialist, a meditation expert, a healer, and an analyst by profession into the finance, completing my MSc in finance and a whole background in accounts and finance. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I request Dr. Ilengo to come and enlighten us. Sir?
Yes, madam. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I am Dr. Elango from India, from PG Department of Electronic Media, St. Thomas College of Arts and Science. I would like to share my screen. Madam, it is disabled. Screen sharing is disabled.
Yeah, 1 minute, sir. Sir?
Yes, done, sir. Now you can share.
So my screen is visible?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's visible.
So my topic is teachers' professional development in media education. Today it is the need of the hour. What is professional development and growth? Professional development is an important process of any type of educational reform and renewal. It is a need of the day, educational reform to be updated. So professional development is an activity designed to prepare paid staff members for improved performance in their present or future roles in their respective institutions or universities, focused on transmission of knowledge from an expert to the reader. Teacher education focuses on what, how, and why to teach. So I'm just explaining teacher education. Teacher education vary in their assumptions about what teachers as learners need and how they learn best. Teachers must attend technology integrated program which rely on how to operate equipments or software. They should attend seminars, symposiums, workshops to update themselves, to update the knowledge to the students. So teachers should have critical thinking skills in their professional development process. That is must today. Teachers should analyze do's and don'ts in their process. Teachers must apply more collaborative approaches. Teachers establish their own learning goals and plan how to accomplish them. They must work in coordinated teams where they are given the time and other resources they need to support their learning experience. So this is a teamwork. Teachers should work with their fellow colleagues. They should share their ideas with their colleagues and their improve their learning process. So now I am going to discuss what is media literacy related to media education. So media literacy was a new academic discipline that could be integrated into existing language, arts, social science studies, health education, and even maths and science curriculum. Media from medium. The term media is derived from medium, which means carrier or mode. Media denotes an item specifically designed to reach a large audience or viewers. The term was first used with the advent of newspapers and magazines. Later on, with the passage of time, the term broadened by the inventions of radio, TV, cinema, and internet. In the world of today, media has become almost as necessary as food and clothing. So we have various media platforms, mass media, we have internet, we have radio, we have magazines, television, and newspapers. So each and every mass media has a lot of scope for educational resources. So media literacy is that ability to assess, analyze, evaluate, and create media in a variety of forms has become increasingly complex over recent years. A high volume of information now available at our fingertips in smartphones and search engines. Today's students will need to become more efficient at filtering what they see and hear. Media education is now required in many curricula across the world. Schools are working hard to help teachers prepare students for changes in the industry and have continued access to the right tools for the job. As the digital world develops, teachers will need resources to stay abreast of current trends. The role of a teacher in mass media, that is very important to be discussed now. An educated person has the ability to change the world. He or she is brimming with confidence and assured of making the right moves. It makes better citizens, ensures a productive future, opens new vistas, spreads awareness, helps in decision-making, bolsters confidence. So a teacher makes better citizens, ensures productive future. So a teacher should make all necessary arrangements for using the mass media very effectively. He or she should select the mass media according to the age level of the students. He or she must know some general principles of using the mass media. The relationship between teacher and mass media through
Dr.
modern
Ilingo,
electronic
sorry
techniques
for the
and-
interruption.
Yes.
Sorry for you have only 1 minute more.
Yeah. I will finish, madam. Through modern electronic techniques and technologies, mass media provide education that is really comprehensive, not confined with 4 walls of the classroom. Media in the classroom engages students in learning and provide a richer experience. Media are useful tools for illustrating a lesson, allowing students to see examples what they are learning. Interactive media such as smart boards allow students to move items on a screen for illustrative purposes. Students view media as exciting learning aids, making learning entertaining and less monotonous. Multiple learning styles in media now. In media, we have visual, auditory, and kinesthetic learners. Students have opportunity to watch a movie, listen to music, or interact with digital media on an interactive smart board. Effective teachers will not teach students in one style, but use a variety of styles to reach the greatest number of students. Providing a rich learning experience through classroom media involves students focused and engaged in learning. So this is my presentation. I thank you, the coordinator, August, for giving me an opportunity. I thank you all the participants for patient watching.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. We have now Kajal Chatija. The next speaker, madam, the floor is.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. A very good afternoon, happy morning, and namaste to one and all. I am Kajal Chatija. I'm from Pune, but right now I'm in Chandigarh, and I'm also the author of 3 books. And today my topic is We Are Leaders. My talk is on leadership, and I want everyone who believes that yes, I am a leader. So please give me a thumbs up if you believe that yes, we have it in us. I want everyone to give me a thumbs up. Thank you so much, ma'am, Malini ma'am. Yes. So today, through this 5 minutes of presentation, I will give you 28 pointers and I will finish it in that time. And you will find out some of the other traits of leadership. We have it all. Leaders are the ones, they never forget small stuff. They believe small is big. And at times, small things mean a whole world. Number 2 comes, they have a magic in them. Everyone is unique. We just need to explore. 3, and leader needs to explore the strongest potential in him or her. And ultimately, they will find their way out. Like today, we have a great example of ABCD International Family. They found their potential and they have got 111 speakers. So 111. So we are powerful today. 4, they behave differently with different people. So that's the way of dealing, isn't it? Number 5, find out way out to get the work done and be very sophisticated. Number 6, slow down when things are not in your favor. It's not every time, that things will work. So leaders will get it done and they will slow down. Slowing is growing, remember. Prepare leaders, not followers. So here I can see ABCD is preparing leaders. They're preparing them to speak. They have given a huge platform. They live to inspire, aspire, and desire to empower. Appreciate creativity around you. So leaders are the one who will appreciate the creativity. They will be very adaptable. So this is how during COVID, we have adapted. We've adapted the technology. Leaders were the one who survived, isn't it?
No.
Believe in earning people, not earning money. So here we have earned people. We have gathered from across so many countries. Leaders are the one who will balance their work and professional life. So my dear leaders, try to link where you can find your way out. They empower themselves, they empower people around them. They follow their passion, watch dreams with their eyes open. So dreams are the ones which will never allow you to speak, or which will never allow you to sleep. So ABCD, like today from morning to evening, they're alert, their eyes are open. They are very kind, they cross boundaries to help others. Do good, and good will come back to you in many folds. This is how the true leaders believe in. They are very happy, they spread positivity around. They embrace new learning. So these are the most effective traits of leaders. Leaders are very resourceful. They know it, how to get it done. They prepare this way or that way. So, they know it. Aise nahi to waise karna hai. They are go-getters. They will get it done. So finally, leaders, they believe in their capacity and they believe they are the hardcore taskmasters. And be creative. The more you will be, the more you will have it. Be a design thinker. Today, our session is a part of a design thinking. Plan, create, innovate, and execute. Reflect and introspect. Don't repeat the same mistake. Learn from your mistake. So make your dreams into reality today and always. I wish ABCD all the best. They have turned their dream into reality and it's happening. Today we are powerful. We are 111. So 111. So we are making this world record. And I'm super duper happy that I am a part of, along with great stalwarts in the Zoom room. We all are there Zooming. So let's keep Zooming. I hope I have finished in complete 5 minutes.
Exactly 5
Thank
minutes.
you so much.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. You really completed within that 5 minutes. And now we have Manjusha Halkare. Madam Manjusha?
Yes, ma'am.
Please continue.
So first of all, thank you so much, ABCD International and Akash Bhabad sir for providing me such a great opportunity. Today I have chosen topic spirituality. Whenever we heard this word, the first thought that comes in our mind is of God. But have you not observed one tremendously important phenomena, that the God's way of being present in the world is his absence? He is not present by being present. He is present by being absent. That is his way of being present in the world. We cannot pinpoint that God here, there, he is in the north, he is in the south, or he is in the temple, or he is in the mosque. Because God is everywhere and nowhere. In world, there are two things. One, the world of objective. Objective means the world of things. And we are naturally capable of seeing the objective, naturally capable see the world of objective means that the things. But this is only the beginning of the journey. Beyond this objective is the opening of another world, the world of subjective. One has to explore the subjective because no one is born with the vision of subjective. Subjective has to be learned. And to understand the subjective world, I have to share one beautiful parable. But I think that parable will take time more than 5 minutes. And to manage the time, to help ABCD International to manage the time, I'm now dropping my parable here. And I will wish all the upcoming participants all the best. And thank you so much, ABCD International. Thank you so much, ma'am. One has to drop or surrender herself.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. You have completed within the correct time. And now I call upon Miss Shireen Kamesh. Is she there? I think
yes,
not there.
Can you hear me?
And
I'm Srilata Shankar. Are you inviting me?
No, I would like to call upon Deepali.
Shireen Kamesh is on screen. Shireen Kamesh is on screen. Yeah.
But I think she's not hearing, sir. She
Shireen
can't hear us.
Kamesh.
She was there from the beginning, but she's not responding.
I'm here.
Actually, she's on screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shireen, ma'am,
Malini,
Just
Akash,
listen.
I'm Srilata Shankar. I'm here.
Yeah, Srilata
Ma'am,
sir.
Shirin ma'am is different. Just listen. Shirin ma'am is different. Shirin Khemesh ma'am, you are on spotlight. Please continue. Please start.
Okay. Okay, Shirin ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you
you
hear
are
me, sir?
audible, ma'am. Please start.
Okay.
We have 6 minutes only.
All right, all right. So today I'm going to talk about innovation. Thank you for this opportunity at first.
Malini,
So-
I think after
Yes.
Please continue, ma'am. Please
Hello?
continue.
Yeah.
Ruxana ma'am, please stop. Please
after
continue.
her, it was
Please.
Dr. Ruxana. Are you going according to the thing or you
Ma'am,
just
we are
picking up?
live. We are
According to the
live.
list.
We are live on YouTube. Please
No, because
start,
I had
Shirin ma'am,
kept my
and you
time,
can stop.
3:29. I think you people
Ma'am,
are
please
not going
message.
according to
Please
the time.
message.
It was already 2:47. I have
Already
classes
late
at
and we are wasting
3:50.
time now. Shirin ma'am, please continue.
Thank you. Okay, so due to the acceleration of the development of innovation, technology, competitiveness, improvement of the industry, and lately the
Malini, I'm leaving.
Next, after her, you can talk, ma'am. It's going to.
Please continue, ma'am. Please continue. No worries, no worries. Please continue. We are wasting time. Just 2 minutes we'll. Yeah.
Finish.
Okay, so I continue.
Okay.
All right, so due to the acceleration of the deployment of innovation, technology, competitiveness, improvement of the industry, and lately the pandemic situation and the economic crisis we have been living through, stimulating economic growth, creating new jobs, and depending on oneself became significant. And from here, we can understand how much innovation is important. So we can define innovation as the practical implementation of ideas that result in the introduction of new goods or services, and it can also lead to improvement of existing goods or services. And this innovation can create new jobs and open up new markets for old products. Innovation is not just about technology, but also about how we use technology to solve problems which we need, especially for climate change. Innovation is a word that has been used to describe many different things. The term has been used by many scholars and business leaders to describe what they think is important for success in the marketplace. However, some key features characterize innovation and distinguish it from other words like creativity, invention, and discovery. Innovation requires an understanding of the customer's needs, requires an understanding of what customers' value is, willingness to take risks, willingness to change, requires a collaboration, planning, and experimentation. Innovation is the process of creating or bringing into extensive something new, and it can be applied to various sectors. Innovation can have many effects on society, including the way we work, live, and play. It is an essential part of every country's growth strategy, like China, India, Australia, and many other nations have adopted policies aimed to promoting innovation in the past few years. These include tax exemption, research grants, and education reform. Governments recognize that innovation is crucial to their survival, so they want to support it in any way they can. That includes providing funding for research and development, as well as creating job opportunities for those who develop new technology. Without innovation, countries lose their strength and struggle to survive. There are a lot of different ways to innovate within a country. Some countries innovate through government policies or social reforms. For example, India reformed its education system a few years ago to expose more students to science, technology, math, and English. This allowed more students to become qualified instructors and led to many new job opportunities for people in these fields. Other countries innovated through business by changing how companies operate within their country's boundaries. Sectoral transformation increasing scale of production, improvement of income distribution, improvement in education and health, improvement in democracy and freedom, technological development, and etc. Not forgetting the effects of climate change on innovation, as they are quite significant, and it has a negative impact on the economy as well. For example, if a country is facing drought conditions, then it will have less agriculture output, which will affect its GDP. This in turn reduces their ability to innovate in other sectors like technology because they don't have money for research and development. Innovation is a key factor in the development of new projects, new jobs, and new goods. But with climate change and natural disasters on the rise, innovation is becoming more difficult. The effect of climate change on innovation are not just limited to natural disasters, but the environment and natural resources as well. Climate change also affects how innovation can be used to solve problems. For example, some innovations require a lot of energy, which may be hard to come by without access to a power grid. So to conclude, innovation is the lifeblood of any economy. It is a key driver of economic growth and progress. Innovation has been a key factor in the prosperity and success of many countries. It is the basis for new products, services, process, and business models that can transform an industry or society. The world today needs more innovation to solve its problems and improve people's life. Innovation can be found in every field, from healthcare to education, from energy to transportation, and from food production to financial services. Thank you so much for listening. Have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am. I think I call upon Srilata Shankar madam to speak.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is Srilata Shankar. I am an HR professional, an L&D leader, learning and development leader, and I conducted a lot of soft skills workshops and a lot of HR training as well. I teach, and I am a HR professional. I teach. I'm a content writer. I'm a poet. I'm a blogger, etc. To talk about my topic in the training and development, what is training? Training oblique learning. Training and development, oblique learning and development is one and the same. Companies emphasize, today most companies emphasize on training the employees. Having said that, is training only relevant to companies and their employees? No. Every individual, every professional, every student has to learn constantly. Why is learning so important? Learning is important constantly because it helps you grow, it helps you learn, it helps you climb the corporate ladder that much more easier. If you're a batch of 10, 15 students joining a company from a particular college, if you get trained and if you learn constantly and upskill and reskill constantly, that's how you grow faster in the corporate ladder vis-a-vis your colleagues or your peers. Is learning or training only to be imparted by the company? No, the learning and training should be done and can be done on your own. So if I need to learn something apart from the company's training that I will get to learn, or the training that the companies may impart on me, it is important, it's pertinent, and very, very imperative for me to learn on my own. So what are the skills that I can learn? Technology. If I'm not in software developer, do I need to learn technology? No, what I mean by technology is whatever skills that you are required to, you are professional. So for example, if I'm an HR professional, what are the new things that's coming in the market? How do I upgrade myself? How do I keep abreast with the market trends? And how do I learn the new aspects of HR? So similarly, in every field, finance, HR, admin, technology, any field that you may be in, you will have to learn constantly. You will have to upgrade your skills. You will have to learn new technologies. If you don't learn, you become obsolete, because in today's dynamic world, it's very, very important to constantly learn. is learning the end of the game? No, you will also have to implement it. If I've learned something, unless I implement in my day-to-day work, it is not relevant at all. Learning is not just relevant to technology or just constrained to technology. It is also learning can be in soft skills, learning can be in behavioral skills. Learning is in an overall sphere, how I grow, how I learn, how I implement, and how I am able to train my peers and my juniors. This comprises of the entire learning cycle. So how I learn is very important, and how I implement. What I mean by implement is how I use it in my day-to-day office work, how I implement it in my growth as an individual. So if I'm learning soft skills, for example, behavioral skills or communication skills or presentation skills, I am not using it in my day-to-day work, then it's really irrelevant. So also, like I said, it's important to train your individuals, or train your juniors and train your peers. So training and learning is a constant process, right from the birth of an individual till the death of the individual. So learning is constant, and it is very, very relevant. If you need to grow on your corporate ladder, though you may be an entrepreneur, you may be a corporate professional, irrespective of which sphere you are in, or even if you're a student, unless you are constantly learning and upgrading your skills and reskilling and implementing it in your day-to-day life, you will never be able to grow. You will never be the individual or the person that you wish to be, and you will never be able to achieve your goals. Whatever your goals may be, if you want to drive a Mercedes-Benz in 5 years' time, or if you want to become a CEO, unless you're learning and unless you're upskilling, reskilling, and training your juniors, you will never be able to achieve your goals. So thank you so much, Akash, for giving me this opportunity. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Anybody wants to ask any question?
So we will invite next speaker because time is important.
Daniel Emmanuel, sir.
Thank you so much, Akash and Malini, for hosting me and giving me this platform. Thank you.
I request Mr. Daniel Emmanuel to address everyone. Is there in the list?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Please start and keep it short. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Good morning from Nigeria, and good afternoon to all the people that is joining in India and all over the world. My name is Ambassador Daniel Manegulok. I'm the ambassador of good governance in Nigeria and in Africa. Also, the River State coordinator of Yes We Can International, United Nations volunteer, and ECOWAS volunteer, just to mention but few. The theme of my team is leadership. Why the topic I will be speaking on is social development. Social what? Social development. When we are talking about social development is defined as an ongoing refinement of existing behavior pattern, feeling, attitude towards others, and understanding. Social development is the change over time in an individual understanding of attitude concerning and behavior towards others. For instance, a developmental change in how people behave with members of other genders, or their understanding of what friendship entails.
Sir, not audible.
I think network issue. So we will invite our next speaker, Nixon Joseph.
Speaker is Nixon Joseph. Is he there?
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah, please.
Please, sir.
Yes. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'm Nixon Joseph, CEO of Children's Love Castles Trust, Bangalore, an NGO in the education sector.
The success of society is individual.
My topic is related to sports.
Can you hear
and
me?
how it can contribute to health and a balanced life. As a child, as a student, as an adolescent, I was asked to focus only on studies. So I was focusing only on studies. It was told that if we focus on studies, we would become something great. And only those who are not interested in studies, those who are lagging behind everything, join sports. And after I joined the bank also, I was told to focus on work. Till the age of 45, I was focusing only on work and studies. At the age of 45, I was just thinking to myself, whether life is only for going to office and coming back. Are we not endowed with a lot of potential? Are we all using this potential? So I thought I should explore my potential and live life. I also thought that, am I becoming an inspiration to others? No. At that age, at the age of 45, in 2005, I felt that I was not an inspiration to others. How do you inspire others? And how do you become an inspiration? You become an inspiration when you do something different. So I thought I should do something different and inspire others. I thought for long on what is the thing I should do differently. And then I came to the conclusion that if I do long distance running, I will become different. I had no idea of long distance running. I was not into any physical activities till the age of 45. But then I thought I will do long distance running and be different. I registered for the Standard Chartered Mumbai Marathon and participate in the run. But then many of my friends, colleagues told me not to participate in such ventures because you are new to running, etc. I thought that whatever be, I will take up this challenge. Because without challenge, life won't become exciting. I participated in my first marathon, and after 6 kilometers, I couldn't go ahead. I thought I will surrender. But then it came to my mind that if I surrender, I won't inspire others. I dragged myself to 42nd kilometer, finish point, and I took 7 hours to complete my first full marathon. But then from zero running, from zero physical activity, I completed my first full marathon. I got the finisher's medal. And the finisher's medal gave me a big lesson that if you are determined, you can achieve anything in life. I continued to practice and improved my timings to 4 hours, 30 minutes. Then I decided to run 1 full marathon every quarter. Why? Because running full marathon is a physical and mental challenge. And if I have 1 physical mental challenge every quarter, it would excite me. It would make me more disciplined. I continued that. And this year, I completed my 57th full marathon. That means from zero physical running, with my determination, I completed 57 full marathons. And what did it give me? It made me more optimistic, made me more disciplined, made me more positive. It gave me a lot of friends. My productivity in the office increased. I learned that if you are good in extracurricular activities, if you take interest in physical activities, your productivity also increase. It gave me a message that there is no hurdle which cannot be conquered. I conclude by telling that if we are determined, we have an inspiring way to achieve things. Don't limit our challenges, but challenge our limits. Now, I have been nominated as ambassador of the Fit India mission of the government of India, which means that if you want to change, you can change any moment. From zero physical activity to Fit India mission ambassador. All of you can change. Only we require determination. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir, for that.
Thank you.
Congratulations, sir, and thank you. Thank you. I would like to tell all. So Nixon sir, हम last time plan कर रहे थे उनको invite करने का event में, पर we missed that opportunity.
Anytime.
So is one of the great thing. So thank you once again, sir. And now we have one more speaker with us from morning, and okay, I think he is left. Okay, so we have our another moderator with us, and thank you, Malini ma'am, for wonderful cooperation, because managing time is very important. So सभी को रिक्वेस्ट है, आप सभी को रिक्वेस्ट है कि हम टाइम के ऊपर थोड़ा फोकस रखेंगे. 6 मिनट से कम चलेगा, नो प्रॉब्लम, पर 6 मिनट से ज्यादा नहीं करना है, क्योंकि फिर आपको डिस्टर्ब करेंगे मॉडरेटर्स. तो प्लीज वो अच्छा नहीं दिखता है. So we will keep in yeah. So let's welcome Preeti Mehrotra ma'am.
Thank you, Akash sir. Thank you for the wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much.
Yes, yes. Thank you, ma'am.
So shall I start, Akash?
Yes.
There is some network
Yes,
issue
yes,
at my
yes.
laptop. I'm not able to on, so I am not setting my background here. So our next speaker is Mr. Mohammad Siraj. He is from India and he is an international speaker and author. Mr. Siraj, you are welcome for today's platform. Just a brief introduction about myself. I'm Preeti Mehrotra. I'm a brand ambassador of ABCD publication. Plus, I am also a cardiac coach and parenting coach and author. Thank you. Mr. Siraj, are you there?
Yeah, I am there. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. Can I start?
Yes, sure.
Yeah. Well, very good afternoon, audience and ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasant afternoon for everyone, and we'll hope for a bright learning here. I congratulate the team, Akash, and everyone for making wonderful initiative, for bringing us in one platform and exchanging our knowledge, thoughts, and ideas where we can learn and explore ourselves throughout the world. And let me introduce myself. My name is Mohammad Siraj. I'm an international public speaker and as well as an upcoming author, an international life coach and soft skill trainer, certified career counselor, master trainer, and practitioner, as well as a certified parenting coach and mechanical engineer, and so on. So I believe strongly learning is a lifelong journey. So I keep on learning and upgrading myself. And today's my topic is all about creative minds. Like creativity has a great extent to the world where we have seen the era of 300 to 400, after the thousands, 2000. Now we are in 2022, where a human being transformed themselves from some different era to this era, where we came to learn how to live effective life every day. As still we are not in a stopping position. I believe that every human will make a difference in the world to invent something or discover something. As you can see, the young minds and the next upcoming generations who create a different innovations where we are waiting for them. Creativity is all about thinking out of the box, but we need to promote our young generations, not only what we discovered and trying to use and utilize them, but also we need to encourage them to have something new where we are not aware, we are not gone through with a different experience. So that's how my topic is all about creativity in young minds. So the next generation, those who are coming, they have different thoughts and they have different ideas. Let us make them to explore and come to a platform where exchanging in the platforms like ABCD or any other platform. So every child need to give at least 15 to 20 minutes time in a particular day to sit in a particular place, so like a balcony or any place where he get a fresh air and fresh thoughts, where he can have an idea, where he can implement this idea and work for a certain extent. So if you take around the world, we have million children, those who have different education systems in as per the countries, but still we need to make this implementation of giving at least 30 minutes to 50 minutes of time for every individual, even me as included, even you as included in this, where we have been working on consistently this creativity, but still we want more people to inculcate and involve in this creative mindset so that we can make new innovations and we can have a different world which we never thought. So coming to the year 2030 and 2040, where we can see the young entrepreneurs and young creative minds, we are surprised that we never had in our experience where we are in that age. But still, you see the young minds which are coming with different ideas, they surprise us as the human intelligence are increasing day by day. The technology is increasing, and you see different young entrepreneurs, those who are coming with solving problems and different ideas, that makes us to think that how important is creative thinking. So creative thinking, we need to make awareness for our children, students, and as well as professionals. If you are a well qualified intellectual person, you are a well settled person, still you are not working on a creative thinking, that means you are making a mistake. So every day, whatever you do in your life, even though you are a professional, in that professional, how creative you are doing, that matters everything. So that's how, if I am a trainer, I'm a life coach, every day I do different training. I give different experience by learning creativity in me. That makes me to understand that the human brain is built in such a way where we explore more and more up to 2050, where innovations and this creativity wonders the human innovations. As we are the people who invented everything, now we are exploring towards the out of the earth like Mars and everything, that everything is possible if human brain. The belief system of human brain is created in such a way that every person can make miracle by thinking different out of the box. So this is all about making us understanding creative thinking is very, very important. So I request everyone, those who are listening me and those who are listening after this session, maybe in few years. So keep on working on creative thinking and make yourself a creative person and explore your creativity to the world, who you are, what you can do, how you can solve the problem. This matters a lot. So all the best for everyone for making this event more beautiful and listening to me, and keep on exploring about creativity on young people so that we can have a new innovations and new mindsets. So I last conclude with one thing. Creative thinking creative thinking never has end. Where creative thinking creates a new world, new technology, new human being, and new version. This is how we hope on the young minds to come and explore. We the people who need to give the platforms to them and to have this learning and exploring around the world. So, Akash, still my time is there.
Time up, sir. Time up.
Okay, thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you, Siraj, for coming to this platform and giving us a good insight about the creative thinking. Thank you. So now it's time to invite Professor Dr. Huma Shah. She is from Pakistan. She is Associate Medical Researcher. I welcome you, Huma, ma'am, to come on stage and speak on your topic.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Warm greetings from my side. This is Professor Dr. Huma Shah. And just give me a second to congratulate Mr. Akash and ABCD International for organizing such a massive, huge, and very insightful conference, not for only 1 to 2 hours, but it's really a meaningful conference for the benefits of our society, obviously. So congratulations, first of all. And yes, without wasting my time, I'm gonna start for the most important discussion on today's conference is about health. So I'm not going to discuss some of the most important facts. Everyone is very aware about the health, because it's not necessary to talk on the health only because when you are a doctor or when you're related to any medical field. But it's a very genuine and very realistic thing we need to know about it. So having good health is directly related to leading a productive life. The functionality of the body is interconnected between various organs, and keeping the organs healthy is really, really essential for proper functioning. As you all know, that health is the state of physical, mental, and social well-being. But having a good health is really, really important. And 4 important conceptual based study has been proven regarding health. It's related to your physical health, psychological health, the capacity of your health, as well as the control on your health, which is normally we are listing into the your well-being. So there are 5 main aspects of the personal health. It's as I mentioned before, like our physical health, emotional health, social health, intellectual health, and not to forget the spiritual health, which is I always put spiritual health on the top of the any health, because if your soul is pure, then your body and your physique and your emotion all will get pure definitely. So wellness is maintained by paying the attention to your daily lives on most importantly 4 levels, like physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, as I said before. But to accomplish this, there are the 5 simple keys. You can say it the keys or the exercises, just self-love, breathing, good breathing, positive choices. Positive choice is a very important point when we are talking about the keys for the good health. Positive choices, balance, and of course the trust. So now, after listening these words about the keys of the health, this is very much important, and this is a general question which usually arises in the mind of many people, that how can we maintain the good health? How can we maintain? What will be the strategies to maintain the good health? So it's like you have to measure and watch your weight. It's not necessary to go to the doctor, to visit to your consultant every time, but measuring and remain focused on your weight, limit your unhealthy food and eat healthy meals. Always take multivitamin supplements, always drink a lot of water and stay hydrated, and limit your sugared beverages. We must exercise regularly and be physically active. Reduce sitting and of course the screen time, as when we are working on a virtual or when we are talking on in the office or anywhere, our screen time is increasing days by day. So it's really, really important that to get enough good sleep. And the 3 main sides that make up the healthy triangle, my main focus is on healthy triangle. And in the couple of minutes, I will give you the very, very short, pointed, brief description on the health triangle. That what is actual the health triangle. It's completely contribute to overall health, like your physical health, mental health, and social health. Physical health deals with your body's ability to function normally and how well it is operating. This is very much important. And this includes your diet and nutrition, getting enough of your physical activity, exercise, sleep enough. Obviously, when you sleep enough and you do exercise on the regular basis, keep yourself calm, so you will get recharge yourself for the next day. And mental health focuses on your thoughts, on your feelings, on your emotions, stress, anxiety. It enables you to learn and develop your new skills. And the development of your skills, of your behavior, of your knowledge, this all will help you to grow as an individual. And please remember this thing, that learning always increases self-confidence, awareness, and of course the self-perception. Now, the third thing to be noticed is about the social health. So social health is like the good connection of relationship with others, whether that is your family, friends, your colleagues, your co-workers. But social health measures the way how the person reacts to the people in their environment, in their circle. It includes that how they can communicate, how they care for others, seek, lead, support, and the ability to make the relationship more strong. And these relationships will occur at your home, your work, your school, as well as this can also occur virtually, like you and me. We have a good connection. We are sitting in the different states of the world, but we have a very good connection, like we have a good social health. So this is the health triangle, what I really wanted to share with you, that what is actually a health triangle and how can we measure it, how can we going to be, implementation is very much important. I must say that the health triangle needs an implementation rather than just listening or just reading or just note it out into the copy. So to recapitulate in the end, I would like to share only the 2 lines related to my soul, who always encouraged me to be myself, to work myself, to be motivated, to be inspirational personality like of myself. It's a fit body and a calm mind. Only these 2 words, it's like you can say a house full of the love, and the good love and the good long sleep, a good behavior are the best cures in the book, in my book especially. So I think you all should highlight these all things.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your precious time, and move on to the moderator.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Uma. Thanks for your valuable suggestions and whatever the insight you have given about the health triangle. And now it's time to invite KP Kiran Kumar sir. He is from India and he is Principal and Expansion Director. Are you there, sir? Kiran Kumar sir, are you there? Okay. So I'll call the next speaker, Sumit Bhatia sir. Sumit Bhatia sir, are you there? Okay, so Sumit Bhatia sir is from India and he is a soft skill trainer, personality development coach. I welcome you, sir, and it's over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm monitoring my time also, don't worry. Good afternoon to all the delegates participating in this event. This is Sumit Bhatia. I'm an ex-hospitality professional. I moved into soft skills a couple of years back. I am a certified trainer. And during my journey in this couple of years as a soft skills trainer, I have been frequently asked this question by a lot of people across various sectors. Why are soft skills important for professionals and students? It's a question that keeps coming back and forth. So here is some clarification on that. Soft skills. Well, it helps professionals succeed in their job, irrespective of the work sector. Well, they might be specialized in the job knowledge of their field, but having the skills to show maturity and dedication to the job can help professionals advance their careers. For students, it helps them succeed in school and their future careers. These skills can go a long way on the resume to show their future employers a student's strength. You know, some of the most important soft skills which are valued across all the spectrums: emotional intelligence, communication, problem solving, collaboration, critical thinking, conflict resolution, flexibility, leadership, teamwork. I'm sure a lot of my fellow coaches have been talking about this when I've been hearing since morning. At workplace, soft skills help employees discover what they lack and own their own strengths and weakness, and how to deal with infinite challenges, accomplish achievements that come their way during their career advancement. Today, employers are recruiting candidates who are proficient in soft skills and have the ability to communicate well with others, who need to show initiative and responsibility, and who also believe in teamwork. Soft skills, well, it improves the employee performance, productivity across the board. Employees manage their time more efficiently and communicate their thoughts with ease, which allows them to speed up their completion tasks without compromising on the quality. One of the most important quotient of soft skills is emotional intelligence. Every student professional needs to develop this quotient called emotional intelligence. While some students demonstrate a very high level of emotional intelligence, there are others who lack this ability. Emotional intelligence is about how amicable a student is with others. With high level of emotional intelligence quotient, they'll be looked at as easy to work with students and these students can develop into good leaders in the future. Through soft skill programs, students will be able to handle better interpersonal relationships with a strong sense of empathy. Empathy is another beautiful offshoot of this soft skills. We will be coming to that later. Students, through sharpening of soft skills, can become strong influencers in the life of other students who are low on emotional intelligence. Their ability to look at this thing in a very objectical manner without attaching any preconceived judgment of others. Having emotional intelligence improves your communication, allowing you to express yourself clearly while staying calm in difficult situations. Benefits are huge. Soft skill benefits. Emotional intelligence in workplace includes a better ability to understand non-verbal clues, properly adjust your behavior, make good and positive decisions, which helps you to become a respectable leader. There are 5 elements of emotional intelligence: self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, social skills, empathy. And within this 5, I still presume empathy is one of the most important among these. There are 3 stages of empathy. Cognitive empathy is being aware of the emotional state of the other person. Emotional empathy is engaging with and sharing those emotions. Compassionate empathy involves taking action to support other people. Remember, having a good soft skill set helps a person grow as an individual. It helps to build a network, learn time management, and gain interpersonal skills. These skills come only with experience, and no teacher or school can teach them. I thank Mr. Akash Bhabad for this wonderful opportunity given to me to bring out the details of soft skills in a very compact manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sumit, for really your speech was very precise and informative. You have almost covered everything. And being a soft skill trainer, myself would like to connect with you further. Yeah. So it's next speaker is Mr. Farhan Ahmed Sheikh. He's an expert speaker from India. I welcome you, Mr. Farhan, and over to you.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon to the moderator and everybody else who has joined in. And a special thanks to ABCD International for this wonderful initiative. The topic that I've chosen is spirituality. Now, a very important topic in today's times. And Dr. Huma Shah briefly touched upon it. She talked about spiritual health. So I'll be talking about this in a little bit more detail. Obviously not more than 5 or 6 minutes. Okay, our land, India, has always been a land of saints and sages. So it will be safe to say that a subtle amount of spirituality exists in our genes, has always existed since time. And we are also known as the spiritual capital of the world. The world looks upon us for spiritual guidance. Over the centuries, I mean, since ancient times, we have produced so many yogis, rishis, spiritual gurus, religious leaders, spiritual leaders. The list is huge. But despite being despite being the spiritual capital of the world and a lot of other, praises and encomiums that have been showered upon us, today, not just in our country, but across the globe, we find that there is an even more need for being spiritual. Spirituality has come down over the years, over the centuries, simply because we are living in a very materialistic world today. So people today are seeking spirituality more than ever. Wouldn't like to blame technology or other factors, but the fact is we are living in a highly fast-paced materialistic world, because of which spirituality becomes even more important. Spirituality actually lies within each and every one of us, but we are simply not aware. So we need to seek within ourselves. So what we need to do is we need to pause and look within us. But unfortunately, in today's time, that is not happening, because we are always busy thinking about the next day, the next week, the next month, the next year. So we simply don't have the time to pause and reflect upon ourselves. So that's not really happening. So being spiritual is actually a process. And like I just said, it starts with reflection. We need to reflect upon ourselves. We need to reflect upon our lives. Is it going in the right direction? And mind you, when I talk about spirituality, it's not about religion. This is something much beyond. It goes, it cuts across religious lines. And so, like I said, what do we do first? We reflect. Now, what do I actually mean by reflection? When we reflect upon ourselves, we reflect on the time gone by. We reflect on the mistakes committed in the past. We reflect on that kind of life that we have led. So how can this be done? The process actually is quite simple. First and foremost, we need to be in solitude. And I mean solitude, I don't necessarily mean being alone, but within being one with ourselves. So you can do this by, being one with nature. You can go to places where you can, first of all, admire the wonderful nature that is around us. Not many people do this these days. We need to travel to places where you can be with yourself, and that gives you ample time and space for reflection. And if you have spent, let's say, 20 to 30 years of your life and you still feel that you have not achieved much, or there's something missing inside you, reflection will help you, change course, change direction. You might find purpose in your life. So what you need to do is you need to give time the space. You need to give nature a thought. So that will give your life a meaning and a purpose. This is what, when in the beginning, I talked about saints and sages, that is what they have been doing. The saints and sages that our country has produced across religion, what have they been doing? They have been reflecting. They have been meditating, which allows them to reflect upon their lives. They were not leading materialistic lives. They were not, running behind money or other materialistic things. They tried to connect with the divine. And in the process, they looked for divinity within themselves. People started worshiping them because they elevated themselves to that level. And all this happened because they led a life of solitude, which eventually developed their spirituality. Okay. And obviously they were all God-fearing. They feared God. They helped people, because if one is truly spiritual, he will find solace in helping others. Again, something which not many people do, because they don't get the idea that helping others is the most important factor in developing one's spirituality. Help yourself, but at the same time help others as well. So is this a process that is, whether it's happening elsewhere or not, that is not the question, but we as the spiritual capital of the world, because this is a title that Indians don't give themselves, this is a title that the world gives us. Even today, in the Western world, two examples are always given, one of Buddha and the other of Gandhi. There are many others, but generally when people talk about spirituality, these two names come forward. So we are the spiritual capital of the world, but we are not the most spiritual. We are not the most happiest people on earth. It is, Bhutan and Sri Lanka are ahead of us in these aspects. So what we need to do is we need to reflect on our lives. We need to focus on inner spirituality, the spirituality that lies within each one of us, All we have to do is seek that within. And this can happen only if we stop, pause, look back and reflect. So that will give us a sense of purpose, a sense of direction. So we need to spend time in solitude. We need to be one with nature. We need to spend whatever time we have, or we need to find the time to be one with nature. Admire the beauty of nature, because it's a proven fact that one who spends a lot of time with nature eventually treads on the path of spirituality, and he becomes a much better person. There's no doubt about it. And I don't know whether personal examples can be given here. I faced a lot of trials.
Conclude fast, sir.
I faced a lot of trials and tribulations in life. I lost my father a few months ago. I'm an estranged husband. I have been away from my child for many years now. So I had no other chance but to, follow all these steps that I've just spoken about in the last 5 minutes. So what I've done is basically I've looked up within myself. So I focused on inner spirituality. And this is what I wanted to talk about today. In today's times, I feel is a very important subject. So thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you to ABCD, the moderator. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Farhan, for giving such a clarity about that spirituality is not a religion. That is very much correct. Thanks for your inputs. It's now time to invite Miss Srividya V, expert speaker from India, and she is independent legal consultant. Srividya, most welcome. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Akash and ABCD International for this opportunity. Wonderful initiative. So the reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man. Now, what does this mean? This means that the world's greatest innovators, whether they have been individuals, whether they've been companies, or whether they've been startups, have all had to be unreasonable. Unreasonable to themselves, to the people around them, and also to the world at large. So the thing is that since these individuals are constantly pushing the envelope, they're constantly trying to do something either completely new, or they're trying to improve on what is already existing. So that is what innovation is. It is generally one of the two. It's something which is completely new, or you improve on what already exists. And there are various types of innovation. For example, there is product innovation, there is process innovation, there's service innovation. And I'll give you examples for them. Product innovation is something which is very common. Basically, as the name suggests, it relates to products, right? So just think of when the refrigerator made an appearance in our lives in India back in the 70s and 80s. It completely revolutionized the way the food industry and also our eating habits, because food could now be stored. We could have so many options that it gave us. Similarly, from the time cell phones have come into the market, I mean, life has undergone a complete sea change. It's not just change. With some products and some processes, there has been some change. Whereas here, life has undergone a complete 360-degree change as far as cell phones are concerned. Then coming to process innovations. Process innovations, the example would be like Mr. Henry Ford's assembly line. Like he was inspired by the conveyor belt, and he decided to utilize it in his company, in the Ford company that manufactured cars. So he introduced the assembly lines for the production of cars. Now what happened is, with this introduction, the same cars which used to take 10 or 12 hours to be manufactured could now be manufactured in just a few hours. So that was his innovation. Then you have something like Amazon. Amazon was earlier, it was a physical store, but look at Amazon today. Like if you take just one example of books, it's not as if books were not in existence or you couldn't purchase books before Amazon came onto the scene. But today, at the click of a button, you sit in the comfort of your home, you order it online, and you have books delivered to your house. So that is where Amazon brought about a big change. Then you have the concept of service innovation. Service innovation is an innovative way or a different way of providing your services. In the field of hospitality, for example, if you see Airbnb, people were staying in hotels, people were staying in different places before Airbnb came into existence. But Airbnb has now given people more options, and it acts as a bridge between those between people who want to stay or want to go for a vacation or want to stay somewhere, and for people who have a spare home or who want to rent out their homes. Then you have the concept of portia in India. You have in the healthcare scene, portia, for example, which is provides you quality medical care. And this can be done from the comfort of your house. Like for those people who can't travel, for instance, who can't go to a hospital or a clinic or a nursing home, for senior citizens, or for those who are bedridden, or various different categories. These people can avail the services from the comfort of your home, and it's an online service. You can get all these at home, right? So why is innovation important? So innovation is important. Like on the one hand, there would be very little progress without innovation. Two, it cuts on costs. It saves you, depending on what the innovation is. It cuts on costs. It cuts on time, like we saw in the example of Henry Ford's assembly line. It also cuts on effort, like the same workers who were working for so many X number of hours earlier, they had to work for less number of hours now, which gives them more time on their hands. And so these are the different important factors of innovation. Now the question is, how can you be more innovative? You could be working, whether you're working in a company or a startup, whether you could be a school teacher, you could be in the real estate business, you could be in aviation, you could be in the legal field, whatever field you happen to be in. The only thing that innovation begins with a thought. Like you can't be doing thinking along the same lines as everybody else, because the greatest innovators of the world have always thought different. Like the Apple's quote says, think different. You have to think unlike what you were thinking earlier. You have to travel along the unbeaten path. So it begins with a thought. So your first thought, even the idea that comes to people begins with a thought. So your first thought should be like, wherever you are at your workplace, or if not in your department, maybe in a different department, maybe in a different part of the company. Look all around you, be a good observer as to, look all around you and think as to what exactly needs to be, if you're working on something, for example, does this particular area need something new? That is point number one. Point number two, if it's already in existence or if it's good, can it be made better? Can it be improved? So what can I do individually to make this better or to introduce something new? And two, how can we as a team do something new or do something better, whether for your company or whatever, your school or college or institution? And be a good observer.
Discuss your
and the last part of it, yes, I'm just wrapping up. Thank you. The last part of it is how, having made this innovation, how do you hope to protect your innovation? That is most important. Legally, you can protect your innovation through using intellectual property rights. There are various intellectual property rights like patents, trademarks, copyright, industrial design, and trade secrets. There are many more, but for the shortage of time, that's the only one I'm mentioning here. So thank you so much, Mr. Akash. My name is Srividya Butha. I'm an independent legal consultant specializing in intellectual property rights. Thank you. Thank you.
That's great. That's great, Srividya, for coming to this platform. Actually, we have whatever you talk about the innovation.
నిన్ననే సాక్షికి వెళ్ళి చెప్పాను. Sakshi, please no one to leave this for the Sakshi.
Mute yourself. I request Akash to please mute. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I was telling you that
something?
whenever you spoke about innovation, we have a best example, Mr. Akash, with us, who is always trying to do something innovative, and so we are all
yes,
here.
Absolutely. This is also a wonderful example of trying something new and trying something. Thank you, Mr. Akash. Thank you to you, madam, and the entire team and ABCD International.
Thank you. So it's time to invite our next speaker. He is Mr. Noor Ahmed. He is humanitarian activist, youth ambassador of Access of Human Rights International. Yes, Mr. Noor Ahmed, you are most welcome over here on this platform, and over to you.
Thank you so much. I think I am audible to all of you. Perfect. So
yes,
thank you so much. And I'm very much honored to be the part of this. And hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from different parts of the world today, whoever joined. And even I have been learning that so many things have been covered and will be covered today for this grand event. And my name is Ambassador Noor Ahmed. I'm from Bangladesh. I'm also international speaker, moderator, educators, youth influencer, peace ambassador, youth ambassador as well. I'm connecting so many international organizations, so I'm not going to all of this. So what I'm going to talk about, I will talk about the personal development. As a youth activist or a youth influencer, I am focusing on the youth mainly. How many of youth, or even your child, or your student, or your brother or sister in your family are thinking about their personal development? In the reality field, it doesn't work. So why is not work? Let me explain. The real picture, our parents, our all of the relatives, guardian, they are actually forcing us to get a good job. I mean, to get a good marks, to be a topper, to get a highest CGPA. So how many of our brothers, sister, children, students are actually developing themselves with the vocational knowledge of them? Absolutely, education is the backbone of the nation. Even education is a part of our life. But trust me, the transpersonal education, even some practical based education is not that much actually active in the South Asian country. So after the grad, after the postgrad, whatever you say, I can see whenever students are actually facing the job field, they are having a so much problem because they are not getting that much thing that what is required. So yes, of course, one of the speaker perfectly articulated the soft skill and hard skill should be required before you place in job. The Honorable Excellency, all the youth who have been hearing with me that is focusing that first of all for your development, think about the soft skill and hard skill that you have to have to place in job market. And next one, I would like to focus that if you are comfortable for entrepreneurship, I think your mentality or your entrepreneurial skills should be actually taken before the place in entrepreneurship world, as it is very competitive world indeed. So number three, I would like to focus that youth can be within your study time, you can be the part of the voluntary organization or some non-profit organization for your voluntary role. Trust me, if you are a student, doesn't matter. If you are a service holder, doesn't matter. If you are a businessman, doesn't matter, because every single person have to have a responsibility for your family, for your society, and around the world. So how many of you actually perform the responsibility for your society? No, I'm not thinking I'm actually student. I should think about my study. Oh no, I'm just doing a service holder. I am earning money for my family. No, this is not all about your responsibility. So think about the responsibility. If you are not able to arrange organization, just leave it. Try to involve in the voluntary organization to work for the ultimate people who actually require your help or aid. Number four, I would like to focus youth can be the part of many small projects or youth conference or youth parliament, because youth voice is very required. You know, 70% of the youth who are living around the world, they are living in the poor countries like African nation and the South Asian, and this number drastically increased. So how can the youth can get the basic needs of their, how can youth can get a majority or opportunities
quickly, okay?
Sure. And number five, I would like to focus, try to involve yourself in some training, some workshop to develop yourself, because without doing that, trust me, your personal development or inner development can't be developed. That's what is required for the rest of your life. So I would like to suggest all the youth who are doing your study right now, please try to involve the voluntary, to training, to try to involve in soft skill and hard skill, try to be the part of the societal responsibility and so many things. So try to be part at least once in a day. So thank you so much for giving me the floor, and my dear brother, give me the opportunity. That's really means a lot to me. And thank you so much, Preeti, for giving me the chance as well.
Thank you, Noor, and nicely explained that how one can be responsible by participating in different areas. Thank you for your valuable suggestions. Now, our next speaker is Luzui Deni. I hope I'm pronouncing right. Please pardon me if the pronunciation is not correct. He's an educator, global speaker. Are you there? Olusuji, are you there? Okay, so let me call another speaker. Our next speaker is Bedkur MM Sir, Dr. Bedkur MM Sir. So you are most welcome. If I talk about Sir, he is an expert speaker from India, and he's a principal brand ambassador of Bhabad International Publication. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. I am audible.
Sir, very much audible.
Thank you to ABCD International Publications for this grand achievement of this event, 11th hour continuously. It's proud to be here with you all, and congratulations to our Akash sir, and also to you also as a moderator. I have seen you in Mumbai. It was the event of the brand ambassador. I have chosen the topic spirituality. Very nicely, Farhan Sheikh completed here that topic with inner spiritualness. Really, it was a good topic for all, because spiritually is not religious, but it is the development to be done with us. Since this fact is only related to the humans, not others, and it controls our mind and our health and our society also. So we always be the spiritual. It is not religious. It's just a improvement of us to give, to learn from others and to give something best to the others. If we are spiritual, teachers or any person, citizen of any country which is spiritual, then others also follow the spiritual path. So it's the power of spirituality, and that gives the dimension to the all to learn to do something best for others. So this fact of spirituality, I am not going in detail because every speaker have given detail about it, and we be the spiritual. We try to follow all the spiritual paths which can develop ourselves and others also. And as Farhan sir was saying that we are spiritual leaders. Really, we are spiritual leaders because India is having a lot of rishis, munis, all the those leaders which are doing for the society always, and they have given a path from last thousands of years. We are learning from them, and this rich our culture is also we're trying to give to our next generation. That is the best one from all the leaders in India. This follows. We are all religious, and also we maintain ourselves as a spiritual. Thank you, madam, for giving this me opportunity to learn in front of these intellectual peoples like all speakers. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. So thank you for just taking the time care, and I appreciate that. Our next speaker is Dr. Rahul Deosha. Now, he's from India. He's an award winner and expert speaker. I will over to you, sir.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It has been such an honor to be part of the wonderful event. I would also like to extend my special gratitude to Mr. Akash, CEO, founder of ABCD International Family and Bhabad International Publication, a world record holder organization, presents, and member of all our world who have given their precious time in world record Speakathon. Finally, I would like to extend my humble gratitude to all dignitaries from different areas of the world. A wide round of applause and thanks to all who made the event a memorable one. Now, I'm going to present today's talk on ICT, opportunities and their challenges. The world record event has been happened due to ICT. Everyone know very well because we are connecting with the help of ICT. If ICT is not there, it cannot come in one platform like this virtual meeting, Zoom meeting. So very, very important for topic ICT. And I'm going to just overview on the what is the ICT and what is the use of ICT and what is the opportunity of the ICT and challenges also. Just I'm going to brief introduction on that. So we are facing already in the past pandemic situation, all over world affected from COVID in our education system as well as trade. But we are not going to stop. Everywhere ICT has taken a vital role for continuing the education in different levels. The education and trade has been started more in virtual mode. So as a educationist, we should focus on ICT, and especially we can go through the different types of research tools. That tools easy to learn and implemented in our teaching practices as well as in searching more ideas, more innovative idea in trading to circulate all over world. Nowadays, our education system may opt ICT in any subject, even physics, mathematics, or any traditional courses. So learning never stop in any situation. And also, we are seeing the trade business are not stop due to ICT have taken a vital role. So I have lots of intellectual worried, but the situation is beyond our thought. I think situation will change according to our handwork in any area. I think any awareness program should be continuing for everyone. Be people ready to handle any situation until and unless in any pandemic situation. And there is challenges also. ICTs have taken the vital role, but the challenges is more unemployment, crime, loss of privacy, intellectual properties, freedom of speech and press, professional ethics. These are some ethical issues in ICT has taken with uses of ICT. And also the depressions, mental depressions, our childs or our students going to that scenario I've seen. And the opportunity, the challenges are also the cost is very important. Set up the maintenance, training, keeping the staff up to date, software, etc. can be high. And also the literacy skill is very important for all of us. If literacy is not, they cannot use the ICT. Can the people make physically unfit? The ICT use the people physically unfit, doesn't have the motivation that the teacher has.
Sir, can you cut short quickly?
Okay, man, thank you.
Sorry to cut short.
Yeah, sure. So people become related ICT, like us, your computer didn't work, we couldn't have any relations. So learning more computer isn't fun. Many people. So last year, I'm again thanks again to ABCD International Family and Bhabad International Publication. Especially thanks to Mr. Akash, World Record Holder Organization, to giving me an opportunity. So thank you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you, Rahul sir, for really explaining us that how important ICT is. And otherwise, we will not be here and speaking, and I'll moderating over here. Thank you for such a valuable speech. Over to you, Akash.
Yes, thank you so much, so all speakers, and thank you Preeti ma'am for wonderful management.
Thank you.
So हम अभी time के साथ चल रहे हैं, we are on time. So thank you once again for supporting us. So this is ऑल मतलब हम सबका वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड है ये, ना तो सिर्फ ABCD का है, ये सबका आप सभी ये क्रेडिट जाता है, मैं तो बस मीडियम हूँ. सो वी विल मूव अहेड. सो प्रीति मैम, इफ यू वांट टू टॉक on any subject, you can talk for 5 minutes. So next we will start with another group. You can also start. Please unmute, please unmute.
Everybody spoke so well about everything. Means like even I am a spiritual person, and I understand the importance of meditation. I understand the importance of alignment. When you are doing anything with alignment, I understand. So this means like within my 2 years of journey, I have explored a lot. Earlier I was a teacher, but when I quit my teaching job and I came into this coaching field, I realized that how much is there to explore. Means being confined to one of the institute, you cannot explore yourself. So I must say to everybody that just go out of your box. Once you go out of your box, you will understand that what is your own potential. Otherwise you will be just being hampering your own potential by just doing your monotonous work. So like if meditation, when you do, means like I am running one of the institute that it is healing towards happiness, and so many people are attaching with me and telling me that yes, what is the importance of this meditation and all, how we are able to connect with the people. So when you do the meditation, actually you are able to having your own inner peace, and I focus nowadays more on my inner peace. But why so? Because if I am I'm at peace from inner, I'll definitely, my surrounding will be at peace. I'll not be, if I am calm, definitely my family will be at calm. If I am calm, my workplace will be calm. So I want to say from this platform, yes, we all need to work now on our own inner peace, our own calmness, and then definitely the entire environment will be totally different. Your perspective will change. When you are not at peace, definitely your perspective will be different. But when you are at peace, you look at the people with a different perspective. So this is all from my end. Akash, for giving me this opportunity to moderate the session. And thank you very much. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, once again. And so we have one speaker, and he's connected from morning. So I would like to invite him first, and after that we will move ahead. Welcome Nonso Okaka sir. He is from Nigeria, and please unmute yourself and over to you. And we have only 5 minutes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, please. Hello. Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Hello.
Okay, so let's move ahead.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Akash.
Yes, yes.
This is Nikhil Desai.
Yes, sir. We will invite.
So what time am I speaking?
Just a minute, sir. Just a minute.
I mean, it was
okay. So we have another moderator, and she is.
411. Yes, 411. So if you're having an issue with the previous speaker, I could join in. Otherwise, I'll speak at 411.
Okay, so just please wait, please wait. So we have our moderator with us, Miss Preeti Mehta ma'am, and ma'am, welcome on this wonderful platform, and over to you. Please introduce our speakers group wise, because I think the last speaker network issue problem.
Okay, so should I call as per the list Dr. Emmanuel? I think he's not visible here.
He's not there.
Okay, so we'll call the next speaker Nikhil Desai, sir.
Yes, yes.
Okay, So thank you, Akash sir, for the opportunity, and we are ready to rock this magical 11-11. Everybody is so excited, and without taking much time, I invite the speaker Nikhil Desai sir from India, and the platform is yours for 6 minutes, and after 5 minutes we may have to interrupt if you overtake the time. So floor is yours for 6 minutes, sir. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much, Preeti. Just wanted to check with you if there's an introduction that you're going to do, or it should be part of my 6 minutes.
You can, sir. You can, sir.
You can, sir.
Okay, I'll do it myself. All right. Good meeting all of you online. Wonderful, wonderful day. Happy that to be on this platform. And I know that the subject today in 6 minutes that I'm going to touch upon is for your personal development. And I call it the 6 habits of excellence. And I know all of us want to excel in our lives, right? This is one of our goals because excellence, I always believe, is a habit, not an act. So we have to keep on trying to excel, to unleash our true potential. We've all been born on this earth, and sometimes people come to me as an international speaker, motivator, and coach for the last 30 years with more than 250,000 participants in 42 countries of the world. Over the last 30 years, people have been asking me, what is the purpose of life? And I always say the purpose of life is to live a life of purpose. This is so important that we identify our purpose. And out of the 6 habits, the first habit is people who are excelling always are clear about their purpose of life. Because once you get clear about your purpose of life, then you can start connecting your today with your tomorrow. 5 years from now, if you see yourself doing this, what is it that you should be doing 1 year from now, 6 months from now, 3 months from now, next month, next week, and today? All those connecting dots become easier to manage. So my request to all of you to remember, this has helped me. I'm born in a humble middle class family, but with a lot of hard work, with the goals that I talk about in my sessions, I've been able to reach a place and stage in my life where I have been not only happy, but I've also been successful in a lot of things that I've done. And excellence has always been my biggest motivating factor. So habit number 1 is define your purpose. Habit number 2 is master your time. I always believe life is equal to time. Master your life and master your time. But if you do not master your time, mastering your life becomes very, very difficult. And many of us, we feel there's a lot of time in life, but life is very short, my friends. So make sure that you have actually done yourself something which I call a time log. From a Monday morning to a next Monday morning for 7 days, at least once every year, if not more often, try to identify everything that you actually do in your life, right from the time you wake up, and then group all those activities together, and you will find that you are spending X amount of time every week on television, X amount of time so much on your exercise, X amount on your work, X amount in commuting, X amount with your family, certain amount with whatever other things you're doing. So if you are happy with the results that are shown by your time log, there's not much of a problem. But most people find the time log very revealing to make personal changes. And therefore, I highly recommend that is a very important thing that you do. I mean, if I were to ask you, you're all from different countries, but if you had a certain currency note, example, in India, we have the rupees. And if I tell somebody to tear a 500 rupee note or a 2000 rupee note, nobody's going to tear it. But are we as conscious about the value of our time? That is something, a question. We fritter away our time in useless things, and that should not happen if we want to truly, truly excel in our lives. Habit number 2, therefore, is mastering your time. Habit number 3 is to develop a positive attitude. Attitude determines your altitude. How high you will go in life is not determined by your current facts and circumstances. How high you go in life is determined by your attitude towards your life. And I always say that if you have a positive, powerful attitude, you can achieve anything in life. And one of the attitudes that we must also cultivate is what I call the attitude of gratitude. We should have a gratefulness for the work that we do, the gratefulness for this beautiful gift of life. I'm sure all of you agree that life is a beautiful gift, and what we from the Almighty. And what we do with our life is our gift to Almighty. Do we want to give the Almighty an ordinary gift, or do we want to give the Almighty a great gift? If your attitude is good, then you will have great enthusiasm in your life. Enthusiasm comes from the Greek word entheos. Entheos means full of life, full of energy, full of vitality. I always believe the greatest bankrupt in the world is not a person who doesn't have money. The greatest bankrupt in the world is a person who doesn't have enthusiasm for this beautiful gift of life. My friends, every morning when you get up, you have two choices. You can either say, "Good morning, God," with a lot of energy and enthusiasm, or you can say, "Oh God, it's morning." And how you get up in the morning determines your day, and your days determine your weeks, and your weeks determine your years. So make sure that you have a lot of positive attitude in life. Habit number 4 is become a very, very good communicator. Communication is the nerve of all interpersonal skills. Just because we know the language well, it does not mean that we are good communicators. To be good communicator, you must realize that whatever you say, when the other person receives it in that same manner and understands what you're saying completely, that is good communication. Communication comes from the Latin word communicare. Communicare means to share, to make things in common. Both understand each other perfectly, and that is communication. You could have many situations where people living in the same house do not communicate. You do not understand each other, but people who are 1,000 miles away do. So improve your communication skills as one of your major important areas to excel in life. Habit number 5 is to manage your stress. If you do not manage your stress, your performance is going to decline. There's a great quote.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. We have only
minute. Yes,
30 seconds now.
And the last habit is to take super care of your health. Health is not wealth. Health is much more than wealth. If you will take care of your health, you can achieve anything in life. And remember one thing, my friends, health is a jubilant feeling of well-being at the physical, mental, emotional, social, and spiritual levels. So wish you all the best. Enjoy these 6 habits of excellence, and may you not only be happy, but be very, very successful in life. All the best, my friends. May God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for those insightful on purpose of life and the time. So it's a time to invite next speaker, Sushil Kumar Sharma. Yeah.
Very good evening, everyone.
Yes, floor is yours for 6 minutes, sir.
Yes, please.
Yes, floor is yours for 6 minutes.
Yeah, I am aware of it. Kindly sharing and then start counting 6 minutes.
Oh, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Let me begin. Instant, you can start counting.
Yes, please continue, sir.
No, I want sharing. I've given message also.
Screen sharing. Okay, yeah. just a minute.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're getting the screen share.
Yes, sir. Now you can.
I think it is not there.
Please start. Please start. No.
Now my screen is visible, full screen?
Yes, sir.
And my voice is clear?
Yes, sir. You can.
It is 4:15, 6 minutes I will close.
Okay, sir.
My topic is for global, not for individual. And topic is corporate social responsibility from profits to people and planet, which in fact have become unavoidable globally. Right now, COP27 meeting is going on where more than 200 countries are represented by more than 30,000 participants in Egypt. And the single agenda is what we did with our planet. So let me come out and begin with appraising you all that CSR, corporate social responsibility, is one of the boldest and strongest solution for the issues world is facing as of now. And through CSR, we help spreading smiles globally. And it is in this perspective that today's event is taking place, organized by ABCD International, who also focuses on CSR. In India, we are worshipping our ecosystem since ages. In different parts and different states of country, the practices may vary, but purpose remains the same, keeping our country at its best. With this background, there are some real biodiversities even today in existence in country. And I am sure every one of us, whosoever is watching world over, must be feeling very energetic with these biodiversity realities. Keeping ahead, we have always been worshipping even the rivers, and we call Ganga Ma as a symbolic, but all mothers across India are worshipped in the form of rivers. This is one of the purest river in the world, which is in Meghalaya, India, wherein we can even visualize the shadow of a boat within. And these are some, again, fantastic biodiversities who speaks very clearly, loudly, the realities, what planet have earlier been, and even it is nowadays at places. These are the prominent Indian organizations. Many of them are MNCs who are working world over. During 2021-22, 22,531 companies, they reported CSR spends in India. As of now, there are 14.5 lakhs registered companies in India. India INC spent 1,25,000 crore of rupees on CSR activities since this enactment was notified in 2013-14 and became operational from 2014-15. It is a matter of pride that world over India is the first country to make CSR mandatory. Another buzzing word and dimension of India is startups. We have now more than 79,000 startups. But what we did with our planet, see the realities, see the result. It is a matter of serious concern. Even our national capital, Delhi, appears as the dirtiest capital world over. And as such, that situation is continuing now. The impacts are visible globally. We have only contributed 4% historically in greenhouse gases, whereas others have contributed many, many times than India. As a result, globally, the hottest year till 2016, followed by 2020 and 2019. All the latest 10 hottest years are from current decade. That means situation have changed very seriously. If we look from the perspective of world most polluted countries, Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, Afghanistan, top 4 countries are most polluted from Asian continent. In fact, we and our neighbors, as a result, Asian continent is now the most polluted continent, and these are the most polluted countries, capitals world over, wherein, as I stated a bit before, Delhi is the most polluted capital city. Going further, these are the causes of, in fact, climate change, which have distorted the picture badly. Rapid industrialization, energy use, agricultural practices, deforestation, consumer practices, livestock, transportation, resource extraction, and finally pollution. And there are n number of effects of all these causes, beginning with high temperatures who are rising continuously, unpredictable weather patterns, and so on. The impact desertification, loss of lives, hunger, malnutrition, poverty, and all. Finally, this is the scenario what looks today. And survival world over has become difficult. And it is in this background that 200 countries represented by 30,000 leaders are gathered in Egypt. Now, present scenario is dominated by poverty, corruption, violence, shortages,
time is getting
pricing and all. Yes, and list continue like this. CSR in fact started in the year 1850 onwards world over, and then continuing. These were the earlier forms of corporate responsibilities world over, dominated by Indians. We are very proud of that Tata Steel is the first dominant organization in India, which started in 1907 and is doing wonders even today. And very grateful to share that among the top richest 100 philanthropists, Tata Group is the topmost, doing the best work. And this is the changing before the change happening in Tata Steel, and they have supplied the best possible requirements and world over. Thank you, madam. I have finished.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for cooperating with us. Please stop sharing. Yes, ma'am, let's speak up.
Yes, thank you, sir, for such an insightful about what is happening around the world and what India has to do. It's without wasting much time. It's time to call the next speaker. The next speaker in our list is Sonatan Ghosh.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, Priti ma'am. And
yes.
Thank you, everybody present here. Thank you, Akash sir, for
from
giving me this opportunity to share my views on. I'm from India, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes. Please continue.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can I share my views on education?
Yes, sir. You can start, sir.
Okay, thank you for giving me these opportunities. The purpose of education is to aid students to develop their intellect and discover their potential to create a workforce that serves social, cultural, economic, and environmental needs. I feel that the purpose of education is to make sure that we all constantly grow and create a positive influence in our mind or world. This is important because if we as a society are uneducated, then there will be no scientific, educational, or technological advantage. If we put on importance on education, then we would not have most of the technology or medicine that we have now. We would also be lacking as human race because prejudice and racism would not have been overcome at this point in time. It is important to educate our future generations because we are constantly changing our society. Education is also important to the individual because in our society today, people need to be educated to be successful. As a high school student, I am constantly being told that I need to go to college and get a degree. But this is not the purpose of education. I think education is to be taken everybody to prosper in life. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Hello,
sir. You are audible. Please continue.
Audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yes.
One thing here, it should be mentioned that COVID-19 has resulted in schools start all across the world, and education has changed dramatically. With the distinctive rise of e-learning, whereby teaching is undertaken remotely and on digital platforms. It is proved that online learning has been shown on increased retention of information and take less time, but I think that offline education is better to the student. Education is to be implemented and to be increased throughout the world so that we can prosper in life. Without education, nobody can prosper in life. I think education is the best medium to be succeeded in life. Education also it makes us aware of the society. Education inspires us to do something for the society. As a human being, our only purpose is to live on this earth. I am not sure, but I think that on this earth, our duty is to help others so that everybody can prosper in life and everybody can depend on us. Education is such a vehicle that always move on if we think that education is the best medium to be introduced. I think every child in our country should be educated so that they can serve our country through education. A country, even in the world, can be high-priced or through education, we can do anything. Education is just not a paper. Education is what we learn, what we try to learn, and what we achieve in our life. So I think that the whole world should pursue education and implement education in all purposes so that students, even all human beings, take it. Education is the best medium or best vehicle through which we can prosper. Without education, we can do nothing, right? Anybody has any views or do you have any question on education? Hello?
Yes, anybody wants to ask anything? Any questions to sir?
Any question? Any question?
I think no, sir. It was a really insightful presentation, sir. And we
Thank you for giving me this opportunity for sharing my views on education. I am in the field of education for 25 years. And thanks to Akash sir and thanks to ABC International for giving me the opportunity. And thank you, ma'am Preeti, for giving me this time to aware. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker we have in the list is Dr. Adugan Joseph. Is he here?
Actually, he already talked. So we have next Fatma.
Ramiro ji.
Fatma ma'am, I think.
Okay, so Ramiro sir also he has spoken. Okay, so let us move to the next speaker, Fatima Sohra ma'am from India.
Hello. Good evening, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like firstly thanks to Mr. Akash sir, who has given me opportunity to speak and share my views about topic leadership. And I'm very happy that I'm a part of one of the largest speakathon. So I would like to start. न संघर्ष न तकलीफें क्या मजा है फिर जीने में, ना संघर्ष ना तकलीफें क्या मजा है फिर जीने में, तूफान भी थम जाएगा जब लक्ष्य रहेगा सीने में. A great leader will always lead the people for a better future. Leadership is all about selflessness. It is about thinking about the goals of society before personal goals. A good leader will always lead by an example and will always be focused on his or her goals. When you have a dream, you have got to grab it and never let go. And leadership is about the keeping the goal of society before the goal of the individual. It is about having the vision to achieve the target. Leadership is about understanding the followers and working with them It is related to active listening and adapting to changes. A leader is not born, but with consistent efforts, one can become a great leader when we are helping to each other. In this way, we can make many more leaders. The leadership quality should be like that. And we have many different type of example who set examples earlier in future. And past also leadership like Gandhi ji, Nehru ji, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose ji, and many more. Bhagat Singh ji, they gathered the whole country. On which basis? Only due to their best qualities they did. It is the act of leading and guiding a team in a manner that the success of one is directly linked to the success of the team. And it is a team commitment and teamwork, your loyalty, all the things are very important. And whenever you want to do in your life now, nothing is impossible. You should to always remember this thing. And there is nothing impossible to they who are trying and those who want to try, those who will to try. The bad news is time flies. Life has got all the those twists and turns. Whenever one more thing we should to always remember, keep your face just always toward the sunshine, and shadow will fall behind you. This is the way of living. And we should to always remember the good qualities of everybody. And I'm extremely thankful to again Akash sir, who has given me such a wonderful opportunity. And thank you, ma'am, for giving me a chance to speak. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for such an insightful your speech was. So now it's a time to call another speaker from Brandy Scholar. I think he is also not there. And Vilmada, sir, they are not there. So next speaker should I call Manoj Kumar Singh from India?
Yeah, hello.
Welcome Manoj Kumar sir, and floor is yours for 5 minutes, 6 minutes. He's from India.
Hello.
Sir. Okay, welcome sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, Preeti. And thank you to ABCD International Family and Akash ji for this wonderful initiative that you have taken. I'm Manoj Kumar Singh, and I am National President and Trustee of our Me Foundation. And along with that, my education-wise, I am a biotechnologist, and I'm a social entrepreneur. Whatever venture I venture into, these are all connected to the society and how it brings welfare to masses. So today I would like to speak on health and its impact on our lives. And basically, because everyone is aware of in general about the health, and previously also some of our speakers have spoken about importance of health. But my focus is on rare diseases, because my trust also, Power in Me Foundation, we work for the welfare of people with rare diseases and their family members. As the word rare means those diseases which are part of the society, they are present in the society, but because they are not easy to diagnose, or it takes years to diagnose those diseases, so they are known as rare conditions. And currently there are more than 7,000 rare diseases worldwide. And the major problem with that, with them, all of them, is that majority of them, about 95% of them, they don't have any cure or even treatment available. Only 5% have any type of treatment, and that again is very costly. That means in terms of Indian rupees, if you want to calculate into. So I myself am a patient of severe hemophilia. That's a rare bleeding disorder. And I can give you an example from my side. That let's say if I have to be given a treatment and I have to stay fit and live a normal life, that means I need to spend around about 25 to 30 lakhs annually for my treatment only. And that is the factor injection that we get because these are clotting factors that help the bleeding to stop and keep us healthy. And we are 3 brothers in the family who are suffering from. That means within a family, you need to have more than 70 lakh or 80 lakh rupees to actually have a good health in the family. So normally when you come from a middle class family or lower middle class, you cannot afford it, right? So that's why what we are working on, and there's a need to create awareness about rare diseases, because it is not only affecting the health of a person in general. The impact of rare diseases are on the physical, mental level, social level, and financial levels. These are the 4 levels where these diseases are impacting people and their family. Because they are not having any type of treatment or cure. So what happens is in India and worldwide, there are different myths prevalent and to the causes of those diseases. But the main aspect is actually mutation. The thing that actually led to the evolution and from us evolving into human beings from our ancestors who were apes, right? So that same mutation is a reason for different diseases and at genetic level. And when I talk about hemophilia, there are 70% cases which are hereditary, means from transition from one generation to another, whereas 30% cases, which is not small, are again for the first time. That means their family doesn't have a history of this disease in their family. So these are again new mutations that are occurring into the gene that are responsible for those blood clotting factors. So there is a greater need that we create awareness about these rare diseases, because the people who are in the society who are suffering from these rare conditions, they, as I told you about the impact, are going through a lot of struggle, and they're not able to live a dignified life and a normal life that they deserve. So that's why we need to talk about those rare diseases. And now let me tell you about some of the symptoms of hemophilia, that one of the rare diseases I'm talking about, because my life purpose revolves around that, because I'm suffering from this, and the objective was not to let anybody else suffer from the same thing that me and my family have gone through. So that's why we are working towards it. So as many doctors and healthcare professionals, they are already aware of only that the bleeding doesn't stop when the cut happens to the patient with hemophilia, but there are few more indications that are part of it. Like you have spontaneous bleeds for patients who are severe hemophilic. In our body, normal people, there is 50 to 150% blood clotting factor that is present, that helps in the normal clotting process. Whereas people who are suffering from hemophilia, they lack the clotting factor, or let's say they have the blood clotting factor less than 1%, that causes severe hemophilia, and then it's 2 to 6%, that is a mild one, and then your 6 to 15% or 20%, that is a moderate form of hemophilia. So people with mild and moderate suffer less, and their number is comparatively less as compared to the severe format. And the people with severe hemophilia, they have spontaneous bleeds in their joints, muscles, tissues. And if the bleeding happens in the vital organs like brain or GI, then if the factor or immediate treatment is not given, that could even lead to the death of the patient. And at times, a patient loses blood to that extent that it is difficult to save them. So for any surgery, even for the tooth extraction, you need to have a costly factor available at your disposal. So normal people might have their tooth extracted in 1,000, 2,000 or 3,000 rupees. Whereas you, for severe hemophilics, if you don't have factor available, it becomes very difficult because factor cost is very high. So the governments are providing, but still the accessibility to people is less, because in all the districts districts or all the states, it's not available in that way, that manner. So there is a greater need. And still, as per the Hemophilia Federation India, we have only about 23,000 patients with hemophilia being registered, whereas they estimate the number to be around 125,000. So still 1 lakh patients are not being diagnosed also. So there is a grave need. So many are losing their life. And the another part of these bleeding disorders is that women, if they are suffering from bleeding disorder, they
Sorry to disturb, sir. Can you wrap up?
Yes. So the final couple of points that if women are suffering from this, then they suffer from miscarriages or even the time of the delivery, the problems are prevalent. So when we talk about it, when we create awareness about these conditions, we can save many lives. And that is what I would like to conclude my speech with. And thank you so much once again, ABCD International and Akash for this great initiative. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for creating awareness related to rare diseases, and we came to know a little bit about it. So as we have to move on with the other speaker, I would like to call the next speaker, Dr. Bizarzi Richardson. Yeah, Richardson from UK. She's from UK.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Hope that you all are doing well. I am super grateful for the opportunity to be part of this great initiative, empowering the world in so many different ways, through education, through empowerment, just in any way that, as leaders, we can bring across the messages that are equally important to everyone who are listening and who will be listening across the world. My name is Dr. Desiree Richardson. I am here in the UK, London. It's been a very hectic day for me because I'll be hosting the WOHA event tomorrow, Women of Heart Awards. But I'm not mostly here to talk about that today, but just a little introduction about, what I do here in London. Okay, so today I want to talk about women empowerment, because I think this is crucial, especially in the world that we're living in today. I think women empowerment is a great initiative, but we have to embrace it as women, and we have to learn to adopt that it's okay for other women to have the spotlight, and it's okay for other women to share the spotlight. I believe in sharing. I believe in giving other women opportunities so that they can shine in a world where there is enough abundance for everyone. So my one wish, as I talk about women empowerment, for women everywhere in the world is to be empowered, to feel included and to be happy, to live in a world where they feel accepted and respected, and where diversity, equality, inclusion, peace, love, and kindness can be radiated and felt through their existence and experience. The question is, how can we as women lead and step out into the world as women of the era? How will we create or help to create the changes that our world desires so that we all can live multiplicity peacefully and abundantly? However, in the world that we are living in today, there are so many women, millions of women and young girls who are still without adequate education and information to expand their knowledge and capabilities to empower themselves because of their circumstances and, of course, sometimes of their humble beginnings. So if the world provides free knowledge to each girl, then the world is given hope to their future so that they feel a sense of belonging and to know that their actual value. And when they know their actual value, this will strengthen a positive outcome in your life. So what are we teaching our women today? What are we teaching our young girls today? If we as leaders don't come together and unite, and we have conflict of feeling inferior or living in the ego, so we must forget our perils of the ego so that we can move into the world and embrace unity. It's not about the love of power. It's about the power of love. As women, let's show each other compassion by using our voices for the voiceless, sharing our inspiring experiences and wisdom for change. It's about an opportunity as leaders, because when we come together and we share words of inspiration, words are powerful, whether written or spoken, and unity among diversity and equality is imminent, because our world is moving swiftly into a new era, and we need each other more than ever as we embark on a journey together. And one of the best ways we can make a difference is to lead with love by empowering the new generation's mindset to embrace our differences, to see beyond the skin, only to see the heart. As leaders, we have an opportunity to create the path of righteousness, to show the world that we can come together as one. By educating our young women that it's okay to sit at the same table with others, there is no limitation to a few, because there is enough room on the top of the ladder. And as leaders, especially women leaders, how do we empower other women? Is when we leave the door unlocked. So this message for women leaders, so that they all of other diverse women across the world, so that we all have the same chances to feel safe walking the same path. As diverse love shared is the best beautiful answer that we can do to make that big change in the world. So I want to thank you and for this opportunity. And I just want to say to all of the women who are listening, continue to stand and stay in your greatness. And one of my mottos is that when we protect the emotional intelligence of others, we're not only saving lives, we are helping to change the world. And when we inspire other women to express humility and give compassion to heal, motivate, and help transform lives into those filled with inspiration to do more good deeds, we are creating a balanced world. So see diversity, use it as a visual component so that we can educate the masses and we can create that new generation of togetherness. So my message is, once again, is to put love in all you do. When love wins, the world wins. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for empowering women all over the world. And it's a time to invite next speaker. The next speaker in the list is from Educator. His name is an expert speaker from Nigeria. He's an educator and expert speaker, global speaker, Olusoji Adenia. The next speaker from Nigeria, Olusoji Adenia. I think sir is not able to join. Next speaker from Nigeria.
Okay, I think there is a little network issue, but okay, you can continue, and after that he will join.
Okay. So it's a nice opportunity for me to be as a moderator in such a great event that is the magic of 11. So 11-11-22. So, and it's a great idea, you know. I came to know when I heard that we are going to have such an event. So I wanted to be a part of it. And so I joined as a moderator and came to know the lot of views from other speakers. The speakers have spoken on various topics. And I came to know about the rare diseases, what are the habits we can follow and get the purpose of life, time management. So many things we come to know through this platform. And this it's a really wonderful to begin from 11:11 in the morning and it's going to happen till 11:11 at night. It's really the world record. Akash Bhabad sir is having such a good vision, and that vision motivate us to be in the group and join the group and do the things which creates the world record, which encourages all to be in the group. This is how the group is moving on from creating world record. This is the 4th world record, and sir is also having a book writing workshop also takes, and he's taking that, and that also helps us, inspire us to write a book. It means we come to know that anybody who is having a little idea or has no idea about writing the book, also with the help of this masterclass of Akash Bhabad sir, can write a book and complete their dream. So he's doing such a nice work of helping others, coaching others. This is how we come to know. I come from an education background, and I would like to talk about the education system, which is getting changed in India because of new education policy being introduced. And so that will make a lot of difference in education. And I hope the teenagers or the generation, the next generation, as they say, that generation Gen Z, and after that the Alpha is also going to get over, as they divide the generation nowadays like that. So these generations are going to get a lot of benefit of this new education policy, and I'm happy that we as educators, we try to fit into those new education world, like adapting with this new policy will be a challenge, as well as also a good thing to learn because of that. So I look forward for the new changes and try to adapt to that, along with learning other things on my way. So now it's a time for connecting with another speakers. We also have other speakers are, as per the list we are having. Next speaker is from
okay, so we have a next speaker, Ms. Rosie ma'am.
Rosie ma'am. Okay, Rosie ma'am from India, the floor is yours. You can speak on your topic now. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, thank you so much. Good evening to everyone. Thank you, ABCD International, for this wonderful opportunity, and Akash for this initiative. I'm so glad to be a part of this Speakathon, and this is my first experience to be a part of a world record event, and I take immense pride in being a part of this. My name is Rosie Ainkuti, and I'm the CEO and founder of Radical Image Consulting and Soft Skill Training Institute that is based out of Chennai. And with 17 years of experience in my corporate, I was a corporate employee for 17 years, and then I started my own business right now. My goal and vision is to find the skills of the people and bringing out the best version of them. I always go about finding the skills, their passion, and tell them what is their strength and what is their weakness and what are the areas that they can shine and all that. More like a career counselor, I hold a lot of several international certification, and I wanted to bring a revolution in the educational industry. And I'm so glad to take up this platform to enlighten my thoughts here. And today I'm going to talk about time, and I know there are a lot of moderators who's running behind the clock just to get every speaker the chance to speak today. I'm so happy for the initiative that you're taking out of your own will. I'm going to talk about time. Time is something that everybody knows, and day in, day out, we know that time is very precious, time is very valuable, and once it is lost, it cannot be regained. All those things, yes, we are aware of it. But are we following that on a day-to-day basis is my question here. How serious are you with your time? Can I see some responses in the chat box? How serious are you with your time? I know today the moderators will be very serious at the time, including Akash. Other than that, how many of you are serious with your time on day in and day out? Okay. All right. So I'm going to share a few tips. I know there's already a conversation or views that you would have heard from somebody or based on the time management, but I'm going to give you something that is very interesting that can be like, that's something that you can follow to enhance your life. First and foremost thing that I would say is go ahead and find out your priorities. You have to know what comes first. As soon as you rise up from your bed, you have to find out, this is my first priority and this needs my attention in the first place. And only when you're able to locate that, you will be able to find out which one you can park aside and which one you can work on. So you cannot be going and working on the deadline, and you cannot procrastinate things and saying, okay, this needs my attention at the initial stage and I have to give it. No, that's not how it works. You need to learn to prioritize your work on a day in and day out. And you need to know, when is this work needs my attention, when this work can wait. So first and foremost thing, I would ask you to go ahead and prioritize your work. And the second thing that I would suggest you is, you can just go ahead and stop multitasking. So multitasking, I know it is very interesting to hear, and everyone will take pride that they say women are meant for multitasking is something that everybody says out. And yes, I agree to that. But when you're multitasking with a serious work, I don't think that you will be productive enough. And that's not something that is appreciable when it comes to time management. So you need to concentrate on one work and get that done and then move on to the other. So avoid multitasking, and where many feel pride and many get a lot of praises just for doing a multitasking. As per research, it says that it affects your working mental health. It disturbs your memory and your ability to focus on important tasks. So it is always good that you work on one task at a time and then move on to the next. So if you're able to organize your chart for a day in and day out, you will be able to know like which one needs your attention at the most. And third thing that I'm going to talk about is avoid distractions. We all hold a distraction in our hand every day, every second, which is our mobile phone that I'm talking about. Yes, every time a notification pops in, irrespective of what we are busy with, we just go and check in the notification that is coming in here. But it is good that you need to go ahead and have a scheduled time in your day for phone, where you need to talk to your relatives or family members or whatever it is, and that needs a special time. Yes, definitely you cannot survive without your telephone, your mobile phone, but it is good that you cannot get distracted when you're working on that. So you need to be always equipping yourself in order to avoid distractions, and you need to find a separate time for that on a daily basis, that you don't get distracted. Even when you're busy with something, let your family members or anybody know that you're busy and you will not be able to attend it at this moment. Do we have the courage to say that in order to avoid the distraction? So you need to learn the art of saying no. That is the fourth thing that I'm going to talk about. Learn to say no. How many of us are very happy to say no to others? Are we really having the guts? Are we really happy to say no to anyone? We always think that, okay, what will the others think? What will they form opinion about me? Will I not be like getting some kind of a negative impact? So I should go about saying yes to everything. No, you have to learn to say no. When you think that your bottle is already full and you don't have any more space in it, stop topping it up. When you're going to top it up more, you're going to burn out. So it is always good that you go and tell somebody that, yes, I don't have much time right now. Let me go ahead and take this at some point of time, or probably if this can wait, I will address it later. So the art of expressing the no also matters the most. So it is always, people will accept a lot of work beyond their capabilities, and in the means of creating a good impression, they will load themselves with a lot of work and burn out easily. So learning no is a very, very crucial factor that everybody has to learn in their daily life. Now, we talk about time, and I hear from many people, whenever people comes and tells me, I used to counsel many people, they used to say, no, you know what, I really don't have time for it. This is one statement that I hear from many of the people, and I say, you don't have time for it? Okay, let's go ahead and do some kind of a activity right now. So you have 24 hours. I have the same 24 hours. Akash has the same 24 hours. Maybe Preeti ma'am has the same 24 hours. Everybody has the same 24 hours. But how are we going to separate that 24 hours matters the most? There is nothing called no time in our life. If 8 hours is a much essential needed sleep for a human, yes, 6 hours, yeah, you can definitely go for a 6 hours of sleep. And you still have how many hours left? I'm pretty bad with maths. You can probably help me out. 24 minus 6.
18 hours.
Go on. Somebody in the chat box, please.
18 hours left.
Yeah, 18 hours left. Okay, so if I'm going to give you 9 hours of your work time, how many hours left?
9.
You still have 9 more hours left.
Yeah.
And then there's 9 hours. I can give you 2 hours for your social media, you 2 hours for your daily chores activities, and you still have 5 more hours left. And in that 5 more hours, I can still give you 2 more hours for movie or whatever shows that you wanted to see. Yeah, you still have 3 more hours left. So there is nothing called no time in our life. It's all about how we are prioritizing in our time on a daily basis. Every day in and day out, you need to know how time is very precious. Okay, being a survivor, I would like to use this platform to mention that I was a survivor of an autoimmune disease called...
Ma'am, reminder, 1 minute left.
Okay, yeah. So I was a survivor of an autoimmune disease called Guillain-Barré syndrome. I was completely paralyzed for a year and I survived back. And all through my confidence and willpower, now I'm trying to recover the time that was missed in the bed, and I'm trying to run right now. So I use this platform right now to tell everybody, make use of the time that is given to and think that it is very, very precious. Not everyone will be granted such time. So utilize this time and be productive on a daily basis. Use the 24 hours very wisely. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Nice having you here.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us with the time factor, and we keep that in mind. So trying to invite next speaker from Nigeria. I think sir has joined.
Yes.
Olu,
yeah.
speaker.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much for taking initiative. I'm here to support you. And
okay.
would like to...
Ma'am, Preeti ma'am, just we have one speaker from Nigeria, and after that, Vilma ma'am will start. So Preeti Meratra ma'am, please introduce him, and he's on.
Okay. Okay. Okay, sir. Has it joined? Olusoji Adenia?
Yeah.
Okay. So we invite our next speaker from Nigeria, Olusoji Adenia. He's an educator and a global speaker. So floor is yours for 6 minutes. You can speak now. Are you there? Sir, he doesn't seem to be there.
Just a minute.
It's not visible, sir. Yes, it's on mute. Soji.
Okay, he is on mute. No problem.
Yes.
So we will go with Vilma ma'am.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Okay. Moderator, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. So we have given you the time slot, sir. You can start now.
Just a second. I'm trying to see if I can get this louder. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Next 6 minutes,
okay,
you can start, sir. Start your speech.
Thank you. So I'm going to be speaking about education and education for life. I believe sincerely that the concept of education in itself is meant for 2 purposes: for us to be able to read and write. And sometimes I want to always add that we need to also be able to do some basic mathematical calculations. Anyone who has these 3 basic skills, ability to read, ability to write, and the ability to do basic calculations, should be considered educated. And if education is the basis for which we want to live our lives, then anyone who could acquire these 3 basic skills is already on the path to greatness as far as education is concerned. But India, Pakistan, Nigeria, Uganda, and quite a large number of third world countries in this part of the world inherited education from our British colonialists. The intention that they have was completely different from the education of today. The intention the Brits have was to have workers that were going to be obedient, follow specific instructions, and carry out activities that fit into the concept of their divide and rule. They want to have factory workers who understand and are able to read specific instructions, move from point A to point B, carry out specific activities within the context of our own arrangements. Now, when we took independence, our own forefathers also thought that the best way to go was to simply take the concept of education handed over to us by our colonial masters, hook, line, and sinker. Fortunately, there are some examples around the world, like India and Pakistan, who took a bit of their education and a bit of their own culture. So you have India, Pakistan having basic education, even up to the senior secondary school in local languages, so that students can better interact with the community, with the environment, with their teachers, than those of us who took everything hook, line, and sinker from the British colonialists. We thought that English language is the language of expression that the Brits handed over to us. And because we thought that that was the best thing that could happen to us, our education was tailored around English language. So we started to teach our children English language from pre-primary. And by the time these children get home, they are confused as to what is happening. At home, the natives tend to speak to them in the local language. In school, the teachers want to speak to them in the so-called language of instruction, which is the English language. Now we miss the opportunity that people like India has, because India still teaches in the local language at that level, which means that by the time the child gets home, education continues, because the child tends to discuss with grandma, with grandpa, tells them what he or she has learned in school. There's no gap. That child builds confidence of engagement and discussion, unlike in the other parts where we have the situation where English language is used. Grandma cannot speak English language. Abu, the security man, cannot speak English language. Aminu, the fruit seller, cannot speak English language. So this child is actually ostracized even within his or her immediate environment and can therefore not communicate. And therefore, the essence of education is actually defeated in the current system that we operate in our part of the world. So I've been an advocate for the language of immediate environment as a medium of instruction for children at pre-primary up to primary 6. The national policy in Nigeria supports it up to primary 3, but it's still not been implemented. And it's for 2 reasons. One reason is that the average man or woman in Nigeria believes that the evidence of education is good English language, spoken, even by the babies. If you see anybody now that is speaking, local language, the person is assumed to be illiterate. Meanwhile, the person is fully literate because the person can read that local language, can write that local language, and can do basic transactions in those local languages. In fact, it's gotten so worse that when we see people who are now professors and they don't speak English in a particular accent that we expect professors to speak in, we think that they don't have the right kind of knowledge. So I challenge the rest of the world, including everyone that is listening globally as we speak, that we all must begin to advocate for local language education at preschool, at basic school, such that we can take full advantage of educating the community as we educate the child. that child becomes our advocate even in the communities, because the child can interact, can teach the things that they are learning in school, and they can convert the entire community into a group that already understands what we do. Yesterday, I was talking climate change with a group that was talking about the use of charcoal stoves. And I said to them that the best people to transform those communities are the children. When you teach them those ideas of not destroying forests from primary school, they can go on. Thank you, because I know my time is up. But then I hope that you did take in the knowledge that we need local languages and the adaptation of our curriculum to fit this. Good luck in your talkathon. Bye for now.
Thank you. Thank you very much for such a insightful speech.
Thank you.
Yeah, now it's a time to invite next speaker, Sir Akash sir.
No. First, we will go with Wilma ma'am, and after that, Alicia ma'am.
Okay.
And after that, we will invite you.
Okay, sir. So, next speaker is Wilma ma'am. She is from, yes. Floor is yours for 6 minutes. Yes, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am. You can start your speech.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here. Congratulations, Akash, and all the entire team for this wonderful event. I'd like to share my screen, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So I'm Vilma Barbosa from Brazil, and today I'm going to talk a little bit about a topic that is really, really important, that is leadership. So how to teach our students to be leaders in their community, in their school, in their lives. One of the most important things is that you listen to them, listen what they're thinking about, and also that you be a role model. Show them how to be confident, how to believe in themselves, make them feel comfortable in the classroom. Because of the pandemic, it's really necessary that we be prepared to work with them emotionally, challenge them with different kind of activities in your classroom, different projects, different activities, in order they work in a different way, and let them be the leaders of the activities, motivate them to work by themselves, bringing different kinds of activities, teaching what they have learned, and showing that, yes, they are able to communicate through the small things that you teach them in their classroom. Here, my students are working as flea market, and through the activities from the book, work with different kinds of activities, work with projects in the community, teaching them how to be leaders and making a difference, bring them to the international activities to make them feel comfortable, and stand by their sides, dreaming their dreams, respecting their decisions. When we dream, our students dream. When we teach them how to be the leaders, when we teach them how to go for their dreams, how to achieve their dreams, how to dream their dreams, then they become more confident, they become the leaders in their families, they become the leaders in their classrooms. They are the first ones to get started with projects. They are not afraid of showing projects in front of others, presenting activities. And we are able to do all this if we teach them how to do that, if we believe them, and if we show them that we really believe them. When we work with some activities, random activities of kindness, we are teaching our students to be leaders. Here we worked with some activities. They were supposed to prepare certificates, telling their classmates how important they are, how beautiful they are, how intelligent they are. I asked them, please tell your student the way you see them, but the beautiful way, the good way, because the world is there to point the bad qualities we have, the bad things that we are doing. The world is there to point our mistakes. But when we teach our kids to see the good things in people, to see how valuable they are when they are telling others that they are beautiful, that they are intelligent, how much they appreciate their help. Then they become leaders, they become good people, and then they will be valuing their friends, their friendship, their family. And we can do this, we can teach this in our classrooms. And then they will be the leaders of change, because they will be the ones that will be praising their family members, their classmates, their co-workers. And sure, we are making the change, making them leaders of their lives. One of the most important things when you wanna make a leader, when you wanna create a leader, is show them that no one is better than anyone. Sit by their sides, work with them, show that you are not better than they are. Yes, maybe you are the teacher because you have studied for more years about the subject that you are teaching, but your students are also, they also have the knowledge. They have the knowledge that life gave them. And then when you listen to them, when you learn from them, you are showing them that no one is better than anyone. And when they learn that you are not better than they are, they realize that also they are not better than their coworkers, than their classmates, than the neighbor that maybe doesn't have the same car they have, the same clothes they have. And then they learn how to respect the others around them. And then this way they are being leaders.
You have 1 minute, ma'am, left.
Okay. Sure. So be one of them. Teach them how to care about others. Teach them how to believe in themselves. Because if they believe in themselves, they are able to do anything. And show them that you are proud of them. And one of the most important things, be a leader loving what you do. Because when you love what you do, your students will see your eyes shining because you are happy doing what you are doing. And if you are a leader, showing them that they are important, that you care about what you are doing, that you care about them, they will accept you as a leader, and they will learn how to be leaders, good leaders that will be changing the world. And all together, from small activities in our communities, in our schools, we'll all making it a better world. So there are some tips on how to make our students leaders and more confident and happier. Thank you so much, Akash and the entire team, for having me here. I'm proud of being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an insightful leadership role for the students.
Thank you.
Welcome, ma'am. Now we have in the list, I have a colleague with me, Preeti Saraswat, ma'am. She'll be taking over from here and she'll introduce the next speaker. So over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Preeti ma'am. That is a good thing that we are sharing the same name. So I would like to introduce myself again, that my colleague was Preeti Mehta ma'am, and I'm Preeti Saraswat. Thanks a lot to be a part of this great event, and I really feel privileged to be a part of it. Now, without further ado, I would like to call the next speaker that is in the list, which is Elsha ma'am. She's from Armenia. She's an English teacher and a brand ambassador of Bhabad International Publication as well. I got a sound, background sound from there. May I know that as Elsha ma'am is available? She's present now?
Yes, I am here. Good evening.
That's great. That's great. So over to you, ma'am. You have 6 minutes. So
yeah,
I'd like to listen.
Yeah, I will try to be short because at the same time I'm in another project as a jury member. That's why. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning for some countries. Thank you for this chance. And really, because in many cases we speak, we discuss, in some cases we even debate about different kinds of questions dedicating and referring to education. We as educators, we try to do everything in order to have a sustainable and at the same time qualified education, because if we compare the education we have got or we got many years ago as a student, and now our students are going to get or they are in the process of it, it means that there is a big difference, and even the methods, the techniques, everything has just changed, and we have just to be not only moderate, but at the same time we have to create, and at the same time we have to activate some kinds of methods and techniques in order to make our education more and more developed one and modern one, and be also just comparing and also be appropriate to the 21st century. According to it, we have, first of all, there are different kinds of things, and the main points that we should pay attention to, it's about the problem solving, about the creativity, critical thinking, teamwork, independent thinking, and why not metacognitive skills, to develop metacognitive skills for our students, because 21st century just refers, and in some cases even requires to develop skills that will help our student to be really a ready person for future society. Maybe many years ago, we just thought that we should just be educated, we should learn, we should study and or teach something in order to be step by step get used and be involved in the society. But nowadays the technology development maybe, or in some cases many things just they develop very quickly. That's why we start just making and preparing them for the future from the years of school. And in this case, it's very important to pay attention to the education, because the global economy is changing, and current many jobs, they are disappearing or replacing some kinds of jobs that are really moderated or actual for or modern to these days. That's why it's very important to pay attention to such kind of and plan and conduct our lessons from this point. It is said that in many cases that teaching, which has been just replaced from teacher-centered to student-centered teaching, we as teachers, we should be like flexible creators of our lessons. We should do everything in order to make our students be ready for it, to not to be just scared to share their opinion. Why not? In some cases, not only share, but also maybe there will be situation when they can debate with their teachers, with their peers or friends, in order to be able to get used to developing critical thinking skills. Because in this case, only this part will help them just to not only develop, but in future, be a ready, let's say, specialist in this field, be able to share, to discuss, to debate, to create as a result of such kind of cooperation. And the second one that I would like to speak is about the teamwork. It's very important to develop collaborative and also in some cases teamwork, let's say, because everything if is done and planned and realized like in the framework of teamwork, it means that our students really, they are ready for it. Because when you are integrated into society, it means like it's another teamwork. Because in this society, you are going to be not only, for example, an employer or an employee, but at the same time, you are going to be a part of this team. And being or getting already having got used to this part, it means that in future you are going to be a ready one for this. That's why it's very important to be ready and also to try to develop these skills. The next point that I would like to mention is about the digital literacy, because we as teachers, at the same time, in some cases, why not we can be like a learner or a student. It means that we are going to know about everything, because if we aren't aware and won't, let's say, work with our students, it means that we are just behind them and can't teach them. And because 21st century, the society, the world, in many cases is based on digital literacy, using different kinds of techniques, different kinds of internet or online platforms. It makes not only easy our teaching, but at the same time, it requires all teachers and students be aware of it and try using it in order to develop their critical thinking, to improve their knowledge and communication, because it's a communication century in this case. Communication, everyone, if you are going to be aware of it and go ahead. That's why.
Yeah, just want to remind you about the time constraint that is all.
Okay, I will just one sentence, I will sum up it. That's why be always creative, critical thinker, and at the same time independent thinker, and try to be and to work in the 21st century as a real member of society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable words. Now, Preeti Mehta, ma'am, over to you again.
Yes, ma'am. We would like to invite Dr. Emmanuel from Malawi. He's a founder and director of Access to Justice, and he was in the previous list and he's now joining. So please, the floor is yours, sir, for 6 minutes.
Oh, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can start.
Oh, thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I am Emmanuel from Malawi. I've heard that my fellow speakers have talked much about education. So I would also like to talk about education, and also how it is affected by the traditions and the cultural practices in most continents. So more especially when we look into education, when we compare it with the cultural practices and the traditions from different countries, you find that most of the students, more especially the girl children, they are much affected by the traditions, and also they are much affected by the cultural practices. I can give an example of my country, whereby some of the children are not allowed to go to school because of other traditions that we have here, because of other cultural practices that we have. So as education, as part of promoting education, we are trying to make sure that people should start thinking out of the box, or start changing the mindset towards education. Because when we talk about education, we are talking about something that will be very helpful for the students when they grow up. That is to say, if the children that are missing classes due to traditions, due to some cultural practices, that means when they come tomorrow, when they come the other day and join their fellow students, but they have missed some classes in the past, they are not going to catch up. The problem that is that they will not be able to catch up with other students because they missed the lesson, because they missed the topic. So they will have some difficulties in catching up. So we are saying that as community leaders, we should look into some of the cultural practices that are impacting negatively on our students. We should also look into this as something that is an enemy to education, because there are other cultural practices that are not good for our children, that are not good for our students, that will make them not to concentrate in class. So we are saying that as community leaders, we have to mobilize ourselves. We have to sit down ourselves and say, okay, these are some of the cultural practices which are not good, which are contributing negatively to our students. Let us stop this. And again, there are some other cultural practices or traditions which are good for our children. We need to take them. We need to continue with them. But some which are not good for our students, let them be stopped, because they are impacting on our students negatively. So more especially when we go to Africa, most of the Africans country, they have got some other traditions which are not good when we compare them with education, which are not good for our students, which are not good for education. So we are saying that as leaders of the countries, as leaders of the society, as leaders from the churches, as leaders from different schools, we need to look into these cultural practices and traditions that are not good, and we have to advocate so that these should be stopped and let our children to concentrate in class and let our children go to school. They should not be stopped from going to school because of the traditions that we have in our society, because as the result, they lose concentration, they lose interest, and they also make them to be like they don't know what their fellow friends have learned yesterday or the other day before, because they don't participate. So what we are saying is that all of us as readers, let us look into some of these cultures, some of the traditions that are not good for our children, so that we have to stop them. We have to mobilize our community leaders and say, let us stop this, because if we continue this way, now we are destroying education of our children. So I would like to say that readers should take a great role in making sure that our children are going to school, and that traditions and cultural practices should not impact our children negatively. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was really wonderful to hear your views. Now, next speaker will be invited by Preeti Saswat, ma'am.
Yeah.
Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much again, once again, Preeti ma'am. Now I'm again with all of you. I'm repeating my name as is the same name, Preeti Saraswat. And I can't stop myself to thank you so much for Akash sir, who gave me an opportunity to be a part of this great event. So thank you so much, sir. And without further ado, I would like to call my first speaker in list, Dr. Sharda Chakrabarti. And she's from India. Is a very known personality. She's a handwriting expert, and she was a brand ambassador of Bhabad International Publication, and would like to add on a very short line that she's on mission to transform the 10,000 students by 2023 to fall in love with their pens, change themselves, subsequently the guide to lead abundant life through the graphotherapy. And she believes a healthy mind can't have a diseased body. So over to you, Sharda ma'am. You have 6 minutes to just share our valuable words. Over to you.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Akash sir. Thank you, Preeti ma'am, for introducing, and thank you so much. So now my topic is graphology, the bridge between parents and children. As a parent, when our children enter teenage, we become very conscious. We try to know what they are doing outside the home. We become a 007 deductive agents. Few parents, they search their mobiles. Others, they look into their social profiles like WhatsApp, Insta, etc. And few parents, you won't believe, they literally physically follow their children to know what they are doing. But thank God, being a graphologist, I didn't have to do any one of these. I started analyzing my daughter's handwriting, and I was seeing few changes in her handwriting, and I was in an alert mode. There were few very, very drastic changes in her handwriting. There was a lot of changes in her I. Yes, letter I and letter T, which meant that her focus is not as it was before. And her self-esteem was going a little low, which actually happens in the teenage when they are under peer pressure. I sat down with her and I started asking about her learning gaps. So she told me, like, yes, whatever I'm learning, I'm not able to retain it. I just said, you know, you have to do these things and these things. Then again, I saw her letters were not zoned, that zones were not divided. Now for the layman, let me tell you what are zones. Zones are of three types. The upper zones, like your L, your H, your T, which goes up. They are the upper zone. Upper zones are very, very important in anyone's writing, which really tells them about their goals. Are their goals are clear or not? And I was surprised to see that her L, T, they were in the middle zone. Middle zone means in the zone of A, C, E, and all. They were not clear. There was no difference in the zone. And when I was asking about her, about the goals, what she wants to become in the future, she told me she does not have any idea. See, in class 12, no idea. She's going to give her boards in 2023. My heart sank. And also one important difference I saw was in her G, letter G. There were very different types of loops, big loops, and different loops everywhere, which indicated that she is into a relationship, dating, etc. Now, as a mother, I was very, very scared and very, very concerned about my daughter. I started counseling her. She was very reluctant. In the beginning, she didn't want to take my advice, but slowly she understood it. And I should say, with the help of changing few letters, her slowly, her subconscious mind started taking the advice and counseling from me. And you won't believe, she started also counseling her students, her own peer group, just by seeing her writing. So I should thank the graphotherapy, through which I got back my daughter. And after 3 months, my daughter has clear ideas about her life, about her future. She has stopped talking as a friend. She has now that particular person is just like a friend. So it was because of the graphotherapy that I was able to help her so much. Do you know, when we talk about handwriting speaks a lot. It tries to tell you so many things, but we don't listen to it. Actually, we don't understand its language. So let me tell you what is handwriting. Handwriting, is also known as brain writing. Yes, it's known as brain writing by certain graphologists because it actually functions on a neurophysical movement. Handwriting is a neurophysical movement. The brain sends command to the motor neurons. We know about the neurons, motor neurons, to move the muscles of our hand, and then we start writing. Research studies has also proven that the handwriting of a person is same whether he writes with his left hand or right hand. And I have seen literally in my own sister's case, her right hand was fractured and the examinations were coming and she started using her left hand. And within a span of time, her writing was exactly the same as it was with right hand. So it was found that even people who write hold their pen with their mouth or their legs, the writing is same because it is controlled by our brain. So therefore, the writing is called brain. Okay. So what is graphology? It is a study of graphic movement. It is a communication of brain through written symbols.
It's a reminder for you, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. And what is graphotherapy? It is a part of graphology where we change few letters in the writing and we can change the mental, physical, and the emotional status of a child. Yes, it takes time, but it really works. Thank you so much for the patient hearing. Thank you so much. Over to you, ma'am.
Sharda, ma'am. Really, these are the gem words, and we would like to listen you more and more. But the point is that because of time constant, we are bound for this. But it's really a good, insightful, valuable words. Thank you so much. And I really able to connect with my book, The Budding Teenagers. I really love to hear you. But now it's a time to call my second speaker, and really feel privileged to call our expert speaker from India, Mrs. Rama Shankar ma'am. Rama Shankar ma'am is a certified career coach, brand ambassador of Bhabad International Publication. She's a master trainer of AIF as well, and so many things she's used to do, and I know her personally, and overall, she's a very good human being. So being a good sight, ma'am, you have a time for the 6 minutes, and over to you.
Thank you, Preeti. Well, I'm not in India, I'm in Dubai now. Just a small correction.
That's great.
Good afternoon and good evening to people all over the globe. I'm really humbled to be part of this International Speakathon event by Bhabad Publications, and would like to congratulate the team and thank Akash ji for his untiring efforts to contribute to society in his own way. Now, leadership is a topic I have chosen. I know it is a very vast topic, and I will try to do justice within the given time frame. Now, leadership is not about domination or intimidation with the power and position we have. It is all about empowerment of individuals in our society. Leadership is all about making others the best version of yourself as a result of your presence, and making sure that the impact lasts even in your absence. Now, I have heard this quote many a times: give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach him how to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. Now, I truly believe that this Chinese proverb relates to an important aspect of leadership. As a leader, we always think that we have to solve other people's problems. We are these solution providers. Well, we are not to be blamed, because we live in an environment where we are conditioned as we grow up. As a small child, as a toddler, Jack was told to learn the spelling for 10 items and prepare for a spell test. So Jack went home and started preparing for his spelling test. And he started struggling with one or two words. And then he said, okay, let me ask Mama. So he runs and comes to Mama and says, Mama, I'm very, very stressed out with this word banana. I don't know where the N comes, where the A comes. Can you please tell me? Now, Mama is very proud because she knows the spelling. And she says, it's easy, Jack, it's B-A-N-A-N-A. And that is the starting point. Life has moved on. Jack is 37 years old. He is working in an organization, but he still needs acknowledgement from everybody, his team lead, his manager, for everything that he does. So now you see where it all started. So there are so many Jacks out there. So whenever there is a problem, they just don't want to think. They just want solutions, ready-made solutions. So we as leaders or educators or teachers in these positions, we have to think of how to empower others to think for themselves. So we may take pride with the experience and the knowledge we have, and it's absolutely fine to, share our knowledge, but we just share the knowledge and leave it there, because we seldom forget that the struggles we went through to reach where we are today, we just forget that. Now, the question here is, when we provide solutions for others, are we really helping them to evaluate the situation from different angles and think on their own? Or are we just feeding them for that single day so that they would always come back to us? So it is a feel-good factor, because you create a dependency situation. So this doesn't work well in leadership and coaching. It could be a hindrance to personal growth. Now, I came across a very beautiful story, which I can very well relate to leadership. Now, there was this man who was taking a walk in his garden. Now, as he was walking, a branch of a tree caught his attention, and he saw a cocoon, and that was struggling to come out of that small hole. He was fascinated. He kept watching. Then suddenly he realized, oh, I have to get back to work. So he went back home. Now, late in the evening, when all the work was over, he suddenly remembered about the cocoon struggle and he said, let me go and see what's happening there. To his surprise, it was still struggling to come out. Now he thought to himself, poor cocoon, poor larvae, shall I not help it? I should help. So he went inside, brought a pair of scissors, cut through the cocoon, and out came a butterfly with ease. But instead of a very colorful and well-formed butterfly, he saw the body was swollen and the wings were withered. Now, in his haste to help, he didn't realize that the struggle was needed. It actually forces the fluid into its body and into its wings so that it will be fully formed and fly as a butterfly should. So if we relate this to coaching and leadership, as much as we would love to give advice, I think we should let the other person derive the pleasure of exploring their situation and come up with their own best solution, as the case may be. You can help them ask quality questions, instigate their minds to think, and empower them with patience, with thinking beyond their capability, so that they come up with astounding solutions. And most importantly, take ownership for whatever good or bad that follows, because great leaders are surrounded by beautiful butterflies. As Malcolm Gladwell said, a lot of what is most beautiful about the world arises from struggle. And we have loads of examples around us, isn't it? So thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. And I'm sure we as leaders and educators should empower our students and our young adults to think on their own and not give them ready-made solutions, so that whatever our other panelists have spoken so far about creative thinking, about logical thinking, and about so many other, cognitive thinking abilities, which we can develop in them. Thank you once again for this lovely opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's pleasure is ours, because really would like to appreciate not just only your words. It is really obvious that your valuable words, and you are really a great speaker, as that you just maintain the time limit and dare the time limit. It's a sign of a great speaker. Thank you so much, ma'am. Everything was perfect. Is really valuable for us. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Now that's just the time for our next speaker, and would like to call Ensha ma'am, and would like to introduce about ma'am that Ensha Feroz. She's from India. She's an expert speaker, fellow chartered accountant, from a corporate trainer. So Ensha ma'am, floor is yours. You have 6 minutes to share our valuable words with us. Over to you, Ensha ma'am.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. Today, I want you to ponder over what is the relation between black and life, and think, can we bring a transformation when needed? What is black? Is it a color or not? Ask a scientist and you will get a reply based on physics. Black is not a color. It is the absence of color. When there is no light, everything is black. You can test this by going into a photographic dark room. Ask a chemist and he will confirm that black is a color. Combine all three primary colors, red, yellow, and blue, and you get the shade of black. Ask an artist or a child with crayons, and you will get another confirmation. Yes, black is a color. Christian Dior said, you can wear black at any time. You can wear it at any age. You can wear it at almost any occasion. Thus, black is indeed a color. Now we accept the fact that black is a color, then what does it denote? Is it a color of influence, power, and sophistication? Or is it a color of depression and being mournful? Is it a color of kajal or kohl that a mother uses on her child to save him or her from evil eye? Or the one that is used to give your eyes an attractive look? Is it the color of black magic, color of danger, or superstition when a black cat crosses your road? Does it also signify the color of a shadow? With all this, don't forget an important aspect. It is the color of our graduation robe too. A beautiful quote from Amit Abraham. Black is the most beautiful color because it does not reflect. It absorbs everything into itself. So we can say that black dominates all the colors. Let us discuss this more. Hope you have seen the movie Black. It brought clarity to the fact that a blind person can see only one color, and that is black. The color of darkness is the color of black. But what about their mindset? Is that black too? Think over. Helen Keller was a perfect example of a blind person who may have lived with black darkness, but her mindset was not black. She said, the only thing worse than being blind is having sight but no vision. Helen had the colors of optimism, colors of growth, colors of success. For her, black was a color of achievement, color of knowledge. While these are people who, in spite of being in dark, can feel the colors of life, we have people who have moved from a colorful world to darkness. People who lose their self-control. People who are lost in their own emotions. People who have failed and continue to live in that failure. They are the ones who are actually living in the eternal dark, in the eternal black. They just need one spark from us to lighten up their candles. So let's do something so powerful that brings happiness not only to us, but to them as well. Sow the seeds of humanity once again in such a way that it stays forever. Zindagi ke saath bhi, zindagi ke baad bhi. Help these people who have gone astray to embrace their dark side and come out of it. Help them master the skill of looking beyond dullness, looking beyond their fear of losing. क्योंकि डर के आगे जीत है. Victory is beyond fear. I am 100% hopeful that with our support, such people will come out of their shells and move towards the rainbow of life. One of the best quotes from APJ Abdul Kalam. Black color can sometimes be sentimentally bad, but every blackboard makes the student's life bright. So next time when you see black, don't forget that it is a color that is a blessing for every student, a color of power that can help evoke a new mindset in any individual. You just need to add a pinch of positivity to one's dark and make their black colorful. I conclude with a humble request to all of you that whenever you come across black in life, remember for yourself and make others realize that black is certainly a color of crossing boundaries, a color of moving ahead and not living in the dark. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's really a sign of a good speaker that very short and precisely they shared their views with the time limit. So it's really privileged. Thank you so much, Ansha, ma'am. Now it's a time to call the next speaker, and would like to call our next speaker, Miss Mahashada, ma'am. She's from Lebanon, expert speaker, and she's a global educator, trainer, international project manager as well. So like to call the same Sada ma'am. I think she's here with us. Can you unmute yourself, ma'am? Are you there?
Hello.
That's great. Yeah. Over to you, ma'am. You have 6 minutes to share your views.
Hello. Good morning, good evening, everyone. Exactly. First, I would like to thank ABCD International family for giving me this chance to be with you today. And I would like you also just sorry about my voice, but I just having a problem 3 days ago. Flu, this is affect my way of speaking. I'm gonna, can I share my screen?
Sure, ma'am.
Yes, if you're still it's not available the option to share.
Now you can share. Now you can share.
Okay, thank you. So actually, briefly, I'm gonna speak about leadership. Leadership actually is very important. It's related to the way we are supposed to influence others people, whether we are educators or whether we are influencers or whatever. For example, when our ability to influence people and provide them with an environment to achieve more important. When we speak about leaders, he's the person who has a certain visions in order for the commitments to achieve the vision and the skill to make that. Actually, since I don't have a lot of time, I decided just to share with you not what is leadership and the skills about leadership. I decided to share with you a successful story about leadership as an educator. I believe as a teacher and as a global educator, I believe that if I'm going to be a true leader, that's mean I'm supposed to create another leader, not a follower. From here, from that vision that we as adults, as leaders, we are supposed to create more leaders. I think that every child deserves a champion, or every child, everyone all over the world, whatever going to be, he deserves a champion, he deserves a leader, an adult who's gonna never give up on him and insist that he becomes the best they can possibly be. That's me. Talking about my humble experience in this skill, I decided today to share with you just a short story about leadership at my school. I chose one of my students at school. I chose one of my students at school, high public school. Sorry for my voice, but as I told you, just sick 3 days ago. His name is Muhammad Hussein. Actually, I consider him as an inspirational story for other youth, to empower them and to encourage them to discover themselves and know their abilities and capabilities. At the beginning of the year, when I started teaching him, Muhammad was a hesitant participant who don't dare to use his camera. We started with international. He started his international journey as a hesitant participant who was afraid to share, to open his camera, to show people his face. Later on, day after day, with encouragement and motivation, with the clear vision and the plan that I put, he started to participate in the different international projects, and he was chosen as one of the best active students. The hesitant students later on, just a month after his journey, he turned up to be a speaker. So he started to gain confidence and he turned up to be speaker. That's not only, we moved to the second stage where Muhammad was also my student, chosen to be a moderator for many international projects. And he ended up actually planning his own initiative. He put a plan, a proposal for his initiative, show us your talent, where he started to empower others, other youth to do the same. We invited youth from different countries, and he started to inspire them to do the same. His journey didn't stop here actually. Because he became active, because he has a completely different image about himself. He was chosen as an ambassador for for Students' Council Development. And later on, he was a winner of Medical Talk Students Award 2002. And nowadays, he's continuing his journey, having his own initiatives every month or every month. The idea of just highlighting the story of my students is to tell that that it's all about this successful story is all about a true leadership, because having a leader who inspire him to change, okay, to discover himself, to start to have a good image about himself, push him to be a leader himself who is ready to inspire other kids to do the same. So that's why leadership actually is very important. Whatever the field we are going to be in, we are going, for example, to be in the field of education, if we are going to be in any other field, we are supposed to show people, to inspire people, or to show them a real model. We ourselves, we are supposed to be a real model of inspiration. We are supposed to do our best to put a clear plan, to motivate them, to encourage them.
Yes, ma'am. And you have a reminder that you have to adhere the time limit.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you a lot. Sorry for extending.
You can sum up, ma'am.
So that's everything. I'm sorry for exceeding my time. And thank you a lot. Best wishes for the other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Hope that every speaker has to adhere the time limit, as we have a limited time and 6 minutes for every speaker. Now, without further ado, I would like to call our next speaker. She's from India, Dr. Ushavati Shetty, ma'am. She's an expert speaker. Yes. Is she available?
So Ushavati ma'am needs some time. So she will join in 10 to 15 minutes. So let's move ahead. So we will invite our another moderator also and another speakers. So who is next? I think Rekha ma'am. Rekha ma'am, welcome. And so we will invite. We will invite our next speakers directly.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. This is Rekha Raj from Bhabad International Publication. Next speaker is Sir Avinash Pandit. He is a techno marketing and a great salesperson with strong leadership qualities and business development skill. Is Avinash sir there?
Please introduce next. He will join after some time. I think 8 to 8:30. Please next.
Is Sir Hasti Kumar there with us? Let me just check it out. Hasti Kumar sir is there? No, I suppose he's also not there, sir.
Yes. Hello.
Fine. Welcome, sir. Welcome. So, if we talk about Sir Hasti Kumar, he is
start your video, sir.
Yeah. Sir,
just a minute. 1 minute.
Yeah.
1 minute.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Can you just take me with the other device also in? Hello.
With the name, sir, by what
I'm
name?
joining with 2 devices.
Sir, by what name you have
Just a
joined?
minute. Give 1 second. I'm joining. Just there is an issue of power cut. 1 minute.
Yeah, sure. Akash sir, can we continue with Mr. Dr. Hardeep Singh?
Yes. Please invite him, and after that we will invite us.
Continue with Dr. Hardeep Singh. So, Dr. Hardeep Singh, sir, welcome. He is a senior academician, an author, and a researcher. Sir, welcome to this program. Kindly continue. Thank you, sir. Dr. Hardeep, sir. Let me check who's there.
Please announce name. So those who join, they will start.
Rania, ma'am. Miss Rania. Yes.
She's here. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Welcome, ma'am. Ma'am Rania is also an educator. She is a STEM instructor and an ICT teacher trainer. Welcome, ma'am, to this Speakathon. Welcome, ma'am. Kindly start.
Warm greetings from Greece. I'm very excited and very honored to be invited today in this international Speakathon organized by ABCD International Family. And of course, I would like to thank Dr. Akas for his kind invitation. My topic today is innovation management. I will try to describe the new business landscape as it is shaped by the new normal. We will explore the concept of innovation management and the strategies that the management innovator could use in order to succeed. We live in what we call VUCA world. VUCA stands for the acronym volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. The COVID pandemic has impacted nearly every aspect of life, from the personal to the professional, how companies interact with the customers, how customers choose and purchase products and services, and how supply chains deliver them. According to research, most executives say that we expect the fallout from the COVID pandemic to fundamentally change the way they do business over the next 5 years, with almost only accept that this crisis will have a lasting impact on their customer needs. Why? Because many businesses simply cannot operate as they operated in the past. What made a company successful historically may no longer be possible during the crisis. We could see the positive aspect, and this crisis could create significant new opportunities for growth. In times of crisis, urgent actions need to be taken, adapting strategies, first of all, to meet the shifting of customer needs, to identify and quickly address new opportunity areas that are being created by the changing landscape, to reevaluate the innovation initiative portfolio and ensure resources that are allocated appropriately, and build a foundation for post-crisis growth in order to remain competitive in this recovery period. So what are the key to success? When we talk about business, first of all is what we call a more personalized product or service. Many new models offer products or services that are better tailored than the dominant models to customers' needs. Second, what we call a closed loop process. What is this? Many models replace a linear consumption process in which products are made, they're used, and they're disposed of, with another, what we call a closed loop, in which used products are recycled. Third, what we call asset sharing. Some innovations succeeded because they enable the sharing of costly assets. The case of R&B or Uber, who share assets with car owners. Another one is usage-based pricing, a more collaborative ecosystem, and an agile and adaptive organization. So why innovation management? Innovation management principles and processes can create long-lasting advantages and can produce dramatic shifts in competitive position. So this has allowed companies to cross a new performance threshold. And when we talk about innovation management, is all these activities that are needed to introduce something new, which in practice means things like coming up with ideas, developing, prioritizing, implementing them, as well as putting them in practice. For example, launching new products or introducing new processes. So what are the principles of innovation management? First of all, what we call realization of value. Value, financial or non-financial, is realized from the adoption and impact of new solutions for interested parties. Of course, leaders should be future-focused, should be driven by curiosity and courage, and they should challenge the status quo by building inspiring vision. The strategic direction always, because the direction for innovation activities is based always on aligned and shared objectives and a relevant ambition level. The culture, shared values, beliefs, and behaviors, and the ability to manage uncertainty and to be flexible and adaptable. Always adopt a systemic approach. We all know the key challenges, or know, however, that there exist. There are many organizations that are too hierarchical, culture that usually doesn't support a growth mindset, or many times have poor infrastructure, lack of opportunities, and lack of focus. So what are the key success factors in innovation management? Continuous improvement. To cultivate a growth mindset, you should have a relentless focus on getting better at all aspects related to innovation management every day, as individual and as organization. Is what we call value creation, and innovation always requires us to learn at least something new. And this takes, of course, a bit of learning. The faster you get there, the more likely you are to succeed. Of course, said before about allocation of resources, any organization needs to be clear and purposeful when it comes to resource allocation, but that, of course, is needs a strategy also. So, in order to be successful, you should identify your willingness to take risk. You need to have a clear timeline. You use to craft strategy that is, of course, always realistic. Great culture and focus. To do something that others can't, you have to be willing to put in the work that others don't. It means that you have to create a competitive advantage. This is the key also in order to be successful as a businessman. So before concluding, I would say that your challenge is to uncover, we could say, unconventional principles that open up new portals of management innovation. This should begin with two questions. What are the things or capabilities that you want to build into the organization? And what is that imbues this new competitive advantage with the other the qualities of your competitors? Thank you very much for your attention and for your invitation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was really a wonderful insight when you told about sustainable development and energy conservation resources. It was really nice to hear you, how we all can cooperate and come with the sufficient solution for our survival. Thank you so much. Next with us is Sir Hasid Kumar Nagaria. Is he there? He is an educator. Sir, have you joined? Sir?
Yeah. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is it audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
You're
sir,
audible.
you are audible, and you can continue. Please start fast. We have only 6
Yeah,
minutes.
just a minute.
से कम कर सकते हैं. Okay.
Can you? Okay, can you share my screen? Like I am not getting. Hello. Hello.
You are spotlighted only. Spotlight
No, I
किया
want
है.
to share. I want to share the screen.
Sir, actually,
Hello.
either we can make Sir the host so that he can share the screen.
Okay.
If we can make Sir the host, Sir can share the
If
screen.
it is possible.
Yeah. Sir, we'll make. Yeah.
You are now co-host. You can share, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir. Sir is from India and he is an educator and a professor. Yes, sir. Please welcome to our forum.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
No. Have you? Means I am
Yes,
able
sir,
to share my screen.
Sir, we have made
Yeah,
you the co-host. You can share the screen.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Just a minute.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Fine, sir. Sure.
Give me one second time. Just. Hello, myself, Dr. Hasid Kumar Nagaria. Good evening to one and all present here. I am from India and I would like to thank first ABCD International Family and Bhabad International Publication for giving me the opportunity to present my thoughts on spirituality here. And also I am working as an assistant professor in BMS department from the SIA college. Is it audible to all of you of higher education? Dombivli, Mumbai. And this year I am also appointed as a Acharya for Samarpan Meditation Center of Dombivli West. My today's topic is spirituality. It derived from the Latin word spirituous, which refers to, yeah, just a minute. The screen is opening, 1 minute. which refers to breath or wind. Spirituality means the innate and continuous process of finding and purpose in life while accepting and transcending one's place in the complex and interrelated universe. Just a minute, let me share the screen. Hello. Is it audible to all of you? Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you're
Yeah,
audible.
okay. So there are various, there are various spiritual needs like love, hope, trust, forgiveness, being respectful and valued, dignity, as well as fullness of life, values, creativity, all these things are there. So with higher power and finally belonging to community. So like basically, I would like to give here a short introduction. Just a minute. Yeah, this one is visible. PPT is visible to all of you. Hello. Hello.
Sir, it is
PPT slide
visible.
is visible.
Yes, sir.
It is visible, sir. It is visible.
Oh,
PPT
yeah,
is
okay, not
visible.
an issue.
Please
Sorry.
continue.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I would like to give here a short, nowadays we are seeing there are so many problems are increasing in the society, and it is only because of lack of spirituality, we can say nuclear family and so many issues. So here I would like to give a short intro of Samarpan meditation, which is a Guru Tattva, and I have joined this meditation 4 years back. It is an initiative by Shri Shiv Krupan Swami Foundation. Guru Tattva is a global spiritual platform led by H.H. Shri Shiv Krupanand Swamiji for the overall development of human beings in all spheres of life. Samarpan Dhyan Yoga was originally introduced by Swamiji in 1994. It has now evolved into a Guru Tattva. And Guru Tattva ashrams are divine sanctuaries. Guru Tattva ashrams are divine sanctuaries designed for the entire world. All the human beings around the world can take Pratna Dham at any time and register their prayers free of cost. There are thousands of Dhyan centers all over the world where you can be in your own peace and do a collective sadhana and connect with the divine energy of Guru free of cost. I have get so many benefits after doing this Samarpan meditation. So I'm requesting you all to be part of this and also spread a word with all your near and dear one. As we are seeing, so many problems are increasing like anything. Nuclear family problems are there. Stress level is very high, and the students are committing suicides and so many problems. So through this particular platform, I would like to give you idea about this Samarpan meditation, and I will share the in the chat box the website for the same. It's completely cost. So I request all of you can join this particular center at any time. Generally, in the evening time, they have their meditation session from 7:30 to 8 or 8 to 8:30. And you can get the details directly from Acharya of that particular center. So I request you all to join as early as possible and get the maximum benefit from that. And I will put the website name in the chat box. And I will complete my this thing with a quote of one of the person. Just a minute. There is a issue of this thing. 1 minute. Yeah, okay, not an issue. So I just want to say that spirituality is within us only, and we have to spread the word of spirituality. We have to be truthful, not only to us, but to the entire society. And we have to always do a good deeds, not only for us, but for the society, as we are a part of the society and we are a social animal. I request all of you to be as spiritual as possible and as early as possible in your life. So I think just take one thought. Spiritual life doesn't make you a good person. You are a good person. You are living when you are born. When spiritual life does is remind us and this is itself is a spirituality. And this particular statement is given by Jack. And sorry for the interruption from my side. Thank you and best wishes to all the participants.
No problem.
Thank you once again.
Thank you once again, sir. Yes, ma'am. Please next.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much for the beautiful insight. Next with us, we have Dr. Hardeep Singh from India.
Thank you.
He is a senior academician, author, and a researcher. Welcome, sir, for this ABCD International Speakathon. Welcome, sir. You can continue, sir. Dr. Hardeep Singh.
Please announce next, ma'am.
He is there. I had texted him also. Arusayak Ivayan. Ma'am is there?
Please next. Is
okay. Muskan, ma'am.
Yes, good evening.
Muskan ma'am is there.
Yes, Muskan ma'am. Muskan ma'am, welcome to the ABCD Speakathon. And ma'am is an expert speaker from India. She is an educationist, author, and a blogger. Welcome, ma'am, to this forum. Kindly share your views. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you
very good evening to one and all. It's a great pleasure.
Please,
First of all, congratulations for ABCD.
Please wait. First complete her. Please make it complete her. And after that you will talk. First complete her. तो waste जाता है time अपने 2 मिनट ऐसे गए फिर. Please continue, Muskan ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I have been hearing.
Okay. So, very good evening, all present here. I am Muskan Balwani, an educationist, blogger, author, and founder of EduCreate. Thank you, Bhabad sir, for giving me this opportunity so that I can keep my points on education in front of all the great orators here. Now, moving on the topic, education. So what is education exactly? Education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. It's said by Nelson Mandela, sir. Right now, from where this word derived? Anybody has have not thought about that from where this word education derived actually. So it is derived from the Latin word that is educare, which means to bring up. Now another Latin word is educare, which means to forth. Now e means to out of and duco means to lead. That is, to educate means to lead forth or to extract out best in men. Now the question is, but how will we extract out the best in men? When everybody is having equal right for education, anybody can take education. It doesn't matter it's of any caste, religion, gender, age group, which he or she belongs. Now, moving on another point, it's according to the new educational policy in India. Now, new pedagogical and curricular structure of school education, which is be like 5+3+3+4. Right, 5 years, it is also divided into 2 parts, that is 3 years in preschool and Anganwadis and 2 years in class 1st and 2nd. It is mainly, we call it as a foundational stage. In foundational stage, I think teachers should have to teach the students with the activity-based learning. They have to take care of the kids by giving the education by learn by fun method. And if I'm coming on the next preparatory stage, it's of 3 years, that is from class 3rd to 5th, where teachers have to do main focus on plays, discoveries, activity-based learning, and interactive classroom. Now, what is the meaning of interactive classroom? Here, interactive classroom means question answers, the discussion between teacher and students. Now, 3rd stage is middle stage, where are also 3 years, class 6 to 8th. In this too, teachers have to give experimental learning in all the subjects like social, science, maths, and arts. Now we are coming on the 4th last stage, that is secondary level. Secondary stage where teacher have to take more attention on the students, on their multidisciplinary skills, critical thinking skills. And the main thing is the students have to we have to give them a right to choose their subjects. It's of their interest, not of teachers' interest, right? Like in my viewpoint, education is not that as ancient rote learning or teacher-centered learning. It's about how students want to learn in different types of way. That is what the student-centered learning. Now, the main question raised here, that education, I just told you about the education, about the levels of education, new policy education. I have told about that. But what is the education of the teacher? If teacher is teaching in the classroom, then what qualification she should have? So BEd is must. If teacher is going in the pre-primary classes, she should have the Montessori training or Montessori degree or Jolly Phonics degree. BEd is must. And if she is taking classes 11th and 12th or secondary classes, she should have the degrees of, she should have master's degree in the particular stream. Now, what is the importance of education? There are four importance. First, it creates employment opportunities. Second, it develops problem-solving skills. Third, bridging the border, which means, as we all know, in the COVID era, we have all seen that from physical classrooms to the journey of physical classrooms to online mode. As we have shifted, just because we are educated, we didn't take so much of time in the transformation. So this is what the bridging the borders. Fourth, create equal opportunity. It doesn't mean we are of any religion, of any caste, any gender. It doesn't matter. We are having the equal opportunity to get the education. We are having right for education. Now, education never ends. It keeps going on till when you want to learn after schools, we can go for certification, diploma, graduation, post-graduation, doctorate courses, and so on. Now, my last point is we should understand and we should learn these three lines, that what I hear, I forget. What I see, I remember. What I do, I understand. Main focus on what I see, I remember. It's just for the students. If the teacher is taking the classes with the activities, with the experimental base, then if she's taking this type of things in the classroom, then definitely child will remember till the last breath that what their teacher taught them. So this is all about the education, and thank you so much, Bhabad sir, for having me this opportunity.
Thank you, Muskan ma'am, for letting us know how wonderful education can be if we take it really in the right way. Next, we have Dr. Hardeep Singh with us. He is an expert speaker from India. He is a senior academician, author, and a researcher. Sir, welcome to ABCD International Speakathon. You can continue, sir. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Can you unmute, sir?
Ma'am, I need to share my screen.
Okay, sir, can we make him host or co-host?
Yes, now you can share.
You are the co-host. Sir, you can share.
Okay. My screen is visible?
Yes, sir. It's actually, yes, sir. Now it is visible clearly. Yes, sir.
So, good evening, everybody. I am Hardeep Singh from Amritsar, the city of Golden Temple. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Akash to inviting me on this wonderful platform that is Speakathon to talk on this topic, quality education and research, a single remedy for lot of problems that we are facing nowadays. Everybody is talking about sustainable development goals, and we have this SDG 4, quality education. If we work on quality education, we bring quality education to our nation, and I think mostly all the sustainable development goals that we will be able to achieve. What is quality education? Quality education especially entails issues such as appropriate skills development, gender parity, provision of relevant schools, infrastructure, equipment, educational material and resources, scholarships, or teaching force. It enables people to lead a healthier and more sustainable life, and it is essential to foster tolerance and peaceful societies. What is the main goal of quality education? Moving towards the goal of the quality education, it ensure inclusive and equitable quality education, promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, and education liberates the intellect, unlocks the imagination, and is fundamental for self-respect. Next coming factors of quality education, there are six basic elements that influence the quality of the education. First is the teacher and the teaching methods. Teacher is the main person in the education who provides education to the students, and the quality of the teacher, the knowledge of the teacher, the interest of the teacher, all that, and the teaching methods that play a very important role in providing a quality education to the students. Then educational content, learning environment, school management, preconditions for the pupils, and funding and the organization. Next coming, what impact the quality education puts. When the people are able to get quality education, they can break the cycle of poverty. That is the main problem nowadays, that poverty, why people are poor, why people are below this, you can say, poverty line, because they are uneducated. There is problem of education. And second thing, who are educated, there is the problem of quality education. So to remove the poverty, quality education plays a very important role. Then education therefore helps to reduce inequalities and to reach gender equality, the equality between male and female. When you give a quality education, and this thing also comes under the education, when you are educated, you will respect the female, female will respect the male, and only this is the gender equality. It also empowers people everywhere to live more healthy and sustainable lives. Next coming, I have just mentioned 7 A's of quality education: assessment, autonomy, accountability, attention to teachers. Teachers should also be paid attention to. Students should pay attention to the teachers. Parents should pay attention to the teachers of their wards. And lastly, the government, the organizations, the managements, they should also pay attention to the teachers, that the teachers are getting all the benefits that are required to meet them for their work-life balance or anything. It can be financial, it can be their salaries, it can be their maternity leaves, casual leaves, medical leaves, anything. Attention should be paid to the teachers. When the nation will pay the attention to the teachers, and the teachers will have the only responsibility to the pay attention towards the quality education and towards the development of the nation, and developing great scientists, great personalities for the nation, and to make the nation a great nation. Then attention to early childhood development, attention to the culture, and lastly, attention to research. Research is also another a very big field that can bring a great change to the nation, a great development to the nation, if research is done in a right manner, in a good quality. Research and quality education, knowledge generated by research is the basis of sustainable development, which requires that knowledge be placed at the service of development, be converted into applications, and be shared to ensure widespread benefits. These are the words of Mary Lewis, Director of UNESCO, Forum on Higher Education, Research and Knowledge. Research is a tool for building knowledge and facilitating learning. It is a means to understand issues and increase public awareness. It helps us succeed in business. It allows us to disprove lies and support truths. Next, I will talk about that India is at one time we used to say India is a golden sparrow. India has lot of talents. India is not that country that there is problem of knowledge. There is problem of intelligent minds. No, India is a very rich country, and here are some of the great personalities that India has given birth to: Dr. APJ Kalam, Missile Man, Dr. Jagdish Chandra Bose, who had studied radio waves, and today we are enjoying Wi-Fi and everything. All these are the contributions of Dr. Jagdish Chandra Bose. Grand salute to Dr. Jagdish Chandra Bose. Then Dr. Kalpana Chawla, Dr. Kiran Bedi, Sachin Tendulkar, Milkha Singh, and many great personalities have given birth in India. And India is a very rich land. Only the problem that we are facing, that we are lacking somewhere in quality education, in the education field. There was a time, we all remember, that the Gurukul system of India, there used to be a Gurukul system of India, and the world's very first residential university, Nalanda University, that is from India, and all the other universities used to follow Nalanda University. And now today we are lacking this quality education. There another problem that we are facing, that is brain drain. Our intelligent brains are draining outside country. The term brain drain was coined by Royal Society to describe the immigration of scientists and technologists to North America from post-war Europe. Another source indicates that this term was first used in United Kingdom to describe the influx of Indian scientists and engineers. What are the remedies that brain drain can be removed? All the other problems from the India can be removed, and India can again become a golden sparrow. We can say it's Sone ki chidiya, and we may become proud Indians. Employment opportunities, then entrepreneurship, a very good hot topic nowadays, a very big solution, that rather than be a job seeker, rather than become a job seeker, you should become a job giver. You should establish your own organization, or it may be at you can so small level, it may be of middle level, it may be of high level, but try motivate the students, inspire your students to become an entrepreneur. Then the role of skilled educator. Skills educators play a very important role. Educator is the only person who can change the whole world. Skill-based learning. Your learning should be based on skill-based. It should be practical learning, not theoretical learning. Cramming should not be there, but there should be practical. Your student should get practical knowledge, and that practical knowledge then he will convert into entrepreneurship. He will become a job giver. He will you can say participate in the economy of the country. He will help in making the country a rich country, and empower quality research. Research, again I stress on quality research, because after post graduation, after MTech, after MS, MCA, MSc, we go towards the research. You can say many research scholars, they move towards the PhD work. But there are very few people who work properly on PhD, do real research. Most of the people, they have only one aim: to get PhD and apply doctor before their name, nothing else. But we have to do a real research. Research is that research that gives a solution to a problem that country is facing, that the nation is facing, society is facing. When we are able to give a solution to the problem of the society, then you are doing a right research, and that research is lacking somewhere in India, and we have to empower quality research, and the teachers are only weapons who can do that thing. Lastly, concluding my talk, quality education plays a very important role in development of the nation, and educator as well as research plays another important role in the quality education, and quality education is must for the development of the country. So lastly, I would like to thank all the participants to Dr. Akash to inviting me on this platform. Once again, thank all the participants and having patience to listen to me. For more educational and motivational talk, you can subscribe my channel. Thanks once again.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah.
Thank you so much. You addressed with the aids which were awesome and added to our ability. So these are 5 A's from Akash Bhabad side, sir. So thank you so much for putting emphasis on the role of a teacher. Next we have with us is Sir, if available, Muralidharan sir. Is he there? He is an expert speaker from India. Yes, sir. Welcome to ABCD International Talks, sir. Kindly continue. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Good evening, all. Greetings, and I'm Muralidharan from Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. I work for a college, and before commencing my topic, I would like to thank Mr. Akash and the ABCD International for the opportunity given. The topic I'm going to deliver today is about personality development. Of course, the personality development topic is a big topic. It cannot be done within few minutes, but still, because I used to handle for 2 hours for our students, but due to the time limit, scenario is different. So I'm concising it into a short thing. Let's go into the topic. Actually, personality development encompasses the dynamic contribution and decontribution of integrative characteristics that distinguishes an individual in terms of interpersonal behavioral traits, meaning different people have different traits, different behavioral aspects, ultimately leads to personality. So those things has to be dealt in a very different manner, because basically personality, it deals with self-learning, self-understanding. It is actually, to define it in a simple word, we can say like it's a process of developing and enhancing one's personality, which helps an individual to gain confidence and high self-esteem. Of course, it have a positive impact on communication skill as well, which ultimately providing a way to see the world. So these things has to be inculcated into an individual, where a person might be having different traits. But only thing a person should not feel himself or herself is that they should not have any doubt about their capabilities. Because say actually capabilities differs. Different people have different. Earlier I said about construction, deconstruction with integrative characters, which has which has differentiation between interpersonal behavioral traits among different people. But for that, I prefer to explain in a what do you call, like some small example way, 2 aspects. Though there are many, I prefer 2 things due to time constraint. Those 2 things which I wanted to tell is about self-description and self-awareness. So this self-description and self-awareness are the 2 things which are most important, which is important in the sense for the personality development. In the self-description, which means a person has to explain or has to understand about themselves. 5 points which I would like to emphasize. Number 1, the person has to understand who am I. Though I'm telling about me, the person who is actually sitting in the scenario has to analyze who am I, who he is. And then number 2, what am I like? Who am I? What am I like? And what others are perceiving about me. 4th one is what strength we have. And 5th one, what is the qualities? What are the skills which been understood and how to develop it? So these are the 5 things as a self-description. So one has to describe themselves. Who am I? What am I like? What are the strengths? What others are perceiving about us, about me, and what are the skills which has to be developed? So when these things has to be developed, automatically what happens? They have they can develop. But for that, what they need to do? As an example, as a hint, I can give to know about these things. I can say like meditation or yoga or jumping, anything now you can take up. There are people who can do those things. There are people who cannot do these things. Those who can able to do, their personality level is something different because they have the potentiality. But those people can't do that one because it requires perseverance, whether it is yoga, whether it is meditation, whether it is jumping, where even walking, anything, it requires patience, perseverance, a kind of so those things has to be there. Whomever has that one, as I said, behavioral traits, those having that strength, they can have, their potentiality is more and their personality more and increases. And those who are able to not to do, there are some people who cannot continue because it has to be continuous. Whether they start walking, whether they do yoga, whether do more meditation, it has to be a continuous process. Whomever stops, it has a problem with their personality. So once they found they have some issues, the problem, it has to be a solution has to be found out. It has to be improvised. So those things, that's what I said earlier. Never degrade among themselves. The capabilities are something different, but need to find out what is the problem to find a solution. So those things, the deviation made like capabilities, not capabilities. In that way, these two things can be divided. It's another example, as I said about this self-description, about 5 points. Self-awareness. So self-awareness, now we have. So self-awareness, we have 4 things. We have a window, how to analyze those things which I said about understanding among themselves. Self-understanding, where we stand, we have some issues, find that one, find a solution. And for that, we have a window. In that window, we have 4 things: open, and then blind, and then hidden, and then the last one, unknown. These 4 things basically, see, open in the sense a person who knows about himself and others knows about himself, which means it's open. Blind, the person, he knows about himself, but others doesn't know, which means he knows about himself, but he tells something to others. So naturally, others will not know. Hidden, he has something which he himself doesn't know. He has some talent, but others might be knowing it. How? Due to some accidental way, they will be knowing, but the person actually, he might not know it. So that is a hidden way. Unknown, the person doesn't know, and others also doesn't know. So these are the 4 things. Person knows, others knows. Person doesn't know, others knows. Person knows, others doesn't know. And person knows and others knows. So these things we categorize into open, blind, hidden, and unknown. So these are the 4 traits where self-awareness created. With that one, people can understand how it has been grown up, how self-description, what is the problem, what is the issues, where we can find out. There are a lot of definitions we have to find out how to manage anger using handling put down. One, if somebody is insulting, naturally we should not insult back. We should ignore it because we know about ourselves. If you find out who you are, and if you are able to control your anger, if somebody is insulting you, just ignore. You don't ignore back, insult back. When you insult back, it keeps continuing. So there will not be a full stop. So their anger has to be managed. If whomever can able to manage anger, the personality is very great. And whomever cannot control the anger, if the handling put downs is not proper, then the personality is coming down. So they need to emphasize for that one. So whichever problems, it has to be find out the problem, find the solution. So these are the few things which I would like to specify in this topic. And I know about the time limit, so I'm shorting things and all. Thank you again so much. Hope you listen in a formal manner. And I take again the opportunity to thank Mr. Akash and ABCD for providing me the opportunity. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, sir. Awesome. Nice tips.
Thank you so much, sir, for letting us know how we can control our anger. Even sometimes when I am angry, I feel like, yes, I should also. Because, yes, it is actually restricting our energies. Thank you for putting insight to such a wonderful topic, although the time span was short. But you were wonderful explaining the things. At least 2 points were clear: self-awareness and self-description. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And we'll be waiting for you to hear more. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Next we have is Mr. Khalilwa M.H. If sir is with us, he's an expert master trainer, memory coach. So let's get some memory tips from him and let's see what he has in his treasure for us today. Welcome, sir.
No, we have, sir is not there. We have Rustam ma'am.
Okay,
Please
ma'am.
introduce her. So we have Isnul Rustam ma'am. So
yes.
welcome ma'am on this platform and over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Welcome to this platform. Ma'am is an expert speaker. Ma'am, let's see what you have, although we could not hear, sir. Let's see what you have as a treasure for us. Please, ma'am, continue.
Yeah. Good everyone. My name is Susun Khatimah Rustam. Pleasure to be here to share with all the participants present tonight. Thank you for the opportunity given by Mr. Akash and team. I hope we are and happy. This time, I will share to midwifery psychology. Several discussions with students, I found me interesting. Start woman problems, especially a pregnant woman is trying killing his her baby and anything else. So the negative feeling that often appear in pregnant woman, the change of body shape, the worries about the vision, and then severe stress in pregnant woman can be fatal to the baby. In babies can have low birth weight and be born prematurely. And then I give some questions to student is what are the psychological on a pregnant woman, lack of prone to violence, self-harm, for parenthood, approach the teenagers and provide information about what she must prepare prospective parents, such as readiness to take care of spouse, readiness to take care of the house, and readiness to take care of children, and give full support or motivation so that the teenagers does not feel burned to become a parent. And then why their case a mother with many factors, the disability factor, because there are mothers does not accept that they give birth to disability children. For example, have one hand. Children whose fingers are incomplete or the way children walk is not like other normal children. The mother was ashamed to have such a child, so she did not hesitate to take the life of her own child. The second factor is economic. Mother with low economic problem who is worried about whether she can fulfill the needs of her child or not, because according to here, she is also still lacking in fulfilling her daily life. So the mother thinks it's better to take the life of her child than the live in the world, but her daily need is not fulfilled. And then what the method to disseminate HIV/AIDS for mother by conducting counseling talk poster, brochure, pamphlet to pregnant women about what is HIV/AIDS and the symptom, what are the impact being exposed to HIV/AIDS. Babies who born with risk depression, obesity, minimal muscle mass, heart disease, and osteoporosis can be born prematurely and can have risk for digesting and respiratory disorder. And then psychology of pregnant women who use illegal drugs is usually increased level of anxiety. Unpreparedness to become parents begin with unpreparedness to live a prematurely life. This is certainly infecting because the condition of parents will determine the priority and patterns of education that will undertaken. So, to avoid this condition, it is recommended that teenagers couple who are getting married to prepare themselves first. The profession include the vision and mission in marriage life and how to educate children. Therefore, communication and educational from close people or from more competent people. It's very important for teenagers who will become parents in the future. And then the factors is skill and knowledge, then attitude, paying attention to child and give love to them. And then, sorry, my time, I have what, 1 minute or have done?
I think 1 minute is left, 30 seconds, 1 minute. Please conclude in that and we will move ahead.
Okay, thank you. The another factor is psychological. People with disability have various limitations, but psychological emotional age, so that the people with disability tend to have difficulty communication, which cause the disability to find it difficult to control their emotions and do things beyond the limit of normal people. And the conclusion is the parents must to be have a readiness for their life and for their marriage. Thank you for attention and this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for sharing the views, how we can take care and how the teenagers could be upbringing, how we can do so that they can be more safe under the guidance and the patience of the person whom they are in the mentorship. Thank you so much, ma'am, for letting us know. Next, we have with us another expert speaker from Indonesia. Ma'am is the founder and CEO of Bliss Education Center and HDN Stuff. Welcome, ma'am, to ABCD International Speakathon. Welcome, ma'am. Kindly continue.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all people who are watching us right now. My name is Hordiana Dinfika from Indonesia. First of all, I'd love to express my gratitude to Mr. Rakas for the invitation, the moderator, and all respected dignitaries. So my topic for today is uncover emotional intelligence. So uncovering emotional intelligence is the key success in your career, relationships, and life in general. And in order to uncover your emotional intelligence, you must learn about yourself first. Find out why you do things you do, learn how you act when you are stressed or angry, and also figure out what kind of person you are and why that is. So emotional intelligence is not about being happy or sad all the time. It sounds like impossible for doing it, right? So It is actually the ability to recognize, understand, and appropriately respond to emotions in yourself and also in other people, not only for yourself. It is actually a crucial aspect of personal relationships and professional success as well. Because whether you are in leadership position or not, emotional intelligence is a skill that can be learned. So no matter who you are, where you are, you can always learn about emotional intelligence. And it's actually something you can improve on with practice, just like improving your physical strength or your problem-solving skills. You might have some natural talents for recognizing the emotions of other people or for responding to them appropriately. Like people might say they feel like they are empath or just being empathetic and will help people. But there are many opportunities to hone your emotional intelligence on a day-to-day basis. So to gain a better understanding of EQ, we must first define its components. I think many people already know about this concept, but I'd love to mention about it just a little bit because I know we have time limits. So first is self-awareness. It means being aware of our own emotions and being able to identify them as they occur. And this is different with empathy, which is the ability to feel someone else's emotions. Second is self-regulation. It's like knowing how to effectively handle our own emotions, whether good or bad. And the third is social skills. This refers to interacting well with other people, and it involves applying an understanding of the emotions in ourselves and others to communicate in daily basis. And fourth is empathy. Like I have said, it means being able to understand how other people are feeling, like you are on their shoes. And the last one is motivations. And in emotional intelligence, it means like intrinsic motivation, which means that an individual is driven to meet personal needs and goals rather than being motivated by external rewards such as money, fame, recognition, or other things that they might have seen on social media. So there's a strong correlation between emotional intelligence and success in school and the workplace as well, because people with high EQs tend to be leaders in their fields, highly sought after employees, and admired by their peers because they are less likely to get into conflicts because they have a good communications and social skill, which make them more likable, influential, and productive. So emotional intelligence is a part of communication. It's like toolkit that can help us in our professional and personal relationship. And I want to share some tips to uncover emotional intelligence that can be used anywhere. And it's really simple. First, listen to your voice. How do you sound when you talk to another people? Are you usually polite, but sometimes dismissive maybe? Do you have a subtle quaver in your voice when you speak to people who are more junior than you or younger than you? Or do you sound aggressive and stressed when talking to anyone on the phone, for example? Take a few days to listen carefully of how your voice sounds throughout the day. Write down any thoughts that come into your head during this time. And a few examples might be like, I always sound angry, or I always sound stressed after you review it for a few days. You cannot make any decision just after a day. You need to take at least maybe 3 days or even a week. And then you can listen again to your voice. And then second is, what do you want to change? Now that you can hear how you really sound, like maybe you practice and record it, what actually do you want to change about it? And we have to keep in our mind that if your goal is not just to change how you sound, you also want to change what it means when people hear you speak. If your goal is just to change the way people perceive you, then it's unlikely that changing your voice will be enough. You will have to do more than just change how you speak. But if your goal is to develop emotion, then you have to do more things. It's like the third part. Be aware of your body language, because your body reacts to your emotions before you even think about it. So you need to be aware of what it's doing to react appropriately. And to improve on this, you need to be conscious of how you are reacting in any given situation, whether you are mad, happy, stressed, frustrated, and so on. Because, for example, if someone compliments you, are you holding yourself back from smiling? Are you sitting with your arms crossed? It's actually this is actually small things that can make a big difference when it comes to how others perceive you. And if you're not sure about how your body language looks, let a friend tell you about it. Keep the conversation lighthearted so other people who talk to you don't feel like they are being too critical, and ask them politely how they feel about certain things. You might be surprised by what they say, because yeah, we might sit and talk at the same time at the same day, but we all have different thoughts, right? So yeah, I don't know what harm that I have more. So to conclude my speech, as we talk about emotions, I want to remind all of you, don't take everything personally. If someone doesn't respond well to something you have said or done, consider the possibility that they might have a reason that has nothing to do with you as a person. Maybe they just had a fight with their significant other before seeing you, or maybe they just got into something that they have to deal. Not all the things on your mind about others are true, and you don't always have to believe every sound or every voice that comes on your mind without even recognizing it clearly. I think that's all for today's, and thank you so much for listening and for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hardiana ma'am. It was really a wonderful, means as you started with yours, like we should be aware of our emotional intelligence. Even many of us would be thinking like getting a note of ourselves, whether to write it or not, how we are these days actually, whether we are in an angry mood or happy. At present, everybody is smiling when they heard you, and they must be into the flashback. How am I these days? Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful insight.
Yes, thank you once again. And now we have just a minute. So we have completed our 8 groups now, and we have another moderator. She's Zeba Ayaz ma'am. So welcome Zeba ma'am, and please continue. And a very big thank you to Miss Rekha Raj ma'am for wonderful management, awesome coordination. So thank you once again ma'am. And if you want to share your views on this particular 11 themes, you can choose any theme and talk. After you, we will proceed ahead.
Thank you, sir, for giving the opportunity. We'll definitely do the best. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Akash sir, for giving me opportunity for being as a moderator for this mega event. A very good evening to all of you, all esteemed speakers here, all our experts from their areas. So once again, I welcome you all to the amazing ABCD International Speakathon. So let me introduce our first speaker. He's an educator from Philippines and author. He is Dr. Forlane D. Mobo. He's from Philippines. I welcome you, sir. Please enlighten us with your important views. The platform is all yours, sir.
Hello, good evening from the Philippines. So, good evening and mabuhay. So, the pandemic brought up a lot of changes, of course, in our society. In part of that, the educators and also the scholars felt devastated because they think that they could not continue, of course, with their academic scholarly work. So the good thing with the research and innovations and other submission continues to grow eventually, because this leads to an avenue for researchers and scholars to write topics, of course, related to COVID-19. And of course, it opens doors to this part of the research, innovations, development, and it is just a pandemic that we are facing right now. And so all we need to think is to innovate and think of a new strategy in order to survive, of course. That's why a lot of group of researchers, like of course the ICSAD, the Institute of Economic Development and Social Researches, and other international research institutions, they started to facilitate its call for paper, of course, globally by using an alternative mode of presentation, just like what we are doing. And of course, also the journal publications, of course, waive the article processing charges to give its way to scholars or writers who are greatly affected by the pandemic situation. But the implementation of this new research culture innovation using technological-based platform, for example, like ResearchGate, Google Scholar, boosts the emotions of other writers to continue with their endeavor and come up with a good article or new innovations that can be used and be, of course, that can be used and ready, uh, that can be cited as many as the researchers have read it. And of course, other publication, of course, offers a free opportunity to publish their papers and also to the conference. So of course, as a researcher and scientist by heart, of course, I will promote and introduce these new methods in doing research innovations, like, of course, by using this type of research design, of course, using qualitative and quantitative, and of course, to employ that for local and globally. And of course, finally, I would like to conclude that there is a big opportunity in the innovations, research and development. So in this time of pandemic, we would be able to do collaborations that can lead to a particular new outputs. So that would be all for this night. So thank you and good evening.
Thank you so much, sir. You have enlightened us for how researchers can be use their articles and innovations in their publications. Thank you so much once again, sir, for your wonderful views. Now I welcome Dr. Monica Lynch. She's from Jamaica. Ma'am is an international speaker and author. Ma'am, are you there? I welcome you. The platform is all yours.
Thank you,
Welcome,
moderator. Good morning from Jamaica. Thank you for the organizer for having me. Today, I'll be speaking on mental health literacy. So a few weeks ago, I watched a video of a young man climbing an electric post. The police, a couple of his family members, a few friends and onlookers begged and pleaded with him to come down. He climbed until he got to the live wire. He stretched his feet towards it. He hesitated twice before resting his feet on it, and he got electrocuted. That situation, it bothered me for days, knowing that maybe deep inside he didn't want to die. And it got me thinking, how many people do we encounter every day that might be planning to complete suicide, or is facing internal or mental battles and is feeling like this might be the end? And those around them are mentally illiterate, so they are totally unaware. So here are some shocking statistics on youth mental health by the National Alliance of Mental Health. 1 in every 5 children ages 13 to 18 will have or have a serious mental illness. 20% of youth ages 13 to 18 live with a mental health condition. 11% of youth have a mood disorder. 10% of youth have a behavior or conduct disorder. 8% of youth have an anxiety disorder. And what is the impact? 50% of all lifetime cases of mental illness begin by age 14 and 75% by age 24. The average delay between the onset of symptoms and intervention is 8 to 10 years. And suicide is the third leading cause of death. The third leading cause of death in youth ages 10 to 24. And this is why I started my campaign, #MeEqualsYou, a movement to improve mental health literacy and well-being for all. So what is mental health literacy? Mental health literacy is the knowledge and beliefs people have about mental health and mental disorders, which help their recognition, management, and prevention of the same. It is important because it influences when and how people seek help and mental health outcomes. So simply, it describes how both individual and communities understand and respond to mental health and mental illness. Now, mental health literacy is not a matter of having knowledge, rather it is knowledge that is linked to the possibility of action to benefit one's own mental health or that of others. Now, mental health literacy consists of several components which were created to overcome the growing obstacles to mental health and to address the social stigma and discrimination. Now, these components include: 1, recognizing mental health disorders such as the signs and symptoms. 2, knowledge of the risk factors, knowing what factors put what individuals at the greatest risk for specific mental disorders. 3, the knowledge of self-treatment. And 4, the knowledge of how to seek and access mental health information. Now, both individual and environmental factors can affect mental health literacy. The individual factors include age, health status, knowledge, attitudes, and cultural beliefs. The environmental factors include family and community support systems, stigma and fear about mental illness, cultural understanding of mental illness, and the health system. Now, why is mental health literacy important? Good and environmental mental health literacy can reduce health inequalities and reduce the burden on health and community services. It helps people to better understand their own mental health, helps them to know how to work to improve their well-being. It increases people's resilience and control of their mental health, and encourages people to seek help by knowing when and where to seek help and how to manage their mental health condition. People with limited mental health literacy may not be able to recognize signs of poor mental health in themselves or others, which can stop them from seeking treatment and support. A lack of understanding about mental health in the community can lead to fear, discrimination, and stigma for people living with mental health conditions. In conclusion, physical education lessons are mandatory in schools because we view physical health as a crucial part of our holistic health. We teach young people about eating healthy and staying fit, however, we ignore mental health. Schools, churches, community centers, etc., need to be portraying mental health as equally important as physical health, as there is no real health without mental health. If we all learn about mental health and well-being from a young age, imagine where we would all be as adults today, emotionally, socially, and mentally healthy. Mental health and well-being is a public health issue, which means it's everybody's business. So it's time for it to be a priority in every aspect of our education, health, and economic systems in villages, cities, states, countries, regions, continents, and the world. Let us invest in creating a curriculum that is critical in helping to prevent mental health problems from increasing, building well-being and versatility, and helping people learn the skills to cope in today's world. Thank you for putting mental health on your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Monica, ma'am. Very enlightened talk on the importance and awareness for mental health literacy. Now, let me introduce our next speaker. She's a professor from Croatia. She's a Professor Nanda Retkovic. Ma'am is an assistant professor and mechanical engineer. Ma'am, I welcome you for this international speakathon. Now the platform is all yours.
Thank you. First, I want to thank to our great founder, Sir Akash, for the invitation for this great speakathon. Sir Akash, you are rocking with this. Want to congratulate to all until now. What I listened, great Herr Diana about emotional intelligence, great Dr. Mobo about the research, now Doctor about the mental health, and now I will continue. You gave us so many great topics, so it was very hard to choose. So I choose this time technology because I love technology and work a lot in the technology. So my topic today is the rise of metaverse and how I call it, explore, discover, and create. What it means? It means that on the global level, they have a lot of content and information that are reading and in the technology field. This new technology is called the metaverse. The concept, we can say, it is not now new, it is not now discovered, but we have a new evolution of the internet, which is coming with a new blocks building in the place. I want to see a first metaverse festival, and yes, the founder and is from India, and it will cover the whole world. Going from Amsterdam to my country to Croatia, I'm also leading in this field. So you are all invited to be a part of this metaverse. I mean the International Virtual Reality Festival. What it means metaverse, when we have widgets all in the virtual online world, and it is going for so many years, and we know that this true metaverse interaction are possible many years, but this new interest is rapidly rising. If we are talking about the education, we know that it rise during the pandemic, and this is a new era. This is a new era of virtual learning around the world. So I call this concept explore, discover, create, like a big transition. And it means from the physical world to the virtual world, where each one in many forms can interact, shop, work with others from the comfort of the home. Today, I'm here from the comfort of my home. So this is very important to know. The metaverse, where people will use the avatars, they will present themselves, they will have their digital festival, they will communicate with each other virtual, building out the community. So we have the past, we have the present, we have the future of the metaverse. I will not go to the past. I will only mention 1992 that we had amazing author Neil Stephenson with the snow crash. I will say what it means about the influence of the technology. Today, many technologies have a big influence on the creation, on the metaverse. They are AI, computer clouding, virtual reality, AR, augmented reality, and others with a lot of metaverse. And yes, this is essential work for the fourth industrial revolution. Technology does not follow today all the visions, but giving them the metaverse virtual, it is very important. It is very necessary. So the purpose of virtual worlds today is various. We have so many game worlds. We are bringing people together for meeting, for education, and to work. And Sir Akash, next time we will go through this virtual reality. We will make it a 2023. So we have a lot of benefits of the metaverse. I can talk a lot about this, but I don't have so many time. In my country, I can say that only we have a Croatia Telecom, which is the first largest investor in the optical network, and we are talking about the FG infrastructure of the FG Wi-Fi networks. So, conclusion is the metaverse is a 3D digital disruptive technology concept. It will play a significant role in the new coming years. It will make a transformation of education, of the work, of the whole society. So using this digital, it will become possible through using optical networks, and they will have a big transmission in the speed. And that is what we need, because now when I'm talking, I see that already writes your network is very low. So that problem will be solved very soon. Thank you very much for this great opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Nanda ma'am. This is an amazing topic you have taken. This is my subject area also. You have enlightened us for the importance of metaverse. So I just want to add one thing, that technology is all encompasses and is known to transform teaching and learning, accelerate innovations, and solve tough problems in education. So this is the thing which I would like to share here itself. Thank you, ma'am. Now, yeah, I welcome Dr. Ushavati Shetty from India. She's a principal. Welcome, ma'am. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
From India. Wonderful platform. Akash, sir, if you're listening to this, a big congratulations to you. I can see that it's been running since 11 in the morning and it's going to run till 11 in the evening. So really a great attempt to bring the entire globe together. And I would say all thanks to the pandemic that we have been able to connect to each other. It's not that we did not have the digital system earlier, but yes, thanks to the pandemic, we were able to, or rather we were forced into this digital world, whether we like it or not. And that is the reason we all are together here. I, Dr. Ushavati Shetty, I'm the principal for a school here in India, in a state called Maharashtra, in a small town called Thane. And I am a PhD in botany. I have done my master's in cytogenetics and plant breeding. I also have a master's in psychology. I have done my teacher training course. I have done school leadership and management and multiple other short courses on psychology, because that is one of the topics which is very close to my heart. Being a principal, being an educator, I feel that we have a huge responsibility on us because we are shaping up the future citizens. I would use the word future global citizens. We sitting in our comfort zones, in our homes, belonging to different countries, are all connected together here on the digital platform, all thanks to the current generation who is changing at such a fast pace. So I always feel that, as an educator, as a teacher in the class, the onus of passing on the information to our students is very critical and very severe when it comes to the age categories that we deal with between standard 5 and standard 12. So here I would like to touch upon the topic of mental health. As I rightly said that, psychology is something very close to my heart. And when we talk about mental health, I think that is one of the aspects which is really very neglected. When somebody is physically unwell, we have the symptoms, we go to a doctor, we get the medicine, and doctor treats us for that. But there are many people you will see around you who are smiling, but you will not know what is running in their minds, the thoughts that they are having, the kind of mind frame that they are in at that point of time. So we really do not know what mental state that person is in. And if I ask the crowd listening to me, how many of you all are free of stress? I think nobody will be able to say that, we are very happy and contented and satisfied in our life, and we do not have any stress. Because in today's world, when we are all in a rat race, I'll say, we all are going through some or the other stress, maybe personal, maybe professional, some family pressures, some professional workload, but still we try to have a very smiling face in front of people. But many a times I have noticed that people do not accept that they are having some kind of a issue in terms of mental health. And as far as acceptance goes, if their acceptance is not there, then the further procedure cannot take place. And when we are talking about students in the class, in today's times, everything has become competitive. Nobody is studying to understand the concept. Everybody is studying to get a competitive edge over the other person, get some more marks to get admission into a better college, get into a better college so that they get into a good job, get into a good job so that they earn more than their fellow colleagues, get into earn some more so that they have a better lifestyle. For what? At the end, we all are looking for peace of mind. But somewhere I feel this topic of mental health is really very less addressed in today's time. And I feel pandemic taught us that even though everybody was locked up in their respective homes, somewhere nobody was at peace. even though people were all together back home, working together, work from home concept was going on. I could see, parents are in their own workspace. They are busy with their work from home concepts. Children were glued to the digital devices because the classes had come online, and that was the setup that they had. Nobody had the time to talk to each other. It was like a structure wherein, even though they were under one roof, they could hardly meet. They would hardly meet for probably food, dinner. There were hardly any communication. And pandemic taught us that mental health as well as physical health is something that should be given more importance in today's times in the school curriculum. So somewhere we need to include it in the syllabus itself, wherein I don't say that, mental health education is only for the students. It is for the teachers as well. Regular training sessions should be conducted for the teachers. Regular sessions should be conducted for the parents. Regular sessions should be conducted for the students. Somewhere I feel in today's times, because of the inflation, should I say, or because of the kind of lifestyle everybody wants to maintain, both the parents are working. Then where do they have the time for their children? At that point of time, so I feel somewhere that connect.
Please continue. Please continue.
Okay. I thought somebody is commenting, so somewhere I feel in today's world, mental health is an issue which I think everybody needs to address. Going to a psychologist or a counselor is not bad. Trying to understand the base mental health is not wrong. Addressing the issue is not wrong. So somewhere, if you feel that you are not doing up to the mark and you feel like crying, it's okay to cry. It's okay to vent out. It's always better to talk. It's always better to have an open conversation with someone, so that whatever we are thinking, we are able to communicate it to the other person, so that when we are talking to others, we find solutions sometimes, because everyone thinks in a different manner. Each one has their own perception. Everybody have their own opinion. Probably the problem that looks to be really very huge in your brain might be very minimal, very small, very nominal. That when you're talking or discussing it with people, you might get the solution while you are discussing. So somewhere I feel in today's world, mental health is something that really requires a lot of attention. As I said, that if I get the power to change the curriculum or the system, I would definitely include it into the regular teaching curriculum. Every school should have a counselor. Every teacher should be having a counseling session with a proper counselor. Every class should have counseling sessions, at least 2 counseling sessions per term. And at the same time, that connect between the parent and the child needs to be there. So somewhere I feel a counseling session for teachers as well as the parents should also be conducted. So in today's world, I think that is really taking toll. Our health in terms of physical, more than that, mental health is taking a toll on us. So that is from my side. Thank you, Akash sir, for organizing such a wonderful session. And I'll sign off from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ushavati Shetty ma'am. It's a very wonderful topic that you have taken, since this is the hot topic that is going around the world nowadays. So what we should conduct a regular curriculum in a stress management webinars or workshop in schools in various areas. And one thing more I add here itself, in Delhi, I'm an educator. So to decrease the stress level of the students, we have started a happiness classroom that was introduced by the Delhi government. So this is one of the things that would like to share with you all people for this. Thank you, Ushavati ma'am, once again. Now let me move towards another esteemed speaker. He is a speaker from Philippines, Dr. Joel M. Fontilen. He's an educator and an expert speaker. Sir, are you there? Dr. Joel?
He's not there. Please next.
Okay. Now, next we have a professor from India. She is Dharani Rajesh Sisodia. She's an assistant professor. Ma'am, the platform is all yours.
Ma'am, I think my video, okay. Let me just zoom it back. Okay. Am I audible, everyone?
Yeah, ma'am, you are audible. Welcome, ma'am.
A very good evening to everyone, and congratulations to Akash sir for organizing such a event where we have, there are so many teachers, there are so many experts who want to give some small opinion about their experience to everyone. One of my experience, I am Professor Dharani Rajesh Sisodia. I'm a assistant professor with one of the army college in India, which is established here in Greater Noida. And I'm teaching finance from past 10 years and 2 years of corporate experience. I recently submitted my PhD on financial inclusion. So during the thing which I really want to discuss is the financial independency. See, the scenario in the world is that everyone is having their income, they're having their the kind of high side hustle they do, the salary they get. But still somehow what I experienced from last 10 years being a professor, that still there are so many individuals who having difficulty to manage their own finances. So the few tools that I was ought to discuss here is about how you can be more financially inclusive. When I talk about financially inclusive, I am just not talking about only one aspect to get a saving account. I'm also talking about the aspect of making your money working, basically. You want your stable money which is there in your account working. So this knowledge is just not for the teachers or just not for students. It's for all the individual in the world, how to work out your finances. So since I am expertise in financial planning and the personal financial planning purpose, so the few of the things that I have experienced specifically in Okay, am I audible again? Sorry, I think there was a disconnection.
Yes, ma'am. You can continue.
I am discussing about financial independency. I'm talking about how you can be financially independent, how you can multiply your salary. As we already know, India in if we compare the other countries with India in context of paying the teachers and the basic facilities for the teachers is very limited. And I think the AICT and UGC is now coming up with very new norms for making the teachers and the faculties more financially inclusive. But what steps we need to take further? The first and most important thing is to insure yourself. Now, when I talk about insurance after COVID, I think most of the people now recognize the value of our health insurance. Then we need to have a planning about our retirement planning, or the pension fund, or any sort of retirement plan, how to go forward with that. Third is people say in India, it is very prominent that financial inclusion for them is to keep their money in the saving and fixed deposits. But nowadays, when the neo banking is in your hand, neo banking, I mean the phone banking is with you. When you have everything in your hand, your smartphone work as a bank, and you can avail all kind of facilities from that. I think neo banking system is give you an advantage to avail the insurance, the pension. The first most is your health. So keep that in the priority. Always have a check on your health insurance. Second is your retirement plan. You should know at what age or maybe it can be early. My plan is to get retire by 50, or maybe someone want to retire by 40. So what is your retirement plan? How you are going for, what investment you need to make? The third is, instead of putting, see, saving account is important, I agree. But what about multiplying your money by just not investing into something which will give you a very small, I'll give you a small, inflation is higher than the kind of saving interest I'm getting. So I'm apparently, by time value of money, I'm not getting anything. But if I invest that same money into my portfolio management, like if I invest into an SIP, a systematic investment plan, so I'll be able to generate more income from what I am ordinarily reaching out. The fourth most important sit is to stabilizing your assets. It's very important that you know your balance sheet, but it's a very common phenomenon in India that your balance sheet should be equal, but an individual balance sheet attainment is very important. So for me, I just want to give a small gesture to everyone. Please be financially independent. Study yourself, study your income, study about how financial inclusion or any sort of financial stability is important, and how self-learning is important into this. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you, ma'am, once again, that you have enlightened us for the tools, how you can be more financially inclusive. Thank you once again, ma'am. Now we are moving towards our next esteemed speaker. She's from Egypt, and she's a mathematician, teacher, and educator. Her name is Miss Nagla Makram Ibid Hanan. Ma'am, are you there? I think he is not there. She's not there. Okay. Now, next we will move to Miss Aarti Daryani. Ma'am is a graphologist and a social worker. She's from India. Ma'am, welcome. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes,
Aarti,
very good evening. Yeah, hello all. Very good evening all. I'm sorry I will not switch on my video now, because the fact thing that I become very conscious when I want to speak. Otherwise, I'll see myself only in the video. That how I'm looking. Okay, let's make the session little lively. I know since morning Akash sir and the host and the speakers, wonderful speakers, are all tired, maybe exhausted, tensed, or maybe something going in your mind. So let's make this
we
session
are more
lively.
energetic.
Okay, good enough, good enough. So I'll start my session with an affirmation which we should have daily life in at our place. Okay, anywhere you can just put an affirmation where you can read every day when you wake up. So my today's affirmation is, I am at peace with myself. I live with ease and grace at all times. Yes, peace, and important, peace of health. Here is my topic, health. So right now I will ask you one question and you can type in the chat box. It's absolutely free of cost. How are you feeling right now? Just type in the chat box. A small activity where you will understand why I am here to do this activity. So how are you feeling right now? You can even verbally tell me also that how are you feeling right now? I am feeling very happy right now. Yes, I'm very glad to be here. Congratulations, Akash sir, such a wonderful efforts, initiative taken and giving me this opportunity to be here. Frankly speaking, 6:15 I reach home and I was just not prepared that what I have to speak. And I prepared in half an hour. Okay, so mindfulness meditation is clinically proven to help with concentration, boost our immune system. Okay, so yes, mindfulness is like every day you can just do 10 to 15 minutes every day, which will make your mind, your body, your soul, your brain, heart, it will improve. Yeah. And now if you will tell me that you are exhausted, tired, so you have to decide, are you mindful or mindfulness? Have you learned about mindful? Yes, Everyone is with mindful, everyone with stress, exhaustion, many things. But how to be mindfulness? Practice yoga, improve your health. Okay, good for your health. So happy, healthy heart makes happy, healthy day, because mindfulness is good for a heart. I wish if I could conclude this more and more. So the conclusion is like, live in present, live the moment. You have a moment now. You learn about mindfulness, meditation, and movement. But we have to implement mindfulness, meditation, and movement. These three things are very important and plays very important role in our life. If we have these three things, we are at peace. We are at peace. We will be healthy, healthy mind, healthy heart, and healthy day. Thank you so much. I will not take more time because I just prepared this much, and I wish that I could have the slides and everything here to show you all and go for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Aarti ma'am, for enlightening us for the mindfulness is important and yoga for meditation purposes. Now, next we are moving towards Mr. Avinash Pandit, an expert speaker. I welcome you, sir. Sir, are you there? Avinash, sir?
Avinash Pandit, sir. Yeah.
Avinash Pandit, sir? Are you there? Avinash, sir?
Okay, so we will move ahead. He will join later. So
yeah.
Welcome Dr. Swati Verma Sudna.
Yeah.
Welcome.
We welcome Dr. Swati Verma Sood, ma'am. Ma'am is from India. Ma'am, I welcome you for this ABCD International Speakathon. Ma'am, the platform is all yours.
Thank you so much. I hope I am audible to all of you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, hi, everyone. Good evening. And first of all, before I go ahead and start talking on my topic, I wish Zeba, I wish Akash, ABCD International family, congratulations. And it's a great energy which is going on. And I was also very excited to join early, though I was in a full day session and I just got free, and I thought, let me just come in and listen to others and then also convey my message over here. So congratulations, every speaker. You all are giving a lovely messages, and many of you are talking about health. I am a corporate trainer, master trainer. Along with that, I'm also a naturopathy physician. And that's a parallel mission which I had taken, and I am actually taking it ahead through this platform as well. So before I go ahead, I want to know how many of you are doing shopping? Of course, everyone, right? So that's a silly question. I know every one of us are doing shopping. But whenever you shop, what are certain things which attract us? I believe whenever we, like if I talk about some FMCG, daily consuming products, there are, certain words which attract us. Say, for example, organic. Or if you see aloe vera juice, or if you see, a multi vitamin, oil, or if you see mixed fruit gem, so these are the words. Turmeric. So these are the words which attract us when it comes to buying a product, right? Though the combination, the content, we are not much worried about, but we are only focusing on these things which is natural: fruit, vitamins, omega-3, omega-6. So these are the words which is attracting the people nowadays, and that's how the companies, the brands are doing marketing of their products. That shows that somewhere inside us, we are trusting nature a lot. Am I right or wrong? I believe like this example will connect you. Yes, somewhere inside we all trust nature. We all believe in natural things. But whenever it comes to the health issues, what we face in our day-to-day life, I'm sure that there are many people, if not you, maybe someone in your family, maybe your mother or father, are facing some kind of a health issue. Like, very common diseases nowadays is a diabetes, a sugar problem, hypertension, a very common issues people are facing. Many of you are talking about stress and all other things. So those were the symptoms, and these are the, the diseases which we come across after some time. And even I come across, even in my family, there are many people who are suffering. My own mother facing diabetes and all. And whenever we ask them, ki, how are you feeling now, they say, ki, yes, I'm feeling happy, I'm good. I said, okay, so medicines, nowadays you are not taking medicines or insulins and all. No, once a day I take. Before my meal, I have to take insulin. After my meal, I have to take a diabetes tablet. Before I sleep, I have to take a BP tablet. Everything is in control. That is what we hear from many of us. Do you think they are now disease free? No, my dear friends, they are not disease free. They are still taking medicines. So when you are consuming medicines, that does not say that you are okay, you are fine, your health is good, your health is perfect. No. If you stop taking that medicine, what will happen? People don't think in that way, right? Why I'm talking about this today, because I want to bring the attention of every one of us over here who all are depending a lot on these medications without realizing that our dependency is on that. Our breakfast starts with medicine, and before we sleep we eat something. Okay, there are a lot of supplements people are consuming nowadays. Do you think that is helping you? No, my dear friends, no. If you really trust nature, then you have to consume the natural things. Yes, sometimes we all require that medication. I am not against that system. I'm totally with the system, because that is helping a lot of people to come out of the biggest pains which they are, the biggest challenges which they are facing. But that is not going to cure you. You have to you have to hammer the root cause of the problem, and that will only happen when you start taking a natural therapies or a natural healings. I myself is a naturopathic physician, and whenever people ask me, okay, you write doctor, uh, like what system you deal into, and I say naturopathy, many people, they don't know about it, and I'm surprised people in India, they don't know about naturopathy. So I got surprised. So like Ayurveda, like homeopathy, we have another system that is called as naturopathy, where we don't deal much with the medicines. We believe everything, we made with the nature, so everything can be cured with the nature, right? So many of us believe in that, but we don't take or bring this as a lifestyle. My only message today to all of you over here and whoever is listening this, I have taken this as a mission to help people lead a medicine free lifestyle. And I believe if you also take this as a mission that I want to live a medicine free lifestyle, you will definitely make a change, not only with you, with your family and your society. So that is my mission. Kindly make this as your mission also. Before I close, I want to know from all the people over here, are you ready to take this as a mission for your life? Yes, I can see Zeba. Others can, always reply in the chat box. Please take that as a mission. I'm shouting it today over here. Natural healings is the only thing which can help you to, deal with your health completely and get the complete cure of the problem. So please don't only control the problem, please cure the problem. That's all from my side. I hope this will help. Thank you so much. Thank you, Zeba. Thank you, Akash. And thank you, everyone over here.
Thank you, ma'am. You have talked an amazing part. This is rightly said, the addiction of medicines, how harmful it is for the people. They don't know about the side effects and all these things. So we should, yes, we should believe in the nature and we should trust the nation. Ma'am, may I just this thing to Almighty that your mission should be successful.
Thank you so much.
We should see our world as a medicine-free nation,
Exactly.
medicine-free world. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
So we will move fast because we are running late, and
we are
we have
moving
lots
to
of
our
speakers waiting.
Yeah, we are moving towards our next speaker. She's from Zimbabwe. She's an author, educator, and a brand ambassador. We introduce Miss Patricia Gonde. Ma'am, are you there? Ma'am? Patricia, ma'am?
Yes.
Welcome, ma'am.
Ma'am is here.
Yeah, Patricia, ma'am.
Please unmute, ma'am.
Please share your views.
Please unmute and talk.
Please unmute herself, ma'am.
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much. Thank you, ABCD International, for giving me this opportunity to talk about my passion, my mission, and my ministry. And I'm going to talk about quality education, where I am in the education industry. I believe that education is a right for every child across the globe, and education can be used to transform each and every child, their lives in the community. And in terms of quality education, I know that at the dawn of independence, maybe in most of our African countries, most of our leaders were very keen on prioritizing education, and also because that was the weapon that they used to campaign for. So they advocated for education for all, and this led to so many problems, especially in my continent in Africa. Why? Because there was the expansion enrollment in the school brought about so many challenges. So we still feel that education has got inequalities are still there, and inefficiencies still remain there, because our governments here in Africa, they build so many schools, but is quality education taking place in those schools? No. Why? Because we are strained of resources. When I'm talking about quality education, we are talking about equity itself. Going back to equity, let's look back at what happened. COVID-19 exposed some of our schools, exposed some of our governments because of unpreparedness. It caught us unaware, and our children suffered most because most of them could not afford to access online education. But what were we saying? We're saying that education should be accessible to all. But because of COVID-19, most schools were not able to make education accessible to everyone. It is only those schools that are in the affluent suburbs, or that have parents who could support the education of their child, which made them to provide online education. So that number one, COVID-19. Equity, no, it wasn't there. Then when we go back now, we try to look at this topical issue again on equity, especially gender equity in education, or equality in education, whereby we are looking at whether males and females have got the equal opportunities in terms of economic, social, or cultural, or political development. We still find that there isn't any equity in education, especially in some of our countries here in Africa, maybe also worldwide, because we still feel that girls are not being given the same treatment as boys in terms of education. Going back again to COVID-19, when COVID-19 struck, Maybe some of the parents were laid off work. So what happened then? The girls were left at home to fend to look after the children, whilst the boys were told to go to school. So this is gender affecting also gender equity in education. So we still have got a long way to go. Then when you are looking at quality education, we are looking at education for sustainable development. Is it happening in our schools? Are we promoting education for sustainable development? Or we are channeling students maybe who get 100%, but they don't go anywhere? Are we promoting lifelong education? Are we promoting life skills? Are we promoting social skills, soft skills in our children, so that even when they leave school, if they don't get employed by someone, they can also employ themselves? So education for sustainable development is very, very important in our schools. It should be promoted, and we should make sure that each and every school advocates for education for sustainable development. I am quite happy, at least in my country, Zimbabwe, where I am, that most of our universities now have got innovation hub, industry hubs, where our students are making products which are then sold to the community. So they get the financial resources from the products that they sell. Not only that, also it means that when they've got those industry or innovation hubs, they can no longer buy. For example, if they are making PPEs, or they are making drinks, or they are making books at their school, at their colleges, it means that what they used to buy, they are no longer buying. So we should also advocate for education for sustainable development. I know that it's not only financial resources, they are also employing their own fathers and mothers who are sitting at home in the universities to come and make those products. So employment creation is taking place in our universities here in Zimbabwe as well. Then going back to education for sustainable development, what are we doing in our schools to help our schools to develop? I know that the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education right now is equipping our teachers, our students. They've got a program that they call Pfumbudza. They are giving inputs, agricultural inputs to those who are able to maybe plant crops, and then they can be able to sell in school. That is education for sustainable development. It means that the schools are no longer looking at the government to sustain themselves. They are able to sustain themselves because they've got products that they are making at the schools. Then, when you are looking at quality education, we are looking at environments that there's child-friendly teaching, there's child-friendly learning. Are we doing that in our schools? We should always promote educational spaces that are child-friendly, so much that our children like to come to school. We do not have any problems of children at home saying that, no, today I'm not going to school, because of the harsh environments in our schools. And then quality education, education centered.
Ma'am, we are running short of time.
All right, it's okay.
Some of your sessions. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we need to empower our children. We need to empower our teachers, and we need to also educate our governments on the benefits of having quality education, which is all the key elements that I've talked about. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Petrika ma'am, for sharing your important views upon quality education.
Okay.
Yeah. We have the next speaker from India. She's the chairman of the Life Foundation and managing director CBTV. Ma'am, Dr. VGE Carolyn. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Yeah. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the eminent speakers who are participating in the prestigious Speakathon, mainly motivated and initiated by Akash. Really, it's a great honor for us to be here globally. I have taken the topic education. It is a right of education of every child. But if we observe that, there is a great dropouts in the primary schools. So even they're not moving to secondary. So I would like to focus what are the problems making them to not to have good education. So government is also striving hard to provide quality education for the students. And we know many, especially in India, the government established so many residential schools, government-related residential schools for tribal residential, government, Telangana residential, Andhra Pradesh residential, like that. Every state, government is providing free education for the underprivileged. So that helped them to have good education. But at the same time, the survey has shown that though the government is striving hard providing good education, only the education can bring all-round development of the child and also the prosperity of the nation. So government is focusing on these, but still we notice that there are great dropouts. So why? What is the main reason of dropouts? Number one, economic condition. Especially we notice not elite family children are dropping out, but we notice that the children of underprivileged are dropping out. So they drop out because of the economic conditions that especially girl child life is more vulnerable. The girl child should support the family in all aspects. When the parents move to the farm or to the place of work, the girl child has to take the responsibility of the family. So when survey has done these, all the crises or problems, it came into the limelight. So girl child need to be educated. So how we can improve the quality education for especially girl child? Because we all know that if one girl child is educated, family will be educated. Family is educated, society will be educated. And this will be igniting to the nation and to the globe. So globally, we have good literacy rate. But we notice that especially developing country like India, literacy rate is not high. It is even though the government and the society philanthropists trying to improve the standards of education and provide good quality education for children, but unfortunately, pandemic has taken us back. Again, we are moved back, and now again, this 2022, the environment is clean, and we are trying our best level to improve the standards of the education, especially for children, providing good education. And we know during pandemic, though they have taken up the online education, the vulnerable children do not have proper smartphones. So we noticed that parents tried their best level to purchase the smartphone for a boy child, but not to the girl child. And when inquired, they say that as a educationist, as I'm running NGO, I moved to the slums and I will be inquiring. And through that, we came to know that if we educate girl child, we will not, she moved to other family and she may not support us. But if we educate the boy child, then the boy child will take care of the family. Such kind of feeling has been in the minds of the underprivileged family. So being educators and philanthropists, we have to educate, take up the awareness programs and see that every child will have a good education. It is their right, birthright. Education is their birthright. And you know, the Sustainable Development Goal 4, it falls under Sustainable Development Goal, and equal gender equality is also comes under. So male and female need to have proper education. So awareness programs has to be enhanced by the educationist and move to the at your level and see that it will reach to the underprivileged family and they understand the importance of education. And if you see that. And the other thing is we have to improvise the teaching methodology. Attractive teaching methodology has to be framed. The syllabus has to be framed in such a way where we can attract the students. So teaching methodology has to be improved. It should not be a normal method of teaching as we teach to the bright students. But these underprivileged students, is very difficult for them to come to school. If we want to attract them by only developing good infrastructure and providing good teaching methodology so that they will be attracted. And we have to see that we have to appeal to the government that most of the villages do not have proper electricity, and there is no Wi-Fi connection. So they are unable to take up the classes. Still, in some parts of the world, we know that completely physical environment is not open. Still, it is going on hybrid type of teaching. Very recently, Hyderabad, there is because of the floods, and we have taken up hybrid teaching, that when the environment is clean and tidy, we are calling the students, and when there is any crisis, then we are choosing up the online mode of education. So when we take up the online mode of education, many of the children are unable to access to the net and have good education. So we have to see that there should not be any kind of dropouts, and especially education meant for maintaining peace. Global peace is also important, but we see in many parts of the world, as well as in India, if we move to the rural areas, they have a very narrow mind of thinking that is caste bias. So many bias are there. So rich and poor. So these will create conflicts in the minds of the younger children, and they may not become a beautiful future citizens of our nation. So their mind will be polluted. So we have to see that education means all-round development, means education should bring physical, mental, emotional health in the young minds. That is important. But we focus only on qualification development. But that is not true. Yes, qualification is also important. But as an engineering professor, I take up soft skills training and I also faculty advisor of the innovation and entrepreneur cell. I want my engineering students to develop more, to become more entrepreneurs by generating innovative ideas and developing good projects which support the society. So at that time, I noticed that they're not having proper employability skills. When good companies reach the campus of the colleges and universities, we notice that yes, I'm ending up.
Your session, ma'am.
I'm ending up. That percentage is so low. So life skills, soft skills, employability skills are very important. So we have to improve the standards of education by providing proper facilities, as well as to have a clean environment with a clean mind. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
So we have our next speaker, Mr. Sorry?
We have the next speaker, Dr. Avinash Pandit. Sir is from India. The stage is all yours.
Hope me audible to everyone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, yes, sir. You are audible.
So everyone, let's start with the namaste. Namaste, everyone, and the great evening. See you all the way. The Speakathon is going on. Mr. Akash and the core team, is ABCD core team, is working on that. Really, I congratulate. They are nearest to the record what they want to achieve. So why this wasn't happening? This wasn't happening because of we are well connected with the personal level. We are well connected easily. We are well connected with everyone. With the each access is the button. So it's the business. The way business you change itself after a COVID or after a situation of the pandemic. It was only the basic business of the how you connect yourself with the world. So if you're well connected with the world, you're doing the well and excellent business, you're doing the well and excellent sustainability, you're growing, your business is growing, you're growing, your family, your friends, everyone was growing. So the basic thing was in the connections. So how you connect and why you connect and how to connect and what to connect. So these are the questions. These are the questions on the basic pillar of the how you innovate, how you faster way to execute, how you faster way to give the customer satisfaction. So these are the basic three elements where the things are happening, things are growing. So there is a nothing myths about you should be in the digital world, you should be on the platform of the something like, and the world can see you, world can hear you, world can touch you, world can feel you. This is nothing too far away. We can see each other, we can touch each other, we can smell each other after the some time on the digital platform. But what is the personal things I need to be carried? What is the things I individual things to be proceed? So the now the world is proceeding to the personalized way. What I like, what I believe, what I need to have. Earlier age wasn't the mass, wasn't the vanish. It was nothing to be the what the mass is doing. Right now, the each of us want to do what I am doing. So to understand the each customer requirement, understand the each customer data, understand the basic need of the customer is not unlimited with the analysis of the data. It analysis, understanding of his emotions, understanding his personalized touch is most important. So it is not the basic requirement of the sales. It is not a basic requirement to understand the need of the customer. It should be understand the additional need of the customer, what the customer is looking forward. So the world is moving towards the customer centricity. And because the everything is going to be changed, what I want, what I believe. So that is the overall world, overall business, overall concept is running towards this conceptualization of the personalization. So the how faster you react, that is the most important, how faster you execute. So that is also the key elements. The same way, the faster way what we want to be conveyed to the customer. If I require something, I require now. If I require, I want to sell something, it should be the sell right now. So the world is that much easy, world is that much ready to accept the faster things what we are bifurcating, we are in the seconds, we are in the microseconds for the each delivery, each supply chains and each businesses for them. So I look forward, the customer and the business are not something like that the media or the mass is approaching to us and buying us. It is what the individual person or individual each customer wants from me and want to be carry as and the pride as and the, for my customer and for my company carrying my brand. So that is I look forward from this whole speakathon. So the Mr. Akash Bhabad is creating his own brand or the customers who look forward the something like and the personalized things for the each and everyone. So the people can choose from them. The people can hear from the education, people can hear from the digitalization, people can hear from the businesses, people can hear from the mental health, people can hear from the own health or the something like that positive affirmation, something like that the each combination he is getting in this 11 hours. So that is something that the I can feel like and the personalized the things are carried out. So I wish, and I am stopping here myself, and I wish Mr. Akash Bhabad and whole team for their success of this speakathon. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Avinash, sir, to enlighten, sharing your views upon key elements required to understand the customer needs. Thank you once again. Now I hand it over to moderate the session.
So thank you, Avinash sir, once again, and thank you, Zeba ma'am, for wonderful cooperation. So
thank you so
we
much,
will
sir.
move ahead with another group, and now we have Priya ma'am as a moderator. So welcome, Priya ma'am, and so
thank you, sir.
thank you all guest speakers. So we have only so just 2 घंटे का और वेट है, फिर हम वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड होल्डर सभी बनने वाले हैं. सभी आप लोगों का ही क्रेडिट है, आप लोगों को भी क्रेडिट जाता है, आप लोगों की वजह से ही ये सब बना है. तो सभी लोग हम उसका आनंद तो लेने वाले, पर आगे स्टार्ट करते हैं. So let's welcome with our next speaker. So she is Shweta ma'am. So welcome ma'am, and over to you. So हमें 5 to 6 minute में ही cover करना है, वो time हम देखते हैं.
Sure. Namaste everyone, and firstly I will be starting with congratulating Mr. Akash and the entire team for this wonderful initiative. And as the topic we have got is education, so the subtopic which I selected is the SDG goal, Sustainable Development Goal 4, that is quality education, because I think when we are talking in this wonderful platform where we are going to create world record, we need to give emphasis on the SDGs, goal, what exactly it want to say and how we can achieve that. So starting with what exactly SDG 4 is, goal 4 of UN Sustainable Development Goal is quality education, that is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education, promote lifelong trainings, learnings, opportunities for all. Education has been categorized as the golden thread that runs through all 17 Sustainable Development Goals. SDGs, basically the quality education broadens the depth and the breadth of education to people of all ages, expands is the scope to a lifelong process spanning formal, non-formal, and informal its settings. When I talk about formal, informal, and non-formal, is when the complete overall development of the personality depends on it. Where people think that formal education is enough, the degree is enough. No, where you have got a moral ethics, where you pursue your hobbies, and hobbies can turn out into your opportunities where you can create yourself and you can bring yourself and set yourself as an entrepreneur. That is the demand and that is the requirement of the nation, and that can happen in the smart way. When I talk about the smart way, so S stands for specific, A stands for the approachable, and R stands for the reachable, and T for time bonding. So it's important that all this scenario we have to use all the set, all the points which we have to use, and we have to complete the task on that timeline. When we talk about the quality education, when quality education means people be making someone aware about the society, responsibility, environment, and that directly or indirectly will help to grow and to upgrade the other sustainable goals, like helping to remove the poverty line, zero hunger, to have the good health and well-being. Quality education itself sounds, as I already said, that formal, informal, and non-formal education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation, infrastructure, reducing inequality, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, strong institution, partnership for the goals. As UN itself has told, it's really hard to get that 100% literacy rate. It's up to us that how we are creating that kind of environment, that kind of energy, that kind of society, social activities what we are pursuing. Okay, so I think the small and the baby steps can help us to bring that kind of action plan into the reality what we can see. Even if we can train 10 people and we can make them sustainable, then we can think that we are empowered in ourselves. That can help in nation in long run, we can say in that way. And it also says to ensure that all children finish their primary and secondary education, which must be free, equitable, and all of quality, to ensure that all young people and a considerable proportion of adults are literate and have elementary numeracy, and digital education is must for all, to increase the number of young people and adults to have necessary skills to assess employability, decent work, and entrepreneurship. And you know what? When I talk about real education, when after having all this education, you ask yourself question like who I am, what is my life purpose, what is my responsibility as individual, keeping your designation, your you know any kind of a status apart. When you think in that way, you are basically SWOT analysis of yourself as a person who you actually are. I think that will bring some kind of change in the society. And when we individual take some kind of that baby step, I guess these small steps will help to bring that big change. It's always said, सबसे पहले starting हमसे ही होता है. It's always said in India that हमेशा we have to start from ourselves. So I think being educationist, academic advisor, and as international speaker, it's I always take that kind of promise to myself that little small change I will be bringing in this society, and hopefully in small ways, with all the help of all people like you and near and dear one, I'm able to do that. So I'm privileged to have that, to serve nation in some way. And as always said, an investment in knowledge pays best interest. So thank you, and congratulations to Mr. Akash and to all the speakers, and to all moderator. Thank you once again. Namaste from India, Shweta.
Thank you, Shweta ma'am. Thank you so much. Very well explained about education in a very, very deep level. Now, we have another speaker, Professor Merin Mia.
Please announce next, ma'am. She will join later.
Okay, sir. Okay, no problem, sir. Okay. Now, we have another speaker, Dr. Shubha Mukherjee. Welcome, ma'am.
Very good evening to everyone. Just a minute.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Akash ji. So I have been listening to marvelous speakers, who spoke from this platform. Every speaker chose a different topic to talk about. Some spoke about quality education, about the need for counseling sessions, health, and many more. But one thing that I found that was common in all the talks, that was they all thanked Akash ji for this wonderful opportunity to be given to all the educators, counselors, entrepreneurs from India and abroad. Thank you so much, Akash ji. But I want to speak few more about Akash ji. So I request the moderator, please allow me to share my screen. Kindly allow me to share that screen, please.
Yeah, please share.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Everyone is talking about education and various other things. See, I would love to talk about young, successful entrepreneurs and the dreamers. And in my list, I have kept Akash ji as the first participant. I want to speak. I'm quite impressed by him. So I want to speak few lines about him with everybody's permission. My association with him is quite recent. In the month of August, when ABC publication was working on creating a world record, at that time, I joined hands with Bhabad publication to be part of it. Before meeting Akash ji in person, I had met him during Zoom meetings. But when I met him, I was impressed to see this young entrepreneur welcoming each guest with a big, broad smile on his face, with a lot of patience and perseverance. He looked simple and down to earth, a visionary with a dream. That attracted me towards him more. I know many successful people who worked for themselves, but people like Akash ji take everyone along. We take a lot from the society in which we live, but people like him, they give back to the society in multiples. Thank you so much, Akash ji, and my good wishes for your successful journey. Second in the list, God bless you, sir. Second in the list is Sundar Pichai. I think everybody knows about him, right? I just was scrolling down the Facebook. I came across a video which I would like to share with you, that everybody knows Sundar Pichai, who is and what he has done. But do you know what led to the invention of Google's? After earning his degree from IIT Kharagpur, he moved to the United States to attain an MS degree from the University of Stanford. At that time, he did not have enough money to make a call to his parents. Therefore, he decided to help make the internet accessible to every common man, so that they may not get distance from their family members. These are called great leaders. And now my next member is this young lad, Tilak Mehta. Tilak Mehta, you can see that how young entrepreneur he is. He is the founder of Paper and Parcel, which delivers papers and small packages within Mumbai in a day. He has a tie-up with Dabbawalas of Mumbai. Along with the Dabbas, they also deliver the packages as per their areas. This idea came to his mind as he could not get the textbooks he needed as they were found at the other part of Mumbai. And when his dad returned from his work, he was too tired to take him to that far. And as he was too young to travel alone, he faced that problem and he came with a solution. Next in my list is Ritesh Agarwal. I don't think that I need to speak much about Ritesh, because we all know him because of this OU rooms. Wanted to enable economical hotel for people. He began working when he was just 13. At that time, he used to sell SIM cards. He started this venture when he was just 17 in 2012, and today he's a billionaire. So what I'm trying to say is, along with your education, you need to have dream, as Akashji has, many other entrepreneurs they have. And the last one in my list of entrepreneurs is this young lad, Rohit Kashyap. He's a founder and CEO of Maitri School. He is a boy from Bihar who faced a lot of difficulty in studying because of the unavailability of resources in his area. But he was motivated, and that is why he was able to complete his studies. Later, he thought of helping other students in their education. He opened a Maitri School of Entrepreneurship to help kids attain education without any struggle that he had to face. These are some of the young entrepreneurs who, instead of thinking about themselves, thought for the society. I hope you all know that today is the National Education Day, as it is to commemorate the birth centenary of the great freedom fighter, scholar, and India's first education minister, who won Bharat Ratna Award also, Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad. And I want to salute all these young leaders, achievers who are working for the bright future of India. I would like to end my talk with a simple quote. Every great dream began with a dreamer. Always remember, you had within you the strength, the patience, and the passion to reach for the stars to change the world. Thank you so much, Akashji. Thank you, Bhabad Publication. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Priya ma'am.
Perfect PDF with great entrepreneurs. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we have another speaker. Greece Naomi B.R. Ginting. Please welcome, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. Good evening. First of all, I want to thank God because by His mercy, I can be here. And also, thank you very much to Mr. Akash, the founder of ABCD International, who has given me the opportunity to speak at this Zoom meeting. And let me introduce myself. My name is Grace Naomi Bruginting. You can call me Grace or Naomi. I am 20 years old and I'm from Indonesia. So, for your information, I am a student at two different universities. The first one is State University of Medan. I took elementary school teacher education major. And the second is University of Prima, private university. I took English education there. Actually, I'm not a person who comes from a rich family, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to study into places. I have a kind sister who wants to pay my tuition until I graduate. Based on my background, it can be said that I am a young person who is interested in education. And after graduation, I will become a teacher. Therefore, today, I will talk about education. Education is the process of developing one's own abilities and individual strengths. The function of education is to develop abilities, shape character, personality, so that we can become dignified individuals. As a dreamer, the nation's successor, I'm very excited to achieve my goals and make Indonesia proud. I will study hard and make myself successful so that my parents are proud to have a great child like me. And also, I want to make my lovely sister proud who has been kind enough to pay for my studies. Um, and then I have a strong desire to build a free school in Indonesia for like unprivileged children. With free schools, children who do not have enough money can also go to school. To achieve my goals, of course, I cannot relax like lying on my bed and be lazy. I have to fight well, study hard, working hard. I should be grateful and I should be grateful to be able to go to college because many people want to be in my position, but they don't have the opportunity. So I can't waste the opportunity I have. And then there are several things that I apply from now on to build good habits in achieving my goals. Change myself from now for a better change in the next 5 years. Number one, always pray. Always ask for wisdom from God because without God, we cannot do anything. And number two, study hard, learning new things every day. And number three, learn from mistakes. Don't make the same mistakes. Number four, be a productive person every day. Like make a schedule of activities. For example, exercising every morning, after that cooking, study, and do other activities. And number five, read books because books are knowledge. Number six, choose quality friends because our association determines how we are. And number seven, watch or view quality content. And we all have to realize that education is very important. For those of us who are still young, strive to be successful in your education. And for those who are married and have children, fully support your children to reach their goals. Give them the best education. And everyone, I want to ask a question. Have you or your family been humiliated? Or I mean, like, have people ever told you, you cannot do that, you cannot do that? I think yes. And the answer from me, yes, I do. People look down on me and say, you cannot, Grace, you cannot. But I believe I can. And I want to prove that by making myself a successful person, successful in education. And of course, success is not achieved by lazy people. Therefore, at the end of discussion, I would like to invite all of us to fight. Know that it's never too late to change and learn. I made many mistakes in my life, but I want to change to be a better person. Life is a lesson, learning is a lifetime. Let's change from now on to be better, learn from everyone we met, every activity we carry out. If not now, when then? And if not us, then who? That's all from me.
Sorry to
Thank you.
interrupt. Sorry
Your
to
time
interrupt,
is over.
but we have time up. So we can conclude in 30 seconds next.
Thank you, ma'am. A wonderful talk about education. Thank you. Now we have another speaker, Dr. Kirit Kumar Bhatt. Please welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, madam, and thank you ABCD International, especially Akash ji. Thank you very much for creating such a great event and giving an opportunity to be here. A lot of things has been said about the education. I have something different to give the track of it. where the world is going and how the education shall be defined now onwards. Some of the example I will quote here, and I will make you aware that what ingredients should be there in education framework. After invention of the flex machine, the job of the painters have been vanished from the market. After invention of the automation and robotics, a lot of industry workers have lost their jobs. Amazon has a very big warehouse in Washington, D.C., maybe 10 kilometers long. There is not a single person is working. Everything is managed by the robots. After invention of the mobile device, pagers and STD PCOs, cameras, music system, and whatnot, everything has been vanished. I have one more prediction for coming 5 to 10 years. The job of drivers will be vanished from the market, because if you have study about the Google automatic car and all sensorized car coming into the market. So now it is our, as education leaders, it is our responsibility to take some initiative. Interdisciplinary will be definitely worked out, and I believe that education is for a person who can withstand on his own feet. That is the fundamental purpose of the education. Earlier, two-wheelers was just a transport vehicle, but nowadays two-wheeler is something different. It is a sensorized bike. Balancing has to be taken care of. Fuel efficiency has to be taken care of. Legality. It should be lucrative. It should be dashing. It should suit to young people and whatnot. A lot of other parameters are taken care. Sustainability and all that. In coming time, the role of technocrats and technology, what we can see, the food is provided, or our survival is based on the food, and it is supplied by the farmers who are working in the 42 to 46 temperature. They are bound to work that in that environment in certain countries. How we can bring change in their life, how we can bring the sophistication. Second one is our soldiers. Almost across the globe, there are cross-border conflicts. What a technology can play a role to save the lives of the soldier. In case of farmer, there are technology, wireless technology, sensorized technology, and satellites are there. Using those technologies and satellites, a farmer can sit under the tree or within the enclosure area, and very systematically, by monitoring on the screen, he can take care of all the operations of the on the farms. It is quite possible. In case of soldiers, there are wireless technology and there are wireless devices by which boundaries can be monitored, and we can save the life of them. Another, my belief is that there should be such kind of vehicles on the highways, so that it should be accident free, because in some of the accidents we are losing the great asset of the nations. They are quite intellectual people. So now onwards, the cars will be so smart that it will not be driven by the driver. So there is no chances of accident, and those cars will be running in some kind of bubble, and that bubble will take care. There will not be possibility of collision.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Your
time is over now.
Yeah. So those kind of traffic management system is about to come into the existence in coming years. So this is all. There are so many things I could have concluded, discussed here on this platform, and this is all the technology can play a role, and this is all the projections I can share with you. I'm very much thankful to all of you for listening me patiently and giving me time to share my views here. Thank you everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A wonderful thing about technologies.
Thank you.
Now we have another speaker, Dr. Suchitra Bhattacharya. Please welcome, ma'am.
Yeah, good evening from New Delhi. It's amazing. It's amazing to see such varied topics for such a long duration, everyone doing research on their own area and talking about it. And it's amazing to listen, because the more you listen, the more you learn. And it is such a platform where we can talk and listen to each other. I think it's a wonderful job that you are doing, when I got to choose a topic, I had so much to say, but somehow I have taken a topic which I feel is very important. That is the mental health of the students after COVID. Now we all say that yes, COVID is gone, it's enough of COVID, and I think we need to get rid of it. Yes, we do need to get rid of it. And I'm sure everyone has done so. This has made, COVID has given us such a wide platform. Now we are globally sitting, talking to each other, listening to people from Africa and Poland and Philippines and India and all. Yes, it has given us so much good that we are much advanced. We have proceeded so much in these 2 years, I think we couldn't have done in 10 years. However, being on the platform as a speaker on an international platform, always listening to people with varied thought processes, and being a school leader in such progressive schools for so many years now, I think it's a matter of worry what's happening to our students and children now. Of course, technology is advanced. We are advancing. We're thinking of society. We're thinking of environment. We're thinking of sustainability. But I personally feel, let us concentrate on creating good human beings. And in this COVID, while we were global, while we were using the internet to the maximum, while doing our education, I think this has been utilized in such a manner that it has become out of control now. Small children of classes 4 and 5th standard are going into cybercrime. Children are not able to have that attention spree throughout the day these days. There are innumerable number of children who are addicted. There were so many children who are sexually abused. Where are we thinking of them? I think we need to really concentrate on these, where we need to see that our children are protected. Of course, nature we have to protect. But first, let us protect our own students, our own children, at home, at the vicinity, and of course in the school. How do we control them, or how do we take care of them? By being beside them. Every day we are calling teenage, adolescents, children's parents where they are giving up. They say we are unable to control. But they are not animals that we need to control them with a whip or giving them strong discipline that this is the way you need to go. We need to be beside them, trying to understand them and giving them I, as a head of the institution or as a principal, as an educator, I have immense faith in the youth of today. And I believe we can go ahead with much progression only when we believe them, when we trust them. My friends, have trust on all your students, give them the responsibility, be a role model. If I do something, if I want my children to do something else, I think we are absolutely on the wrong track. So let me be a role model to them. Let me try to protect nature. Let me try to understand that, yes, many of our speakers have got such wonderful dreams. Let me show that I have a dream and I need to fulfill. Let me work out in such a manner that I can give a message unknowingly to all those who are in front of me that, yes, this is what one needs to do. The responsibility of children has to come from within, and that is what we need to put as a seed.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is over now.
If I am doing the right thing, I will teach the right thing. And if the child is going somewhere wrong, I need to sit beside him, make him understand why he is wrong, and only then we will make our youth successful citizens of the country, successful members of the family, successful members of the institution, and definitely they are the ones who will take technology ahead who will take education ahead, who will ensure that our environment is protected. But we need to create good human beings. I think that is, I wanted to be short because there were so many topics and it was amazing to listen to everyone. But I would definitely convey a message that let us take care of our own children, be a role model ourselves, protect our nature, embrace the development of technology and be beside them, because India is proud of the number of youth that we have, and we want to see that the world progresses with technology and with protection of the environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Very well explained.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, we have another speaker, Miss Poonam Gothi. Please welcome, ma'am. Are you
So
there,
before
ma'am?
Poonam ma'am join, okay, please continue, ma'am.
Yes, good
Welcome
evening.
and over to you. Yeah, great
Good
evening.
evening to all of you. Myself, Poonam Gothi. I am principal in Chitra Group of Institute that is located in Kanpur. My topic is role of youth in digital education. Digital education or a learning is the innovative way of learning which involves technology, digital tools for learning. Digital learning makes use of the interactive elements of the computer applications and software and provides many advantages like user learning at their own place. It is the perfect blend of digital tools and connected and interactions from the educations. The digital education is mainly involved in knowledge-based training and assignment, stimulation-based training and stimulation learning and training, creative and instructional games, problem solving training. Advancement in telecommunication and computer technology has brought a new expectation for youth. Youth has major responsibility in the shaping of the future of our society. With the help of technologies, youth can develop following competences and abilities: critical thinking ability, computer resources, and application in form of case study, problem solving, and intelligent system can help to extend this ability. This ability is very important quality for the success in the information society. Process designing ability, finding the correct way to communicate and access needed resources, very important in the accomplishment of assignment, learning of designing an effective process for accessing and analyzing information is very essential for youth in today's multi-resources environment. Teamwork. In today's workplace, accomplishment of all the assignments are based on the teamwork. This facilitates in learning of how to be a team member, how to contribute to the process, and how to use computer for communication with team members. Outcome oriented process. In today's multi-resources environment, it is important for youth to design process based on the expected outcome from expected outcome to process.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Your time is over now.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
ABC International platform giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Now we have another speaker, Miss Anu Sukhija. Please welcome, ma'am.
Thank you for a warm welcome, and I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much for having me here, Akashji and team ABCD International, for organizing an event like this. I feel honored. Poonamji, may I request you to put yourself on mute, please? Thank you so much. Now, I'm going to start with saying something that it is a great mystery that while the human heart longs for truth, in which alone it finds liberation and delight, it is also true that the first reaction of human beings to truth is often of hostility and fear. Knowing this, the spiritual teachers of humanity, they created a device that would circumvent the opposition of their listeners. Any idea what that device is? It's a simple device. It transcends cultures, nations, generations, many lives. Now, while you are thinking, the simplest device. Which one, Corey?
I apologize. I just always think art transcends everything, but a technological device, but I think people communicate with one another through art. So
Thank you. Thank you so much, Corey. And I think the best way to communicate with each other is story. What do you think? A simple story?
Stories, yes, definitely stories.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to present a short story for all of us here today, given the time that we have. But I thought that something that will get us thinking. Okay, so here is a story with the most enchanting words ever uttered. Once upon a time. Once upon a time, there was a warrior who in his time had been a mighty soldier and a master in all forms of war except archery. Tiring of his career, he decided to retire and spend the rest of his days studying the art of archery. He discovered a monastery where they taught the skill, and he happily studied archery there for 10 years. At the end of this time, the senior most teacher came to him and he said, "My son, we have taught you all there is to know about archery. It is time for you to leave us." With a heavy heart, the warrior left the monastery and for some time wandered alone until he came to what had been an old village. To his amazement, as he entered the village, he noticed a bullseye on a tree with an arrow sticking out right from the center. Whoever shot that arrow must be a fine archer, thought the warrior to himself. Now he hadn't gone much further when he saw another bullseye, and another, and another. And all of them had arrows in the center of the target. Now the warrior decided he must know who this amazing master archer was, as there was surely so much that he could learn from him. So he inquired from the elders of the village and said, "Whoever this archer is, ask him to meet me today in an hour's time. I'll be waiting by the river at the edge of the village." Sure enough, an hour later, the warrior stood there waiting by the river, but there was no one there except a little girl playing beside the bank. Now she noticed him and came over where he was standing. "Are you waiting for someone, sir?" she inquired, looking up to him. The warrior shooed her away. "Run along, little girl. Be on your way." But I think I might be able to help you, sir. You see, you look to me like you are waiting for someone. And I'm also told to meet someone here this afternoon. The warrior looked at her in disbelief. It is true. I'm waiting for someone. I'm waiting to meet the finest archer on the land, the one who is responsible for shooting all these perfect shots that I saw all over the village. And this is a happy meeting, said the girl, for I'm the person who made all those shots. More suspicious than ever, the warrior bent down and looked at her. Little girl, if you are telling me the truth, tell me exactly how you got a perfect shot every time with your arrow. Oh, that's easy, replied the girl. I just point my bow very straight and I let the arrow fly. Then wherever it lands, I draw a bullseye. I'm going to ask you a few questions and share your answers in the chat if you can. The invitation for you is to reflect this evening. What represents the bullseye in your life or in your work? Anything that comes up for you, please put it in the chat.
Sorry, ma'am, your time is over now.
Right. Okay. And please think, how might you change the target? Thank you so much. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Wonderful story.
Thank you.
Now we have another speaker, Dr. Neeta Mahatre. Please welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Priya, very, very much. And thank you, Akashji, for creating this relentless and amazing performers. I can tell that because these are just not educators or trainers, but I understand that we all on this platform are visionaries. And as I am actually starting, I'm seeing that we have had a amalgamation of lot of subjects of counseling, mental health, physical health, social health, naturopathy, medicine. So I am actually picking up the very important element of your name. And with all due respects to you, Akashji, I want to pick up this element as star. We all want to be that star. We all want to be that star performer. We want our children's to be that star. Right? And when we see these stars, we are so happy that this is that one star which will fulfill my entire manifestation. And today being the 11/11, which is the manifestation day, which is also our National Education Day, we are seeing that we as visionaries are actually fulfilling everyone's demands, everyone's dreams, and even for that matter, even our own dreams of being here on this platform. So as educators, as visionaries, I also had to select a lot of topic which was sent to me. But what I felt the topic should be something which should be a self-reflection. I can only give what I have. If I have to give as an educator, as a visionary, to my students, to my society, to my colleagues, to my acquaintance, I should have a very positive attitude, an attitude of self-awareness, an attitude of self-respect. That is what I think that we all should work together. The second thing is, as we all are in the hush-push of regularly buying products, taking products, not understanding the wants and the needs, but we should all focus on our skills. We should regularly upgrade our skills, and we should not feel anything bad about upgrading our skills, even if it matters to learn from small children, and that's fine.
If I have to talk about it, I am not that tech savvy what the younger generation today is. And I think if we utilize their energy in a positive domain, it's really going to be wonderful. And the last and the foremost, which we all are there, is our knowledge. Let our knowledge touch that akash, touch that sky, and the world is not going to be less. It's really going to be immense, where let's share knowledge. The knowledge should not be hidden in any which ways. The knowledge has become so easy that it's just at your fingertips. How about sharing our knowledge? How about reaching out and making each and every child that star who is going to contribute back to the world, and that star is not just going to be a follower but is also going to be one of the leaders. And that is what I feel, that let us all follow this ask module and have a beautiful and a lovely attitude, have our upgrading regularly with our skills, and regularly upgrade your knowledge, not only upgrading your wardrobes or your mobile cell phones, but kindly upgrade your willingness to share back to the society what Akashji is doing today. And let's all be that star in anybody's life, you know. So I think the best thing is what is just be a giver, and it will come back to you in multiple folds. I hope I'm on my time, Priya. So thank
Yes.
you all.
Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am. Wonderful saying about self-reflection. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank
We
you.
have another moderator.
1
Would you-
minute, ma'am. So we have
Yes,
some speaker left. So Marin Mia ma'am is from South Africa and she joined now. So welcome, ma'am, and over to you. So we have only 5 to 6 minutes. And please.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to whomever, from whomever, wherever you are in the world. It's lovely to see so many dignitary speakers, Dr. Blair Carter and Dr. Piyush, Dr. P.K. Rajput. I also saw, so everyone is here. Wonderful to see all the dignitaries, and thank you, Akashji, for this wonderful platform. It's amazing that I have to sit now and try to figure out how to add to all the beautiful messages that have come through from every dignitary and esteemed speaker today. Be it the story that was just told about the target and the arrow, or Grace, who so beautifully was speaking about how she wishes to make sure that she finishes her education and does what she wishes to do. It's just amazing. And for me, I think what it clearly shows for each one of us is that each one of us is actually an ongoing lifelong learner, that we all need to continuously learn from each other. And the only way we do this is by sharing the way we are doing today. And by sharing all of this information today, we will be able to better ourselves. And that's why the topic I'm talking about is personal development. That betterment of the self is how you will develop yourself and your personality, your persona. You personally develop you by growing and learning more about you. So the more you understand about yourself, or being aware about you as a self, being aware of what it is about you that you need to know, that you need to change, whether it's positive, what is bad about you that needs to stop being there, all of these things that need to make you and develop you, you need to be able to learn about. The art of everything that you need to develop about you and your personal gain is from within you personally, because you have to be able to develop you. But the key to doing that is to be able to do it honestly. You cannot do something purely for the sake of making sure standards and norms from outside of you are met. The standards and norms have to be set by you, for you, because the target, as Anu's sister has spoken about, the target has to always be you. I want to better myself. I want to develop myself. I want to be the best version I can be because I want to achieve my goal. I need to be the best of me to do this. I need to fill my cup in able to be able to give off from myself. I want to be the best mother, yes, but I can only be that if I am the best mother. I know what this means for me. I need to be the best daughter. I need to understand, what does that mean? What do I have to be the best? Being the best for you means developing you. Developing you means you need to understand, who are you developing in you? So develop yourself to the best that you can be for the best version of you on your journey, because you are the best gift given unto yourself, and only you deserve to be the best on your life's journey, which is the gift given to you. Thank you so much, Akash ji, again for this wonderful platform, and to all the speakers, and thank you to the moderator as well. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Wonderful talk about personality development.
Thank you once
Now we
again,
have
ma'am. Now, 1 minute, ma'am. So now we have another speaker, and she's Dr. Corey. So welcome, ma'am, and over to you.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I cannot see myself. Hold on just a moment.
Please start your video.
Oh, there. Is my video on? Hi.
Yes, yes.
Aloha, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. Thank you, Akashi, for inviting me. I did not think I was going to be able to make it, so I did contact Akashi this morning, and he did have time for me to speak. I've been just starting work in a new integrative wellness clinic, and the training has been extensive and a little bit overwhelming. So my area of speaking with you today is on holistic health. I'm a holistic health practitioner for about 30 years now. And it's been a really long journey for me. I live in the West, and so a lot of those traditional ideas and even theology and philosophy is not so prevalent here. And so I was quite, I feel a little bit lost as a child, and identify very much with, I think, Indian philosophy on many levels. I have a background in Ayurveda, so that spoke to me. And I was trying to organize my thoughts, and there's so much information here, and it's been really wonderful to listen to everyone. Thank you so much. I wanted to touch on what Dr. Suchitra said this morning about the mental health state of especially children. For a period of time, I worked with children with autism for about 7 years. I was an educator in special education. And in my studies in neuroscience, became very interested in brain plasticity, and have most recently begun working with hypnotherapy. And I am seeing a crisis in the West. I'm not sure how it's affecting other areas in the world of this isolation and children being separated socially, and with the lockdowns that we had from the COVID pandemic. So that is something that I'm working with directly, trying to help individuals. I've seen a surge in anxiety and depression. And I think that families, speaking of children, working with children, really need to be there. I've heard some of the speakers touch on that this evening, but again, children best learn from modeled behavior. So staying in that centered space, in that grounded space, and being that strength for them, and understanding that they don't always understand their emotions. We hear a lot about emotional intelligence. And unfortunately, unless that's explicitly taught, often children are not able to tune into their emotions and understand what they're feeling. So sometimes it's really up to us as the mature adults who are more developed to pull that out of them a little bit, to be in tune with them and to watch their behaviors, and to support them and understand that this was very scary for many of them, and the isolation is not healthy. I wanted to touch on what Grace had said. I made a note, I believe Grace had said, yes, on meaningful content. And again, understanding neuroplasticity and mind and how powerful mind is. It's essential that we monitor our children's intake of media and what they're seeing, because it does shape and form their mind and their thinking. Also our own minds, we are feeding our mind and our brain by what we see and what we internalize. And that actually does shape the brain, and it changes our neurotransmitters, and it changes our hormones. And it shifts our entire perspective on the world. So it is important to have a very healthy media diet, I guess, and be very mindful of that. All of that being said, again, holistic encompasses everything. So it's been a long journey for me and a background in herbs and sustainable farming and physical, mental, and spiritual, and blending and balancing all aspects of that in our life. So if any of those are off, our life is not as balanced. And I just want to leave you with a very simple breathing exercise. This is something that the Navy SEALs use in the field. It's very simple. I use it in my hypnosis practice, and it's called square breathing. So it's something that's very easy to teach to children. It will stop the looping in the brain if you have someone who's having a panic attack or perseverating on a recurring thought that they cannot stop. And it's just very simple. You inhale to the count of 4, and then you hold to the count of 4, and you exhale to the count of 4 for about 3 to 5 minutes. And what that will do is it'll break the looping in the brain and shift the chemistry and help ground and center anybody who might be experiencing anxiety, because you cannot think about your breath and count and also obsess over a recurring thought. So I guess I'll leave you with that. I just wanted to say thank you again, and blessed aloha, blessed 11/11 and aloha. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Before moving ahead, we have one more speaker. Just give few minutes, only 5 minutes for her. So she will be traveling. So that's why. So let's welcome Professor Hayat. Welcome, ma'am, and over to you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, greetings from Tunisia. I'll share my screen, please. Okay, my PPT. Sorry.
Okay, so we have 5 to 6 minutes, ma'am.
Yeah, for sure. I'm in the classroom, then just a moment, please. Is my screen visible? My presentation. Is my screen visible, please?
Visible. Yes, yes. Yes,
yes?
Visible. Screen is visible.
Yeah, could you see my slides?
Yes, yes.
My slides, yes?
Yes, yes, visible, ma'am.
Okay. I will talk about teaching profession, education, and whatever. We know, all of us know that education is very important for us as educators. All people need to have knowledge to learn, and I will talk about it. Knowledge is the light that illuminates the darkness of ignorance, and it's the impregnable fortress of any human being or society. The teaching profession is helping learners to learn, as the teacher creates situations that help learners acquire knowledge and skills in an effective and simplified manner. Teachers provide knowledge and education to learners with which are the base of everything that can be achieved in life, and thus achieve a better future. The children of today are the leaders of tomorrow, and the teachers are the markers of these leaders. Teachers work to guide and direct learners by addressing weaknesses and patching their strengths up. They cover learners' skills, refine their talents, and teach them other life skills such as compassion, communication. The educational process consists of several elements: teachers, learners, curricula, academic situations such as kindergartens, schools, universities, whatever. Every human being in society has a role and value, but teachers plays the biggest role in society. It's through the teachers that all professions come into being, because there can be not good health without an educated doctor and a distinguished engineer, or an honest policeman cannot be dispensed with. Teacher is the one who contributes to the graduation of the engineer, doctor, lawyers, military, and manager. The teacher is the foundation upon with which societies are built. The teaching profession is a vital profession, and it has many responsibilities. And its basic requirements are to obtain a university degree in one of the education disciplines, to do practical training in a school, and supervision before and after graduation. Teachers must have experience and professional ethics towards learners, their parents, colleagues, the community, and towards the profession itself and their practice of it. The teacher brings people out from darkness of ignorance to light of knowledge. Even the heavenly religions and legislations elevated the status of science and scholars and sacrificed the profession of teacher and consider him a messenger. Education is not a job or profession, but rather a noble and important message that must be performed to be fullest and with all honesty. The teaching profession is not limited to transmitting information to learners or building knowledge by learners, but rather striving to provide learners with principles, morals, and values. Education promotes creativity, innovation, and the creation of new ideas. The teaching profession is one of the best jobs profession has that has yes.
Sorry to interrupt, but we have to focus on time also.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but we have to focus on time also. So please conclude in 30 seconds more.
Yeah. But at the end, I will just I will cut this. Yes. And moment, just at the end. Education. I'm an educator, and I'm very proud to be an educator. Then I have just shortlisted as a global educator from EPS. I celebrated the first in India. I was in India for that opportunity, and I encourage all teachers to work hard to empower students, to empower themselves. And it's okay for today. If I will talk, I will have a lot of time to talk about education as a profession or my projects or everything. So thank you for your attention. Sorry for...
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. I will. Okay, thank you for the great opportunity. If not, if I have time, I will talk a lot, you know.
No problem, no problem, ma'am. We have time limits, so no problem. So thank you
Yeah.
once again for
Welcome.
wonderful sharing. So we have
Welcome.
another next moderator. So we will invite our next moderator, Professor Rachana Chakravarti, ma'am. So welcome, ma'am, and over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Hello, and it's really amazing to see such great collection of educators, nation builders, and everyone together. I have been just overhearing, and we all believe that today we had witnessed that change. We had experienced it. The only three things you need to change the world are vision, passion, and action. And of course, today here in ABCD platform, we all have experienced it. The long time congregation listening to thoughts, such experienced personalities all together, culminating in on one same pedestal. So it is a great opportunity for all of us to get collected together. And thanks to Akash ji for curating such an idea and bringing all of us together. We know that creativity is more than just being different. Anybody can plan to be weird, that's easy. What's hard is to be as simple as our great musician back. Making the simple very awesomely simple is creativity, and which ABCD platform has been trying to do. And today, the power of 11. With that, I invite my next speaker, very eminent Mr. Kavil, to come up and take, without taking much time, Mr. Kavil, I would hand it over to you, the virtual mic, and please do take up and start.
Yes. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I would like to thank ABCD International and Akashi for giving me this opportunity on this. Okay. So yeah, short introduction session, I would like to hint it up. I hope everyone would like to manage the time, right? And how many of us are following up the time? So consider from each and everywhere that we are moving on wherever we go. So time is very important. I hope. Yes, just a hint on chat. That will be much useful to for an interactive session of like 5 minutes of time. Yes. Okay. So my session is completely on the topic called time management. So how many of us actually follows the time when we have to start exactly by the time by 9 a.m. we will start and we should start. So how many of us in our group are perfectly starting on time and ending up on the sessions on the time, or whatever the activity that may do? There isn't like a survey which has been taken up. Almost like half of the people whoever they do their whatever the work may they do are not completing the activity on time. Either they are putting up the reasons on one on the other person, or the objects that is not working on. Say the computer is not working on, my Excel is not working on, my PowerPoint is not working on, or my software is not working and my computer is rebooting. So these type of activities are being coming up most of the time from all our team members. I'd like to highlight only one time management technique which will help us to understand and to implement and follow it all around the time when we can able to do it. Most of people would have known when the image is getting popped over there. I'd like to introduce within story the technique called Pomodoro technique. Pomodoro is an Italian word. So the term Pomodoro means it's tomato. So the story behind the technique is like the founder of Pomodoro technique is like Franco Cirillo. So when he was doing his college in 1980s, so what he did is he has his sociology examinations. So what the challenge that what he has, he couldn't able to concentrate even 5 minutes on his book. So what he did is he challenged himself, and the challenge was I will concentrate on the particular studies for 2 minutes first initially, basically for 2 minutes. So then he challenged himself. Finally, he won the challenge. So then he has slightly increased the time, and he has challenged himself, and at the end he has completed his exams very well. So with this technique, I'd like to highlight what is Pomodoro technique and how can we use it and how can we implement it in our real-time life. So first thing is Pomodoro technique. So whatever the technique that we need to implement, we need a task. So the task, whatever may be the task that we choose, either it may be a writing an article or it may be whatever the work that we do. So whatever the activity that we are choosing out, we set a timer of 25 minutes, and this 25 minutes will be very crucial. And there are some other parameters that we have to follow, especially in this digital world. The one major things that which make us to distract is our mobile phone. So usually what will happen is whatever the work that we do, immediately a notification will pop up, either an WhatsApp notification or an Telegram notification or an email notification pop up. Immediately we will get deviated and we will get distracted and we'll go to a mobile. We just look at mobile. What are the mails or chats that would have come up? But again, so sometimes those chats will be very useful, or sometimes the chat will be very important for us. But most of the time, the forwarded messages. So morning we would have read the forward message, and till before the late night, the same forward message has been shared by at least 5 to 10 people minimum. So to avoid those, just keep all your mobiles and keep the timer of 25 minutes. It doesn't mean that we need the Pomodoro to keep the timer, Pomodoro timer to keep the timer. We can have a mobile phone or there are multiple to-do tasks with us. So we can utilize those tasks to set the timer. And what is unless the Pomodoro, the alarm or the timer rings. So continue on the work, do not deviate and do not distract on the other things. So focus on it, then start doing it. So after doing this, after 25 minutes of complete concentrated work, you can have a short break of 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Like you can have a cup of coffee or a tea between each and every 25 minutes. The reason why we need break is the report says and the research says the average time that a human being can concentrate is 17 minutes. But in few researchers and a few reports says from 17 minutes to 25 minutes that we can able to concentrate. So the task is up to for 25 minutes. So after you can have 5 minutes break in between. You can continue the Pomodoro for the 4 different segments. Then you can have a long break of 1 hour or 1.5 hours. And this is a short technique about one of the time management technique. And here comes, I end up the session. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity by ABCD International and Akshat. Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful moderation. Thank you, Rachna, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kevin, sir. And it was really a needed topic today because we have been managing the time since the whole day. The session was there and we had excellent speakers joining us and excellent views to be heard. And of course, we can keep on hearing each one personally for hours together because the amalgamation of knowledge in them is really outstanding. So we really need to understand your project first. That is time management, and the technique which you talked about, Pomodoro, is also going to help us a lot. And I hope that our speakers, upcoming speakers, will also cater to that because time management really is the need of an hour. And we all know that the time is like a river. You cannot touch the same water twice because the flow that has passed will never pass back again. So enjoy every single moment of your life. So with that, I would like to move on to my next speaker, thanking Kavin sir.
Sorry to disturb. Sorry to interrupt, ma'am.
Yes, Akash.
So we have only 6-minute time. You can reduce your time also under 6. So we have lots of people waiting. 20 मिनट हम पीछे हैं. So please support ताकि हम टाइम पे खत्म करें. और एंड में आप जुड़ सकते हैं. सेलिब्रेशन है तो कोई टेंशन नहीं है. एंड में सभी लोगों को चांस है. पर अभी हम थोड़ा सपोर्ट करते हैं सबको. सो उस तरीके से जाएंगे. थैंक यू सो मच. प्लीज कंटिन्यू मैम.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, sir. Yes, a great thing is upcoming. So with that, I'll move on to my next speaker, Mr. Nilesh. Mr. Nilesh, are you there?
Yes, madam.
Yeah. Over to you, Mr. Nilesh.
I need to share my screen. Please give me that. Thank you. Yes.
You can share, sir.
Yes. Hope my screen is visible. Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Akash sir, for giving me an opportunity. Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon to all who are listening this session. I am here to represent myself from Sanjay Gauda University, Kolhapur, and I would like to present small talk on online opportunities through online courses. So you know the word MOOCs. In my slides, I will explain what is meant by MOOCs, history of MOOCs, introduction of MOOCs, and who are the MOOC providers and who is the Indian MOOC provider. That is the small outline. MOOC. The MOOC word is nothing but massive open online courses. Massive open online course means what? Massive is nothing but the course which includes more than 1 lakh students. Open means it is not restricted. Anyone from anywhere can register for these courses. Online, you know, it is completely on internet and it is delivered over the internet. And course is nothing but MOOCs are very similar to most online college courses. The difference is that these courses are online courses, open courses, and available for everyone. Massive, as we saw already, we will go fast. Open, the course should be open to everyone. There is no restriction from the point of age, from the point of basic qualification. Anyone who is interested can join. Online, as we know, we can do it remotely via internet. Does not require physical attendance in a classroom. We have some learning objectives. If those objectives are completed by student, then we can say that course is completed and that student will be getting award. It is not new concept. You can see it is started in late 1840s, where content was delivered through post mails. Later, we have radios in 1920, where technology is evolved. Again, in 1960s, TVs were introduced. Through TVs, still also we have knowledge distribution. And after that, we have computers and internets. Internet facilities also nowadays increasing. You know that we are in the age of 5G now, and internet is increasing. And as we know, this lecture is also going on online. So that technology is getting evolved. So distance learning is also increasing from mailing to online courses. That was a brief history of these online MOOC. The components of MOOC are, just a minute. There are total 5 important components. Online content is delivered through video lectures. Assignments are also given. Those assignments are either objective, subjective, or programming, depending upon the nature of course. Text, we are providing notes in the form of notes or lab demos. Then live interaction might be there from a distance. The professor who was taking the course, that professor can interact with the students. Then there are discussion forums where students can discuss and can solve their problems by discussing them with their friends. And this completes the components of MOOCs. These are the important components. So as we know, there are some courses on campus, there are some courses on online. What is the basic difference? Basic difference is that students come to campus and take the admission and that process continues. But through online courses, anyone can click and enroll. Course is at distance, self-motivated, recognition are getting from credit transfer and placements. Everywhere these courses are now considered. So who are the providers? You might see familiar MOOC providers. You may know about, everybody knows about YouTube. YouTube is nothing but it is again open. There are number of courses available over YouTube. Then you might know about Coursera, EDX, international MOOC providers. Then Udacity is also there, iTunes or Udemy. These are the famous MOOC providers. Out of that, Coursera, if we consider, it is US-based MOOC provider, which is offering number of international course certification by paying certain money for the certificates. Also, there is another MOOC provider called as EDX, who is providing MOOC. Swayam, you know Indian MOOC provider. Swayam, that is study webs of active learning of young aspiring minds, is a program initiated by Government of India. Swayam MOOC is the world's largest e-learning platform.
Nilesh sir, I would like to request you to wind it up.
Yes. So it is about a brief introduction of who are the MOOC providers and how it is developing gradually. So for more information, you can visit these sites and can enroll for such type of online courses and develop yours. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. And thank you very much, Akash sir, for giving me an opportunity once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nilesh sir. And I'm really sorry to stop you in between.
No problem.
We would love to listen to you, but yes, we would have a separate session for that with you because it's really informative and we would love to know more about it. But time is a constraint, and with that, keeping that in mind, I would love to listen to my next speaker, Mr. Abhishek Anand. Mr. Abhishek, are you there? I would like to request Mr. Abhishek. I think I cannot see him. Yeah, I'll move on to the next very amazing speaker, Dr. Sonesh Bharadwaj. Yes, Engineer Sonesh Bharadwaj is there. So, ma'am, over to you. We are waiting to listen to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rashna ma'am. And first of all, warm greetings from India. My name is Sonesh Bharadwaj. I'm joining all of you from Bangalore. So as time is a constraint and I definitely have 6 minutes and I want to utilize this 6 minutes very powerfully. First of all, today 11/11 is a very, very important portal in terms of spirituality, which I want to share with all of you, because being a life coach, we practice a lot and we get into this whole act of balancing. So my topic is also going to be relevant to work life balance. Are we becoming the right life leader is something which I would love to share with all of you, right? So going forward into the same theme, I want to share with all of you, first, do we understand that what this life is all about? So any organism that is said to breathe and feel with its senses is said to be alive. Plants, animals, organisms, and humans are endowed with its concept of life. Hence, there is said to be a life on earth. But life is not permanent. And then anything which is alive will decay and die someday. So everything which takes birth has to die one day. So what is the significance of such a temporary life? Have you asked this question to yourself? Is there a purpose behind living, and why you have been given a human life? Do we understand the importance of it is very, very important. And on this special day of 11/11 portal, I would love to share the importance of this human life, that why you have been sent on this planet to do something powerfully into the most dynamic manner. Life can be made beautiful or it can be simply led. It's a choice given to by the Almighty to all of us. Now, this rests entirely onto the person's goals, ambitions, and achievements. The success ratio and personal response to challenging situations are deciding factors. Environmental factors, socio-economic conditions, parental upbringing, peer group influence also contributes to one's growth and in making the life beautiful and successful. Ethics and moral values imbibed into our life by the individual act as indicators. Once the judgmental capacity of good from bad, right from wrong, legal from illegal, ethical and unethical, all act as guidelines to one's life and help him or her in leading a good or bad life, depending upon the choices what we make. So the purpose of life is to live and let live. The societal living is possible when there are communal harmonies and feeling of brotherhood among its members. The institutes of family and marriage contribute to the harmonious living in the society. Peaceful coexistence is the key to a successful life. But unfortunately, we all know this, but are we practicing it? That's a big question to be asked. A human being is the most amazing creature on this earth, as we all know, because we have been given by the most intellectual senses, but unfortunately, we just use 20 to 25% of it. And that also barely a question for some. While all the other things like hunger, sleep, emotions, etc., are the same for animals and human beings. It is the knowledge that keeps us exceptional from animals. Now, what is the knowledge that we need to be exceptionally good with being a human being? Is it about inventions and technology or about businesses and development? My first question comes to all of us as humans is, aren't we developing? Well, it is more important being human. The consciousness that enables us to think properly should always be enlightened. Now, what is the use of technology when there is no common sense applied? What is the meaning of development when there is no humanity? Which knowledge do we need? That is the most important question again, which actually comes like a big question mark to all of us. So if a person who gets drifted away by the current of a stream has to be saved, it is the person being neither his clothes nor belongings that is need to be saved. Similarly, when you try to acquire the knowledge of this materialistic world and get satisfied with it, the person has not to be saved yet. It is the spiritual knowledge along with the soul consciousness that has to be learned. There could be nothing more for one to achieve throughout the human form of life called being into humans. If you have been given life as a human, feel precious about it, feel powerful about it, because you are the most intellectual creature created by the Almighty. Let's feel proud about it, but at the same time, let's do justice, because we have not been created here simply just to lead a life like an animal. Rather, become more productive, more conscious, and create something beyond it, because you have been blessed with so many things. So use your senses, use your conscious to do the justice to the mankind, justice to the humanity, and let's create a world which is full of love, abundance, peace, and Almighty's grace. I wish everybody love, light, and abundance. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, Akash, entire team of Speakathon, Rashna madam, and all the eminent speakers available here. You all have been wonderful. Thank you so much. Love, light, peace to all of you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Sonesh Bharadwaj. That was amazing. Yes, being a human, we all need to remember that because we have been given this precious life and we need to utilize that. Thank you so much for that lovely words. And of course, we know that we can listen to you for hours together in separate sessions. So thank you, ma'am. I would like to now move on to our next amazing speaker, Mr. Hitesh Motwani. So Hitesh ji, only one request. Please stick to the time because we are running short of time. So over to you, Hitesh Motwani.
Sure. Thank you so much, ma'am, and a very, very warm welcome to all of you. So today my topic is going to be about innovation. So what exactly is this thing called innovation and how does it really work? So let me give you a story over here. In Stanford University, one time a professor gave 3 teams $5 each, and they asked them that, what would you do with this particular money? And whoever brings the maximum money to me after 1 week, they basically win a prize, and they had to basically, present their learnings in front of the entire Stanford University. So one of the first groups, what they did is they basically went out there, they spent those $5 to get a hand pump and started pumping people's bicycle with air. And in a week, they made approximately $25. Next, the second group, they thought that this $5 is a distraction. Let's just take a step back and let's really understand, what can we do beyond that and how can we basically make some money. So they went out there to New York and they told people that, you know what, we're going to stand in line for you. We're going to do some stuff that you don't want to waste your time upon. And for every hour that we do for you, we're going to charge $20 to you. So they actually did not use the $5, but they used their time instead. And they were able to make $200 with it. The third group that went out there, they went to a company called Cisco and they told them that, you know what, we're going to speak in front of 7,000 people. But why don't you sponsor the event? And if you sponsor the event, we're going to talk about your brand and your company. And they actually won the maximum money. They got about $6,000 for that. Now, what's the lesson over here? It's very simple. The lesson is that it's not, innovation is not about what you have with you. It's about sometimes taking a step back and figuring out what are the possibilities beyond that. Innovation can come from anywhere you want, from a small thing to a bigger thing. And one of the most important thing about innovation is to use a concept called design thinking. Let me help you to understand what design thinking is actually all about. So, in India, many babies die because of not getting incubators, especially when the baby is premature. So Stanford University told people to make up an incubator in less than $200. But what a design thinker said, he said, let's first understand that why do we need incubators? What is the problem? And to understand the problem, he actually spent time with the mothers in the village to understand what exactly is happening. So when he spent time in the village, he realized that people who are having this incubators, they're not dying because they don't have incubators. They're dying because while transporting the baby from a small town to the main town, babies die in transit because the temperature of the baby can't be maintained. So the real problem is not the incubator. The real problem actually is, can we have the temperature while the baby is getting transported? Right now, you can have electricity out there. So this group of scientists in India, they basically developed what we call as incubator, which will work on hot water. And that was the innovation that you created. This was only possible because they did not think from a business perspective. They thought from a perspective of what we call as human empathy. So all I want to say is that if you really want to grow ahead in life, stop thinking about business and start thinking about human side of it. If you start solving problems for human, you will end up making great products. You see, today, any great product in the market is built because they solve human problems. For example, Uber. It's not a app which basically gives you transportation. It is an app that helps you not to get irritated of not getting a cab. You look at basically a brand like Make My Trip. They essentially are giving you service by giving you hotels on demand. So every single thing is solving a big problem. If you will do that, if you will see if you will think more like a human being, you'll be able to solve problems yourself. That's what I want to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hitesh. That was amazing. Yes, we have to see the human side of it. And of course, if we can put a human touch to everything, that can solve all our problems and all our restrictions. And we can imagine beyond that, and innovations will become more useful for the civilization coming up. So thank you so much, Mr. Hitesh. And I will move on to our next amazing speaker, Mrs. Snehala Anjum. Snehala Anjum, I hope you are there. Yes, yes, I can see. So over to you, Snehala Anjum, ma'am. You need to unmute yourself. Yeah, yes.
Hello, very good afternoon. Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you can start. Only
Thank you so
remember the
much.
time, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for giving me the platform to speak over here. Have you even weighed an ant? We weigh an ant. And when we threw our business overnight. My story. My story is a combination of small wins. Real progress is the combination of small, steady steps. Project management is a platform where is a traffic of emails, data, plans, recommendation, information, and our work is to come out with a solution, learning, outcomes, and reports. My frame of work is to convert all data into positive change and make decisions as a whole body decisions. I use my brain, my heart, and get together in another level of challenge, flow of, and to get together and make up best decisions. Flow of information is another level of challenge in my work. I always use different mode of communication to convey my deliverables. Very small example. I want to communicate someone a location. Address is not only the sufficient information. One way is a GPS map. With a short route, I can give you a printed direction. I can talk throughout your way. This is the right way to communicate. All of that. Different mindset perceived differently. So being a part of a management team, clear communication is required. And if you want a change, then communicate differently. One thing I recently learned that change is not a straight thing to adapt, straight line, but don't go as per your plans. So we need to adapt, but don't break. When you take a learning and supportive posture, you become an asset to everyone around you. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, wonderful, Snehala ma'am. It was wonderful listening to you, and you really told what is the need of an hour actually. So thank you so much. I would like to move on to our next speaker, Mrs. Supreet Kaur. Yes, Mrs. Supreet Kaur, over to you for the next few seconds with you. So only just remember the time, ma'am. We are running short of time. Yeah, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Professor Rachna. Thank you, Mr. Akash and ABCD International speaking at the Speakathon. And thanks a lot for all the lovely speakers for their, this knowledge and all the way like they are speaking. This is so amazing and interesting. So I'm a life skills trainer, and as a life skills trainer today, my topic is education. So basically, I just want to emphasize on this grading system and how life skills are very important for us. So grades basically don't define who you are. It was Albert Einstein who said that if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will believe it's stupid for its whole life, right? So each student learns differently. Some learn through stories, some learn through doing, some learn by painting, some learn early, or some take their time. So our modern education system is flawed, and instead of making students passionate about learning, it makes their self-worth tied with letter grade. A student is so much more than just a number. We all learn differently, and we have our own strengths and weaknesses. Albert Einstein had lived a life in contrast. First, being ridiculed as a slow learner, he went on to become one of the greatest scientists of all the times. He truly believed what he said. So I quote, "Education is what remains after one has forgotten, like what one has learned in school," I unquote. So even we have many real life examples of world's leaders and achievers to understand what our grades really mean. If we talk about Bill Gates, if we talk about Charlie Chaplin, one of the world's greatest comedian, he was very poor. He could not afford to go to school. In addition, he had very difficult circumstances at home. Life was really very difficult and tough for him. But despite all the trials, he opened the way of success in his life on the basis of his skills. Steve Jobs, if we talk about, he was dropped out of Reed College after just 6 months due to financial difficulties. Although never finishing college, Jobs went on to found Apple, Pixar, and Next Computer. If we talk about Mahatma Gandhi, he was not one of the brightest student, but he was very shy. He was very mediocre while he was teenager, but that did not stop him to becoming, the father of nation. So the question arises, what our grades really mean? So grades are kind of a reward we get during our learning in school. this is not the real destination of education. The real purpose of education is to nurture human soul, awaken him with three important tools, that is truth, beauty, and goodness. So, all these famous people didn't focus on the shallow vision of the education. They went deep with the real purpose and did the great things in life on the basis of their own skills. So it is saying that you can't make a good man out of a boy simply cramming his head full of algebra, grammar rules, and history facts. And this is so true. There is a difference when we educate ourselves for grades and when we educate ourselves for learnings. A person cannot live his or her entire life only by knowing information or facts, learned from the schools and colleges. Learning is lifelong process. We all are learning everywhere, every day, every moment. So a person also needs some talent, some skills, the real world experiences. If we talk about NEP 2020, National Education Policy, this is also emphasizing on all these skills, not only the grades. So in recent surveys, it has been proved that one's emotional quotient, intellectual quotient, spiritual quotient, creative quotient, these are equally important as intelligence quotient. So schooling is about learning knowledge, skills, and competencies for professional qualifications to experiment the objective reality. Education is about experiencing life in developing wisdom. If we focus on getting grades, then we are only soaking our feet in the vast ocean of education. So, in 21st century, this is a time where we need to develop holistic approach of education. This is the need of the hour. The goal of holistic education is to cultivate a developing child's physical, emotional, moral, psychological, and spiritual attributes equally. And like everything can't be measured through grades only. So a student who focus on grades can surely be the face of a school, face of, that institution, alma mater. But the student who focus on true learnings, that can be the face of world, that can be the face of entire humanity. So thank you so much. This is all from my side.
Yeah, thank you so much, Supreet Kaur. It was amazing listening. Yes, you are very absolutely true that education is the holistic development of an individual. It's not about the grades. It's only about the learning process, the learning which really turns up in the end. So I really believe in that because being an educator myself, I do trust on that. It's not about the grades, it's about the learning process. So if you can concentrate more, which the NEP is also focusing right now about the skill development, then that would make a proper citizen for the future. Thank you so much. And now I'd move on to our next amazing speaker for the evening, Mrs. Azra Tazhizi. So, ma'am, we are eager to listen to you. Only the time is really a factor. So I hope you'll strictly follow the time. Over to you, Azra, ma'am. We are eagerly waiting to listen to you.
Hi. Hi, good evening. May I share my slides?
Yes, ma'am, surely. Just a second.
Okay. Okay. It's in disabled. May allow me. Still not.
Yeah, ma'am, I think you can share. I think you can share now.
Yes. Is visible now?
Yes, ma'am, you have to start your screen share. Yes,
okay.
It is.
Okay. Okay. Yes, my topic is education and future of education. The new literacies of the internet and other ICTs include the skill, strategy, disposition necessary to successfully use, adopt rapidly changing information and communication technologies and contexts that continuously emerge in our world and influence our areas of our personal and professional lives. The new literacies allows us to use the internet and other ICTs to identify important questions, locate information, critically evaluate the usefulness of that information, synthesize information to answer those questions, and communicate answers to others. And digital literacy is those capabilities which fit an individual for living, learning, working in a digital society. Digital literacy is use of digital tools. Undertake academic research, writing, critical thinking, digital professionalism, use of special digital tools, data sets, communicating ideas effectively, producing, sharing, critically evaluating, collaborating in virtual network using digital technologies, and managing digital and showcasing achievements. Student support. We want students to address digital capacities of other students to both understand digital capabilities students need and provide students with clear signposts of training, support, and guidance. And you can see here, as for education, it's becoming more important to study the integration of technology today, a new generation communication and interaction. In the picture, you can see 3 factors: access and critically analyze online information, engage in safe and constructive social networking, know how to create and share knowledge. And in classroom, growth development of both teacher student becoming digital learner. Technology is ever changing, something new and innovative being brought forward from numerous fields, it be education and or medicine. We as educators must make a point to become digitally literate alongside our students to help grow, learn world where use of technology is needed in everyday life. Many of our students may be ahead of us as educators. We can learn from them, and also behind us, many need technology to embrace a new control, new language, and feel confident. You can see technology must enhance what we already know about supporting language acquisition, and technology must be used to create engaged, active learning experiences. Also, creating a collaborative classroom, effective communication, collaboration are essential becoming a successful learning, and collaborative learning is not available from traditional instruction. Also, meaningful learning, solving problems better individual can we do. Teachers and students have important roles in collaborative classroom. Also, shared knowledge among teachers, students, shared authority among teachers and students, and teachers are mediators, and heterogeneous groupings of students are so important. As you see in here, students' role in a collaborative classroom, critical process. Also, you can see allowing choices in digital setting, also designing tasks, general planning tasks, many activities planning, assessment is self-assessment, shared decision, and also students feel free to express feelings of success, also questions, uncertainties, and cooperation assessment is less threatening than traditional setting, and students can evaluate their own learning. The idea of using digital literacy built on the use of digital tools to acquire and share information through participation, knowledge building, centers in using web tools, and also idea of collaborative inquiry-based learning activities are jointly planned by media specialists and teachers. You can see every child is different, is unique, and as teacher is our job to make smile and make hope, make them learn, and make sure they succeed. All great achievements require time. And a learner-based communal media rich flexible approach uses social software tools to enable the development by dynamic communities through connectivity, communication, and participation and interaction. You can see here editing, sharing, creating text, word clouds, image, digital storytelling, podcasts, videos, and blogs support reflection, self-regulation, correction of language mistakes, support practice of writing, speaking. Also, discussion boards are also useful, foster participation, reduction of foreign language anxiety, self-peer tutor, feedback, correction of language mistakes, support practice of writing and speaking skills. Wikis are so useful tools, foster collaboration, sharing, and new knowledge is created through incongruity between people's knowledge and the information in the wikis. Support extension of community inquiry, also beyond the classroom, social presence such as social media as Facebook groups. Here, virtual worlds provide contextual learning, exposure to authentic speech, and stimulating environment, playfulness, and also social presence by graphic self-representation tools, foster identity rules are so important, exploration, and avatars are so meaningful and playful for our students, fastly motivate the interaction among users, user engagement, virtual world. Attractive avatars tend to be more willing to self-disclosure, taller avatars, and more confident assets. Yes.
Ma'am, I think we are running short of time.
Okay.
So you can wind up, little
Okay.
bit, wind up.
I go to content and digital natives, and you can see the picture, and thank you very much for your interest. Sorry. So, sorry,
No,
because
that's
of
okay.
time.
Yes, it's a wonderful topic, ma'am, which you have capitulated here, and we would love to listen more about that. But yes, time is a constraint, so we are really sorry from the bottom of our heart. But yes, we have another amazing speaker, ladies and gentlemen. It is
Thank you for inviting.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Yes, we have another amazing speaker now. We have along with us Mr. Abdul Razak Naidu, and he is the HR and training professional with focus on team building and Belbin accredited team performance consultant. So over to you, sir. We are eager to listen to you. But yes, remember the time. We are really sorry to say, but yes, we are running short of time.
I'll keep that in mind. And I would like to start with a small fact. Sometime back, way back in I think April 2022, according to a survey by the Bureau of Labor Statistics USA, approximately 3% of workers left their jobs voluntarily in July 2022. So this 3% is equivalent to almost like 4.2 million. And one of the reasons that people think that people quit jobs is they think it's because of salary and benefits. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to talk upon the topic employee engagement. My name is Abdul Razak. I'm coming live from Bangalore. And thank you, Mr. Akash and ABCD International team for this opportunity. Without further ado, we all think that people are quitting because of salary and benefits, but the challenge is basically employee burnout, lack of opportunities, recognition, poor work-life balance, and absence of a stimulating workplace, which is actually leaving us with a whopping 85% of employees who are disengaged at work. What exactly is this lack of engagement is really very alarming, because there are numerous benefits of engaged employees that the companies are failing to see. And 4 among them are actually higher productivity, better retention rate, employee satisfaction, and increased innovation. I would have loved to show the slide at the beginning itself at this point, but due to lack of time, I will be sharing that one slide at the end of this talk. So we keep talking about employee engagement, but what is employee engagement? Basically, 2 words, employee and engagement. We all know what employee stands for. We all know what is engagement stands for. In the company, it stands for different levels of enthusiasm and connection that the employee has with their respective organizations. It's a measure of how motivated people are to actually put in the extra efforts into their organization, and a sign of how committed they are to stay there. Recent example, Twitter. So many people laid off. India, 85% of the staff laid off. Suppose today I give a developer a job at Twitter with 1 crore salary. I doubt he is going to join that company. He would rather join a company with about 50 lakh salary. I don't think he will join a company like Twitter at this point in time. So how do we improve employee engagement? Now we know what is employee engagement. How do I improve employee engagement. So basically, we have to use an employee feedback loop, which can be broken into 3 parts. One is collect, where we design a survey, which can be given to the entire team, and then you collect the data, and then you have to understand the data that you have received and deduct what are the drivers that force people to stay in the company, and what is that those forces which actually helps in people contributing a lot to the company. So once you understand this, you need to act on the data, you need to create an action plan, you need to affect the changes, and ensure you show the employees that the feedback is being recognized, it is being discussed, and it is being implemented. Of course, you can't take all the feedback that is coming from your employees. You need to choose which is the best that is going to suit the organization's goals. And the employee engagement basically provides a very clear picture of how employees navigate their experience and suffer areas for improvement. Now you might ask a question, what is employee experience then? We have something called employee experience as well. Employee experience is nothing but it's a collection of employee touch points, which is not very easy to measure. For example, now you have candidate touch points. Right from the time you have your job posting out on the portal, you have candidates applying for the job. From that point onwards, what is the candidate experience? So once this candidate is selected and onboarded, then you start with the employee's experience. So touch points of employee experience is very difficult to measure. But however, the touch points of employee engagement is very easy to measure. Before any company wants to initiate employee engagement program, there are 3 points that they need to keep in mind, or rather 4 points. We need to ask the right question, then you need to measure the results, you need to take action, and then it's a repeat of the process. So one particular survey by Deloitte says that it basically claimed that a 15% increase in employee engagement can actually improve profit margins by 2%. That is a huge amount. When you look at percentage wise, it might look very small at 2%, but when you talk about convert that to numbers, like I said at the beginning, 3% of people had quit in July 2022, but when you translate to numbers, it became 4.2 million. That is a huge amount. So I would like to end this talk, and I would like to share my screen where I will need to show the presentation that I prepared, which is not very, it's a self-explanatory actually. Hope you can see my screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we can see.
Yeah. So now these are the prime benefits, higher productivity, lower attrition rate, employee satisfaction, and increased innovation. So how innovative an employee is going to be. So they should feel invested in the company when they want to provide innovation. Now this is how an engaged employee is looking like. He is optimistic, he is solution oriented, he is a team player, he is very helpful. He goes beyond the defined role, he goes out of his scope of work, and that does work. And is very passionate about learning. He is constantly learning on the job, and he also knows that he has to acknowledge his mistakes. So this is an engaged employee. So here, if you see the last pic that I have put, why do I love my job? I probably would be loving my job because it's got a great work climate. It's aligned to the strengths. It's working with meaning and purpose. There's some kind of satisfaction at the end of the day that I do. I believe in learning and growing. I have a great leadership at the company, and the company has great organizational practices. So with this, I would like to stop sharing my screen, and I would actually phrase something that is actually, I have said engaged employee. So how do you convert an enraged employee to an engaged employee? So with that, I end my talk. Thank you so much, and I wish all the best to the entire team, and hope we are going to stick to our time of 11:11 completion by 11:11. Thank you so much, Professor Rachna, and thank you, Dr. Akash. It was a pleasure and the honor for me to have this platform to share a few thoughts from my end. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, sir, for the wonderful sharing.
Thank you so much, Abdul Razak, sir. Wonderful listening to you. Enraged to engage. Yes, that's what we need right now. We need to change that, the word enrage.
I think I need to copyright that. I think I need to copyright that because I just made it up.
Surely, surely, others. I am the first one who's going to use that again and again. So it's really nice that we are making from enraging to engaging. You need to make that copyright, sir. It was wonderful listening to you. So I would now like to invite our next moderator. Yeah, before that, Akashji, over to you.
Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Rachna ma'am, for wonderful management. So always Rachna ma'am is favorite. So thank you. And one more thing I want to share regarding Abdul sir. So Abdul sir is very cooperative, very supportive person. We saw the messages he do regularly in groups. So कम लोग ऐसे होते हैं जो सपोर्टिव होते हैं, पर यहाँ पे सभी लोग हैं, सभी लोग वैसे ही है जैसे अब्दुल सर है. सो वंस अगेन सभी का स्वागत है. सो वी आर मूविंग इन लास्ट फेज में हम सब जा रहे हैं. सो सेलिब्रेशन के लिए सिर्फ 1 आवर है. 1 आवर में हमें सबको सब कंप्लीट करना है. सो आई रिक्वेस्ट वंस अगेन अपना स्पीच छोटा रखेंगे तो भी चलेगा, हम सब कंप्लीट करना चाहिए. और दूसरी बात, सो लेट्स वेलकम आवर मॉडरेटर्स मिस उषा राय मैम एंड are one of the very famous in Bhabad International Publication, Miss Ayushi Atri ma'am. So welcome both of you and over to you.
Thank you so much, and sorry for being, joining being late because of the work. But
please continue.
Yeah. But for the session's sake, let's start. Usha ma'am, over to you.
Please continue. Usha ma'am will join.
Usha ma'am, are you there?
Okay, so let's announce speaker name till Usha ma'am will join. So I think first speaker is we have Poonam Upadhyay ma'am. So welcome ma'am and over to you. And we have only 5 to 6 minutes. Please cover.
Yes. Thank you, Akash ji. Thank you and namaste. I am Poonam Upadhyay. I'm a holistic dietitian, naturopath, and today I'm going to speak about lifestyle. So let me start my speech by Kabir ka doha. रहीमन धागा प्रेम का मत तोड़ो चटकार, टूटे थे भी ना जुड़े और जुड़े घाट पड़ जाए. So whenever we do something and when it is not consistent, so automatically, like how we wear the necklace, and if once the necklace is embedded, if it breaks, we have to put a knot. Similarly is our lifestyle. We do all sort of things, but have you ever thought about what is great lifestyle and how we have to keep our lifestyle? So many diseases and disorders are always, now we are surrounded by that. We are living in the, we are living in fear. From always some fear is there. I might get this disease, I might get that disease. Lifestyle diseases like thyroid, diabetes, PCOS, PCOD has become so common that people now don't hesitate to express that they are diabetic. I am thyroid, I am a diabetic, I have thyroid, I have PCOS from childhood. So this is what our mindset has become. So I have one thing which I want to share with all of you, and let's go together and understand that what is the role of lifestyle. So lifestyle is not something which we need to follow only for certain period of time. It is always there with us. If we see our ancestors, they were much healthier, and the disease and disorders which they got was not how we were suffering. We have more of facilities, we have more of so many things around, like medical care, or you can say hospital, ambulances, everything is there around. Then what is the reason that even diseases, now we see now and then many other diseases are occurring, and we are like, what is happening, how we can save our own self? So why are we not taking care of our lifestyle? I want to start with one concept, just share one concept. Fish in the water. So there is a very famous concept that the water is contaminated and the fish is there in that small pot, and we are doing all the sort of thing where how we can save the fish. We are giving her the fish supplement. We are giving her some dosage where she has a good immunity. But what about one simple thing what we can do? Just change the water. Automatically the fish will be saved. Similarly is what we need to do for ourselves. We need to take care of our lifestyle, and in that lifestyle simple steps needs to be followed, and automatically we can come out of this lifestyle disease and disorder. Simple steps like just walking for some time, at least for 30 to 40 minutes is quite enough, so that we have our metabolism is good. uh, Keeping ourselves hydrated with water so that the cells are doing the functions properly. Having a positive mindset. So as I said, we always operate from fear based mindset. So what happens, so if you are going to school, we have that fear that I should secure a good marks in my board. That's why I should put my child in the good school, or I should go in the good school or good college, or I should earn well so that I am financially stable. So that fear is always surrounding us. What if we change that fear based mindset to positive based mindset, where we are actually living in that blissful state and helping ourselves, our surrounding, and our family members, our colleagues, and creating that blissful environment everywhere? Isn't it wonderful if we live in such a serenity and such a joy and creating such a lifestyle? So, this is what we need to do for ourselves and our generations. Having more of fruits and vegetables, what is natural in the surrounding, what is local, so that we keep the tradition of all the fruits and vegetables which are uh, there in our serenity, there in our surrounding, switching to local products, switching to non-refined, non non-refined and unpolished products can bring lots of changes. And we have seen changes where lifestyle disease is actually coming under control, and also reverse disease like diabetes, thyroid, PCOS, PCOD, hypertension, and many more. Even cancers can be cured. So why not to take that step forward and think about it, that how we can save ourselves and our surrounding. With that, I'll
Yeah.
close my speech. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you so
Poonam
much.
ma'am. Thank you. Very short and very crispy. It's really nice. So our next speaker is Miss Siddhi Johari. Welcome, ma'am.
Yes, thank you so much. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
All right. So first of
Yes.
all, good evening, everyone. Good morning, good evening. Warm greetings from India. I'm Siddhi Johari from Jodhpur, Rajasthan. The art of all arts is to make one's life a perpetual victory. With this motivating thought, so I'm sure you must have guessed my topic. It's lifestyle, positive thinking. And here I have chosen my own topic under this topic, and that is how to have the pioneer spirit, how to basically fight out the negative thoughts and how to bounce back during the tumultuous times. You are braver than you believe, stronger than you seem, and smarter than you think. This affirmation will make you wiser, stronger, and more confident, and that's the pioneer spirit. Train yourself to find a blessing in everything. Seeing the light in the midst of darkness is a lesson that we all should learn, not only during the difficult times, but all the time. The struggle that you are in today is developing the strength that you need for tomorrow. Being challenged in life is inevitable, but you have the choice to decide how you will react to these sort of situations. Especially whenever there's the time of crisis or whenever negativity develops in you, in your mind, in your thoughts, then change the changeable and accept the unchangeable. We may not be able to see it at the moment, but everything happens for a reason. So use the time to make a difference in your life or in the lives of someone else. Work on all areas on those particular moments for your personal growth. Spend quality time with the people you love and focus on your goals and ambitions so that you can build up a good future. Keep the affirmation and keep your chin up so that everything just work out fine. We all are products of our own thoughts. So keep your thoughts optimistic, positive, and constructive. And trust me, you will be flying higher and would be feeling like a pioneer. And when the times are uncertain, to the contrary, or maybe the difficult situation just surround your mind, that's also a time to reflect on yourself, to be with your loved ones, and help to spread a little more love and positivity amongst you, your aura, and the surroundings. Life, no doubt, keeps throwing curves, ups and downs, but we need to swim and go across. No one is really ever prepared for God's greater plans, but we'll all look back on those tumultuous times and remember the one which helped us or the persons who helped us to sail through. So we should always be grateful for the fact that whenever we feel ourselves positive, whenever we are healthy, and when we are actually living life, we should be grateful for the God consent that what He has blessed us with. We should be really positive and constructive and believe, always should have the belief in ourselves, because if we believe in ourselves, the world will believe in us. So the good thing about negative time is that it just passes away. And whatever you do, just don't be discouraged. Be mindful of what is still within your power to do and just do it. Keep moving, keep being productive. Take time to reflect on who or what is most important to you. Spend good time to take good care of yourself and to be kind to others. We can learn from those who lived before us and also struggled, and that can act as a great illustration to inspire us. Pray, hope, and don't worry. Worry is useless. And it's like a rocking chair which gives you something to do but never gets you anywhere. Uncertainty or fears will not get us through, but coming together as one will help us put into perspective what is really important in life. Because as we all have experienced during the time of pandemic, it has all taken us from negativity to a very bright prospect. So give yourself in those sad times, give yourself 5 minutes. Just sit down and think and reflect on what you have beside you. Your family, friends, home, health, love, anything and everything. Let's help each other during those crisis time, during the troubling time, and we should rather make up our mind to say a prayer or chant a prayer for us or for others to help them. Let's feel the ability of these simple linguistic powerhouses to lift us up, inspire, transform, move us towards action, create a new perspective, reveal insights, and instill positive emotions along with solace and insights to guide in the right direction. So with this, I would like to conclude here because I know we all are right now in the time crisis. Thank you so much. My heartiest thanks and gratitude to ABCD International family and Akash, sir, for executing this wonderful world record making event and a wonderful execution. And great congratulations to all the entire speakers, the dignified and esteemed speakers for today's event. My best wishes to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Best wishes to you too. Thank you so much. So, our next speaker is Miss Vishakha Tyagi. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. First of all, greetings to everybody who is present at different parts of the country or different part of the world. And I would like to thank you in advance for listening to what I'm just about to present right in front of you. So without wasting any time, I'll just start. Yeah. So today in front of you, I bring a section of the society which has often been put to aside. If I talk about the category that I choose to spoke, within it was education. But then I realized that I would like to sort of structure it in a manner wherein I would also, be able to put the basically my PhD study into context. This is what I believe in, and this is what I want to present out in the world. So I thought this would be a perfect platform for that. So if you just look into this particular slide, so I've given it a name wherein it's called Let's Know the Others. So by the others, what do I exactly mean? Moving forward, I'll give you the question of this very particular question, give you the answer of this very particular question. Before that, I would just like to bring in two basic concepts in front of you. The very first one is gender and the other one is sex. I'm sure maybe many of you might already be aware of what these individually particularly stand for, but just to give you, or just to, brush up, or for those who yet are not very clear, I'd like to tell you that gender is a social construct. Gender is something that is, you can say, identity of a person, or the expressions or the things that a person identifies as. And sex is very biological in nature. It is something that a person was assigned with in the first place. The person was born with what an individual was born with. Then moving forward, often when we look around, we, in fact, if I talk about just a few years before, from the time that we are in right now, we only used to see two categories. The third category itself has gained recognition very late. It was in 2014, where our Honorable Supreme Court of India, gave a judgment wherein they legally recognized this very gender, the gender that I'm talking about. So next, by now, I would like to give you the answer of my previous question. Who are the others? The others are the people who belong to this particular gender. So male, female, and transgender. The third gender that we talk about, the term third itself, puts these people in a position wherein they are considered as third. So many people, even believe that the first two genders, why are they first two genders? But this is the reality that we live in. Now the need of the hour is to basically understand that these people also exist in the society. These people have been a part of the society since forever. There have been various evidences in mythology, in various, you could say, histories around the world, around the globe, in different cultures, in different parts of, various countries. We could always see, and surprisingly, these people have always somehow been put to a side due to one reason or due to the other. Then when we talk about gender, one interesting concept comes into play, which is sexual orientation. So sexual orientation is, you could say, for example, if I am a person A, my sexual orientation would be who I prefer sexually, or whom I would like to be involved with sexually, or whom I feel attracted towards sexually. That thing is my sexual orientation. Okay, now moving ahead. Basically, when I give trainings in, basic majority of my trainings happen in Rajasthan, Jaipur, Udaipur, etc. So often I have heard people who, had their very first training on gender. They're like, how can we look at the people and tell what their gender is? And I always tell them, there is no other way to answer this, but simply you cannot. Basically, you cannot just look at a person and tell what their gender is. You cannot simply look at a person and tell, in fact, what their sex is. Because right now, due to medical advances and many different types of therapies and provisions available now, you cannot. But this should not be your focus, that you should be able to tell someone's gender just by looking at them. This goes way beyond than this concept. Then the other thing that comes along is, can I really tell their sexual orientation by looking at them? Then again, the answer is, you cannot really tell their sexual orientation just by looking at them. And when often this question arises, I ask just, whoever the respectable individual is who is asking me the question, I ask them, can you really tell my gender? I may look like a female, but can you really tell if I really am a female, or what would my sexual orientation be? So often they have their own answer at their own, hands. Then what actually we need to do at this moment, or what is required in this particular setting of our current society, is that we look at the other person as a respectable individual instead of focusing on the gender or the sex of the person. Why not look at the other individual as a person, himself, herself, or their own selves, whatever they prefer, however they would like to express themselves. The thing is, we should look at their qualities, we should look at their talents, we should look at their respective identity. It is not about just giving them a frame to fix in. No, I think it's basically we just need to, when we're talking about education, so education is basically when you are including everybody. And when we are talking about including everybody, we need to respect them as individuals. We need to put ourselves outside of the binary framework. This is why we should look at each other as respectable individuals, as respectable members of the society. Then I would like to bring these words, interesting words, into your attention, which have been used for long time, due to our typical patriarchal structure of our society that we live in. So there are words like chairman, there are words like mankind. Of course, it's a very obvious question if I put it in front of you, that have always been a person who has had that authority. The person might be a woman. Would it be appropriate to call that person as chairman of some particular institution or organization? Of course not. Exactly. Or mankind. Again, a very patriarchal word. But thankfully, many sensitive organizations and many, aware ventures now use different words, such as chairperson instead of chairman, such as humankind for the words, such as for the word mankind, and so on and so forth. The thing
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think your time is up.
Okay.
Such a very important information. Thank you so much, ma'am. So let's invite next in our next speaker, Dr. Jafin Saros. Please, ma'am, please welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Hello. I'd like to share my screen, please.
Yes, please, ma'am.
Right, thank you. I think I need to reduce this, right? Am I visible and audible?
Yes, ma'am, this is visible and you are audible.
Lovely. First of all, my name is Dr. Daphne Suarez, and I'm tuning in from Dubai. So I'm happy to be here and speak on the topic of business. A business begins with just one person having a vision. It takes that one person to set the spark going to start a business. And you need to see this picture where it represents you. You are the face of your business and your company. And as you can see this crowd, you need to stand out in the crowd against your competitors. There will be some new, some old, and some experts in the field. But you need to really stand out and